just fine. You might even win my time tonight. I heard you're a mess. You watch me undress. I know that you've been dreaming. Let me take you down, 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 down. Do you need a map or something? Let me take you down, down. To my prize, I think you're just fine. You might even win my time tonight. I heard you're a mess. You watch me undress. I know that you've been dreaming. Let me take you down, 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 down. Take you down, 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 down. Do you need a map or something? Let me take you down, down.
yourself my love, 'cause it really don't matter to me.
make you sweat. I 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 make you sweat.
out on the ocean, searching for something that ain't blue. And you got sick of the motion, hoping the fish would come to you. No, we never choose, always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you, love got
Do you remember house?
I've been out on the ocean, searching for something that ain't blue. And you got sick of the motion, hoping the fish would come to you. No, we never choose, always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you, love got
Do you remember house?
can feel your heart reaching out with open arms. I can feel your heart reaching out into the dark. Am I dreaming of this feeling? Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming?
Well, I mean, they still have a lot of experience, right? And CDR and Fizzy there are kind of annoying to play against, to be fair. And I mean, they're just good players in general. Last season they made a good point. They changed again a bit in the roster, which might like put them off guard, but with the basics and everything else is there already.
Oh no, we're still sitting in the pit. Oh, he walked out thinking the bomb was collected, but no.
They have something to work with, and they were ahead of everyone else besides us last season. So if they kept working, they should be ahead still, besides us.
Wolf still playing with grenades. They're already starting to cross. Oh, Sapek's gonna get the 2 headshots off of the top rope. A third and fourth. What a nasty way to end it.
Я не считаю, что они прям очень-очень сильные. Да, они хорошо играют, но мы можем переиграть их.
I think NAVI has incredible individual players, but if it's based on them, so if they don't step up massively, it's not that tough in a way.
Okay, that's what that looks like. Oh, head trick gets exertion off of the cat peak, so that's the one weapon picked up right back down to the ground. Flamey's gonna lose his head to JDC, and it's still head trick's off that's needed, but the Tech 9 works as well.
Ну, хочется таких хороших матчей. Потягаться с MOUZ Sports, мы их вроде бы ни разу не выиграли в первом сезоне и во втором сезоне.
And JDC walks into the bomb site, Exertion trying to prime himself for this post-plant clutch if needed. JDC walks away with the frag on here. Now it's all on here. This poor guy's got 4 kills all map long. You have to get
I have seen MOUZ. They're doing really, really good in most events. They're even beating some really good teams. And so I think those guys are the ones that can cause us the most trouble.
After winning the first season, we gained a lot of confidence, obviously, and we felt good about our game. And coming into the games, it was more like we need to be sharp, and we need to like respect the opponents. But we know that we can beat them already. We've done it before, and now we just need to execute it again.
Wow, the walk into it a bit. Oh, it's too easy for Torsi. Oh, too easy. He comes in to peek on the lane. They don't see him there. He hears them.
We hope to meet them in the final and beat them. Since last time they won versus us, even though I wasn't playing, it's like you want revenge.
I think everyone in the team doesn't want to see them lift the trophy again. We really want to take it from them.
Trophy in place and the teams ready and raring to go. It is time for us to start our final day of the WePlay Academy League Season 2.
Looking at the ground, and the round is won by NAVI. No! Stolen in the final seconds. Now these remaining players show up and catch those. Oh my God, he's going to win the round! That is
Hello and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 2. Of course, my name is Thomas. I just realized I've not actually introduced myself the entirety of this event. And of course, I'm joined by the lovely, handsome, dashing Pimp, and Maui is here as well.
I'm good.
Oh.
I'm good. Thanks, Tom. I really could I could use a couple superlatives in my direction because I know we're going to be handing out a lot.
You look gorgeous
today. Yeah.
They don't even put makeup on you at this point. They just look you in the morning and go, I can't improve that anymore, you know?
You can't improve God's work.
Oh, God.
Fair enough, you know.
Should we have a look at the games from yesterday?
Let's do that.
Stop complimenting each other, although I basically just complimented you and no one said anything back.
You look great
I'll
today.
take that. It's a bit late. But yeah, we're going to kick things off. Oh, I didn't really want to remember this game, Pimp, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it was a tough one for Big Omen Academy, not gonna lie here. It was a little bit disappointing to see that they weren't able to put up a better fight. Coming into the tournament, they were the underdogs. Qualifying in itself was a success for Big Omen Academy, but I think we all hoped they would do a little more damage in the tournament. Unfortunately, they go out without winning a map. They weren't even close at any point. And NAVI Junior, well, they got to show us that when everything is clicking for them, they are still a very, very dangerous team at the tournament.
Na'Vi are looking incredibly strong in terms of their individuals. And yeah, we have to say farewell to Big, but it's really, honestly, a pleasure to watch them play in person. The kids that are on this roster have bright futures ahead of themselves, and even though this wasn't the best showing in terms of their team, I'm sure that some of these names that we see today might one day be household in the German space.
Yeah, I think on this map in particular, Pimp, I started to see some of the players that might have been missing a little bit for NAVI Junior so far. One in particular was actually Headtrick. I think his B-side defense was sick, even when he was getting team flashed.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of team flash from his homie Ankara, but they were doing a good job without a doubt, and there was a team performance coming in for NAVI Junior. There was no clear star in the lineup. That's why we can mention Headtrick. He was one of the top fraggers on the server. Flamey had a decent showing as well, and they took all that momentum, all that skill over to Inferno as well. And yeah, Overpass had potential to be slightly closer than it was. Inferno was an absolute blowout, and we got to see the Monacy that we love to see. An absolute stellar performance coming in from him, and if Monacy can play at the level he was playing here at Inferno, then everyone at this tournament will have to watch out for this kid. He is the best player we have in this league.
They need to be afraid of Monacy now, because day one wasn't the kindest for him, but day two, he showed all of us that when you give him some opportunities, he will seize them, and it was some impressive stuff. The young budding star for Na'Vi is looking like he is finally comfortable on land, and that means, seriously, everybody has to worry.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is obviously we expected going into this tournament, top-rated player for this team was going to be Monacy. I don't think that was really in question. Second so far is actually Flamey. Lion Flamey has come out.
Lion Flamey is stepping up, and especially on Inferno right here, who's having a good showing. We get to see a 4-kill right here, the AK-47, classic Flamey shutting down an area of the map, and yeah, it's starting to look good for old Flame Dogger. If he can continue the level he's playing at right now, then again, NAVI Junior have enough skill in order to go toe-to-toe against MOUZ NXT and NIP for that matter. But it has been a little bit inconsistent with Flamey. It has been a little bit inconsistent with NAVI Junior. So I guess we need to see it today. We need to see more of this high-level Counter-Strike that they can produce before we can really start to take stock into this lineup.
For the other side, Maui, just briefly, what do you want to see from Big Omen Academy going into next season?
Next season, I would like to see them do something different with their in-game leading. I think Aqua has shown us that his play really falls off a cliff when he does pick up that role, and we want Season 1 Aqua back. I think we can safely say that. Him and Prosis would be a sick duo if they got an experienced leader, so maybe look in the German space. You get one slot on your roster for someone above 21 years of age, and I think Big right now could find that person and make do with the players they have.
This map, Pimp, best map of the tournament so far?
Without a doubt. Potentially best map of the season. I know we had some good maps throughout the entire online portion as well, but coming into LAN and watching these two teams nuke it out on Nuke was absolutely fantastic. It was a great game of Counter-Strike. Young Ninjas got off to a very strong start, and then slowly but surely MOUZ, they edged their way back into the game, and it was just great to see, honestly. We didn't anticipate this to be a close one. We thought this would be a somewhat of a punish pick coming in for MOUZ NXT, but Young Ninjas showed us that on a good day, they can play Counter-Strike at an extremely high level as well.
Yeah, just before this tournament, they played each other in an online game on Nuke, and it was a pretty one-sided affair where MOUZ NXT took it, but this one, going all the way into overtime, showed that when they're on LAN facing each other and when Young Ninjas is prepared to get punished like this, they have some prep. They're able to upgrade their abilities and their procedures in order to match their opponents. It was very back and forth this game, and really some of these rounds were so close that you just have to think all these players are thinking about that one decision they made, that one mistake that cost them this game. And that's a great learning experience for these players, the fact that they're going to be able to take some of those lessons with them moving forward.
So Torzy and OT, I know we're getting there in a second, Pim. Is that the best we'll see from Torzy? Because that was ludicrous how he played in that OT.
Honestly, it's hard to do much better than he did in overtime. That was almost simple and Saivu and device-worthy what he did with the AWP right here. You're going to see it on the highlight reel. He was just killing people left, right, and center.
Everywhere.
Not missing a shot. And again, everywhere. Taking the duels, looking for the duels, finding the duels, and finishing off Young Ninjas. When Torzy is playing at that level, then it's only m0NESY. m0NESY is the only player who can do anything about Torzy at that level. And not even m0NESY, I think, can replicate a performance like that every single game. So it was great to see from MOUZ NXT, great to see from Torzy, and he's knocking on the door to join that main MOUZ roster right now. They have Aiko, who's not performing super well right now, and Torzy is the best rated player of this season so far. He's killing it right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be hard for MOUZ NXT to keep him on the roster.
Now we start to head into map number 2. Now we've just set this up. It was an incredible first map, 1916 overtime, went the distance, took Torzy basically killing them off in OT. Similar story on this second map, Maui?
Not quite at all.
Was it a loaded question?
Yes.
Maybe.
A bit so, yeah. Young Ninjas, they tried going for the surprise Ancient pick here, and MOUZ, they just showed that all that prep work they're doing, all those games that they're playing in other cups online, those tier 2 ones across the board, that it's doing them so much good in terms of their preparation for every map. We really didn't even see them play too much Ancient during the regular season of the Academy League, but they have clearly been working on it. They're playing a lot of those top 50 teams in the world on it, and they've shown that at the Academy League, they are clearly the best CT-sided team. The one question still remains, do they have a T side on Ancient? The thing is, we've never had to see it. They dominated NAVI, they dominated Young Ninjas, all purely based off of their defense.
I'd be surprised if we get to see it, though. I don't think anyone is willing to play Ancient against MOUZ NXT.
You think they might pick it?
That's the thing, though, right?
Yeah.
Do you think they're now confident enough to pick the map themselves? Only they know how good the T-side is. And I tried to ask Exertion yesterday, well, how good is your T-side? And he was just, I hope it's as good as the CT side. So we didn't really get anything out of that, but maybe they realized that Ancient is one of their best maps all of a sudden, and that just makes it even more scary, because the map pool of MOUZ NXT is without a doubt the best out of any of these teams you see in the bracket. It is fully deserved that they're in the final.
Well, this is sort of how the games are going to go today, of course, Maui. It almost does look like who gets a shot at the king.
Yes. Yeah, NAVI, Junior, Young Ninjas, I mean, both of them right now, they're not looking like they're going to be the favorites if they enter that grand finals, but I think that this lower bracket final game is the one to watch right now. NAVI Junior, Young Ninjas, they're both so close right now. We put them on the same tier level coming into this tournament. They both have arrived at this land, shown that some of their star players like Fuzi, like m0NESY can really take over games. And yeah, I think the question remains, Tom, that who is going to have a chance to try to dethrone MOUZ, because MOUZ are looking purely dominant.
Well, the great thing is we've segued perfectly to the beginning of their game. We're going to be kicking things off with the Young Ninjas facing off against NAVI Junior. They were taken down by MOUZ NXT just yesterday. They're looking to try and get their revenge. It is time to bring the Young Ninjas to the stage. The future of Swedish Counter-Strike. Welcome, Young Ninjas! big brother has recently won the major. It is time to welcome NAVI Jr. as they try and take the crown. Welcome the hometown heroes of NAVI Jr. Well, as we start to actually look into the match itself, I feel like this one, it's very interesting to look at the two teams so far because we've kind of got to see them play against the worst team in the tournament and the best team in the tournament, and ended as somewhat of a middle ground. One team taking a map, the other almost doing it pimp. Like, is this as 50-50 as it kind of looks on paper?
I would say so, because you're right. We saw Young Ninjas dominate Big Omen Academy. We saw NAVI Jr. dominate Big Omen Academy. And then we saw both teams give MOUZ NXT a good fight on one map. NAVI, of course, winning one, and then they kind of fell short on the remaining. So they've done equally good so far. What I look forward to seeing in this game, though, is the contrast of playstyle, because it's very, very different. Young Ninjas is a system, I would say. It's a team that tries to amplify each other. They try to help each other out and get the most out of the talent they have. Whereas for Young Ninja, whereas for NAVI Jr., it's sort of like the old NAVI style right here. You look at a guy like MOUZ, you look at a guy like Ankara. Those two are the star players. Those two are the guys you want to set up just like you did with Simple and Electronic back in the days, and then the rest of the team will have to do as good as they can on the side. If they can get Flamey going, if they can get Fear going, if they can get Hetrick going as well, and there's enough depth within the squad, then I think we have a very cool matchup on our hand.
I think we have a couple known factors in a couple of the players, and I think, like you were saying, Pimp, it's kind of about the supporting cast. And I think for Young Ninjas, they've done a better job in elevating their supporting cast with team play, with teamwork, and the ZTR calls. But we don't really know if players like Debo and Rolf are going to be consistent contributors, whereas players like Fuzi and Sapek have been doing incredibly well. And if you look at the NAVI Junior side, I mean, you have MONASY, you have Flamey. Both of these guys have arrived to the arena. It's but it's really a question of, can everybody be a factor in this game? Because it's going to, in a 50-50 matchup, it really does come down to that third star, fourth star, who can win that 1v2 out of nowhere. Those kind of plays, those are the difference makers when a game is this even.
The thing that worries me a little, Pimp, is the only potential golfing class I might see is actually based on the in-game leading of the two teams. I feel like, at least going into this tournament, ZTR definitely led the way in that regard.
I would say so as well. CTR have a lot of experience as well. He was up to the main NIP roster. He placed second in a top tier 1 tournament and played a grand final of a big tournament. So he's been trying a lot, you know, getting to play with Hampus, with Device, and all those boys for a couple of months have definitely taught him a lot. And I think he's taking that into the Academy League as well. I think we see that, you know, reflecting in the way Young Ninjas are playing. They seem like a good unit. He seems very efficient in the mid-round calls. Sometimes it also does seem like he and the rest of the team lacks a bit of skill in order to pull off the ideas that he has, right? One thing is knowing what to do. One thing is knowing the correct call and knowing the rotations and micromanaging your players. But you need the quality behind the players in order to pull it off as well. And I think sometimes he's suffering a little bit there. And I think it's vice versa for Fear. I think Fear, maybe from what we're seeing from an outside perspective, we don't know that much. He has the firepower. He can tell MONASY to go for a peek. He can tell Ankara to go for a peek. But sometimes he may lack that, you know, fine-tuned feeling for when to call the stuff in the mid-round calls when MONASY is not finding the opening or when Ankara is not finding the opening. So it's again, quite a sharp contrast, the two in-game leaders between.
The calling style for Navi is just a lot more simple. It's a lot more just take the map control space and generally just hit the bomb site that you're closer to once you have it. Whereas Young Ninjas, they play a much more developed style, one that you would probably see emulated in the tier 1 space, where they take space in multiple areas at the same time, they throw a couple fakes, sometimes they even use a little bit of misdirection, and that's why sometimes you'll see Young Ninjas run onto a bomb site that has that one less defender, because they actually faked out the other site well enough. And those little edges are going to be key in matching up with the firepower of Navi Jr. Because looking on paper, you would probably say that the players for Navi Jr. are better. They have a little bit more quality, they have more pop-off potential, and honestly, when I look at the players for Young Ninjas, there's a couple weak links in my eyes. There's a couple players that are getting really acquainted with playing a higher level of Counter-Strike, and you know, that's something that ZTR is going to be hamstrung by a little bit, but that's where his leading needs to take over. And when we're just pitting both these teams against each other, it's kind of the brains versus the brawn. You would definitely put Young Ninjas as kind of the smarter team in terms of their style, but the thing is, you just can't count out any player from Navi Jr.
Well, one of the things I wanted to bring up is Fuzi's performances so far have been up and down, I would say, mainly based off the caliber of the team they played against. He kind of struggled when it came versus MOUZ, at least. Obviously, the whole team did in the second map, but do you think he is going to be able to match up to m0NESY? Because that's one of the most important battles, is going to be that AWP.
No, I don't think so, and that is not down to Fuzi not being a great AWP player. I think he's been playing a decent tournament so far, but m0NESY is just on another level. Like, he's the best player in the entire tournament. He has that X factor. And the youngest as well, which is absolutely ridiculous, but he can take over the server like no one else can from Young Ninjas. So Fuzi is going to have a big task on his head. Some things that, you know, we need to take into consideration as well is that whenever we talk about AWPers going up against each other, think about it like this, right? AWP players don't really go toe-to-toe in the game that much, right? An AWP player will often kill the riflers of the other team. So Fuzi have plenty of opportunity to take down 4 riflers of Navi and then see if he can avoid m0NESY or win a couple of those duels so he can be impactful. It's not about the head-to-head AWP duel as much as it is about the AWP having to kill the riflers of the opposing team. I will say m0NESY is better at doing that though, and he's also better in the individual duels, so it's gonna be tough for Fuzi, no matter what.
So Maui, talking about a general experience, I guess, you mentioned that there was at least one new player coming in for the Young Ninjas. On the other side, it's also a relatively new scenario for Navi Jr. as well, because they haven't really been here before. Do you think that they've done quite well considering that?
The fact that they took a map off of MOUZ earlier on in this, in their opening series, shows that they were ready to play right away. They came out the gates playing a solid level. Of course, their game plan didn't work out in terms of the vetoes in the first series, but when we saw them play big, it was just pure confidence from every single player on that roster. And even though a couple of them don't have the most LAN experience, it's nice to know that you can rely on someone like Flamey, who during the online portion of this event was actually kind of nowhere to be found. He wasn't even doing that well, in all honesty. But now on LAN, you can see that he just hasn't changed. He's still a super solid player that can be relied upon and can actually be the X factor in rounds too. I think that kind of paved the way for m0NESY. The fact that he had Flamey on his left-hand side, knowing that he had this experienced, previously top 20 player next to him, leading the way. And so that sometimes little carry gets the other players to open up a little bit more. Sometimes it takes them a while to just get those land jitters off. And finally, we see Navi in full force versus Big yesterday, and that game just simply wasn't competitive. Navi just ran away with it.
Could that be the difference, Megapim? Because obviously we have seen these two teams play against each other in the regular season. Both times Young Ninjas coming out on top, but in a fairly close series. Do you think Flamey now being a lot better, I would say, on LAN, could be what changes that? Because it's looking like it should favor Young Ninjas so far.
Yeah, I would agree. It could definitely change the dynamic of the game just a little bit. It also comes down to what maps we're going to play, though, in between the two teams, because there's a couple of maps where I feel Flamey haven't really delivered just yet for Navi, so let's see where the video is going to end up. But overall, it's not a negative thing, right? It's a positive thing that we get to see Navi Jr. with Flamey playing well, and it kind of evens out the stuff we talked about in terms of Young Ninjas having the better team play, was for Navi Jr. having the better individuals, and that's the contrast. That's the stylistic clash rush we got going in this matchup.
Yeah, I would love to see from Young Ninjas an overpass pick. I think that's a map that Navi hasn't truly been tested on. I mean, they played big against it, but big kind of looked like they weren't totally in that game. Whereas Young Ninjas have great structure on it. They're good at flashing players like m0NESY off of the angles, minimizing their impact, and that's what they're going to go with. That's just such a great tactical map. And everything we've been prefacing here, the fact that Young Ninjas are the team that's probably better in terms of strategy, should work in their favor for overpass. And for the Navi pick,
I'm curious.
I think you got to go with Mirage, though. I think it's either Inferno or Mirage, though. And they go with Mirage. Okay, this is like one of their tried and tested maps. It was either going to be Dust 2, but Young Ninjas, since they perma-veto that out, I think Mirage is just one of their playgrounds.
In the context of the tournament, though, I think this is a very mature move as well for Navi Junior, because they played Inferno twice and they looked super good at Inferno. Won both times, and you know, you're maybe a little bit more compelled to pick Inferno in that regard. Mirage, you lost against MOUZ NXT. You had a loss on the map in the tournament, but they are well aware that Young Ninjas are also very strong in Inferno. If we get Inferno as a third deciding map, I think that's the perfect map pool for these two lineups, and I would be surprised if Navi Junior is not picking Inferno. They've looked very strong on it. We get to see it right here. We get Overpass, Mirage, Inferno, and that is the perfect middle ground for both teams. I'm glad Navi Junior didn't pick Inferno, but I'm pretty goddamn sure they're super happy that it is the third deciding map, should we get there.
This veto is just, honestly, it leads us to probably one of the most competitive series so far at the LAN. Both of the teams are definitely favored on their own picks, and like you were saying, Pimp, I mean, Inferno is a map that Young Ninjas came into the LAN looking like one of the best teams on, but the question is that Navi, are they peaking on Inferno because they've already taken down MOUZ? They took down Young Ninjas during the regular season. Like, this is going to be an incredibly competitive series.
I'm actually excited for once. I haven't had Pimp just go through each map and go, MOUZ NXT, MOUZ NXT, MOUZ NXT, okay, we'll see you later. Like, it's nice to have a competitive map pool. Now, obviously, we're going to be kicking things off on Overpass. We did see Navi Junior play it yesterday. I don't think it really tells us too much, though.
No, it doesn't. That was a walkover, to be completely honest. No offense to Big Omen Academy, but they weren't a team at this tournament who could compete against anyone. So we can't read too much into those results. We kind of have to discredit them a little bit in that regard. That being said, though, Overpass is a map, as you said, Maui. Navi Junior have played it for quite some time, but it's never been the go-to map pick. It's never been one of the top 3 maps in the map pool. It's a map they can play. It's a map where m0NESY can find a lot of impact, despite I do think he's a little bit too defensive the way he plays. I would love to see him be more aggressive towards the A-bomb side, go in towards the toilet, go towards A-long and mid-round aggression. Overpass to me is all about mid-round aggression on the CT side, and sometimes I feel Navi Junior is a little bit too passive. So I hope they have the balls in order to go in and actually take charge of this game.
They're going to have to, because Young Ninjas are going to deny a lot of info. They're going to be really good with their nade protocols, taking space and making sure that they don't take too many casualties. Navi are going to have plan Bs, because those opening picks, which they've been doing so well with at this tournament, they're going to be a lot harder when the flashes of ZTR and the support of the NIP squad is right in their faces.
Well, we have got our map selected. We know exactly where we're going for the first one. The question is, are Scraunders ready to take this one away?
Whoa, Tom, referring to us as if we are one being, as if we have somehow
laundry,
combined.
What's next?
What's next? Overpass. Overpass is what's next. Overpass is what's first, because this series, to choose our challenger, to figure out who has a chance at the revenge match versus MOUZ in the finals. That is what the whole day begins with, and I'm happy, man. I'm happy that we got 3 evenly matched maps. I'm happy that these 2 teams have shown us that on LAN they are the challengers, they are the real deal, but it's just about, you know, the bloodshed that comes before the championship Sunday.
Yeah, despite MOUZ being favored versus both of these teams, they specifically have an edge over Young Ninjas because they can just ban out Overpass, which is their strongest map by results. And Young Ninjas get to play that here versus Navi, which tipped the scales back a little bit, because I'd say, you know, probably Navi Junior slight favorite, maybe, in this matchup coming into the... I mean, I guess overall, their head-to-head, it's favoring Young Ninjas.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like Flamey's gotten a lot better, and the team right now is pretty scary. Navi Junior are such an X factor. I don't know. Even if I was MOUZ NXT, it feels like because they can peak so high on any given day, it's just a scary team to go up against.
That's the big one.
We don't know what they had for breakfast this morning.
Probably a big old buffet of breakfast goodies. Hopefully they're well fueled, and hopefully they can get themselves fired up, because I do agree here. If I had to say which of these 2 teams has a higher ceiling, I do feel like it is Navi Junior.
Yeah.
Which of these 2 teams have a more consistent system and therefore results? Well, that's going to be the Young Ninjas.
Yeah.
And this is the beauty of Counter-Strike, right? Is it always boils down to the day.
when the pressure is on here at LAN, and that's another X factor, right? We're talking about a LAN environment. Yeah, Young Ninjas have an edge over Navi in terms of results, but this is Navi Junior's first time qualifying for the LAN finals, which would be a really good chance for them to just push this all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah. Another factor is m0NESY's getting better and better. He had a weekday one, just a hard matchup in the first game, but he's supposed to be the best of the best, whereas I think Torzy was doing a really good job of killing him and really have an impact while m0NESY was playing. Yesterday, a lot better from m0NESY, and now I think he's the highest rated player at the event after beating both Big and, or at least, I'm already blanking. They played against each other already, right?
These guys? Young Ninjas and Navi? Who knows, man? I don't. Off the top of my head. Yeah, that should have been the opening matchup. Yeah, because MOUZ just dismantled.
Right, yeah, it was
yeah,
the
yeah,
first
yeah.
one.
Yeah,
So after those two games, we've got m0NESY topping it up. And we've got MAUI topping it off. Finishing up this graffiti outside the monster.
Honestly,
last time we did this, they rushed right away.
He's made no progress since the last time we saw him working on it.
He's a perfectionist.
Oh, okay.
Almost to a fault, some would say.
Well, alas. Here we go, folks. First map, Young Ninjas, Navi Junior. Who's going all the way to them finals? Begins on Overpass. Very excited to see Navi Junior properly tested, not playing versus Big Academy in this one, but rather a bit of an Overpass specialist. Rolf, man, he can barely see, but he regains vision, holds on to the 72 HP. Short water control fully for the CT. Sapek just ran through that smoke grenade.
Yes, sir.
And ices out Flamey instantly. All right.
What a crazy, crazy man.
That's a wild decision to make. Head Trick, he's trying to dodge this threat as 2 players, almost 3 players, all running up into heaven from the T side. They're taking away this post-plant position. Bomb is planted just behind the half wall, so this is a great post-plant for it. CTs have taken back the bomb site, but that's just a fake tap to try and elicit the peaks. Debo's good for the 1. m0NESY looking for the response. Bomb so far gone at this point that it's a pistol round win for Young Ninjas, but so much damage done by Navi Junior. Still unable to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole goal of that post plan is plant for heaven, push CT, get heaven control, and Navi Junior had 2 full flanks as they took a aggressive CT setup towards A, but it's the perfect counter to any kind of aggressive play over towards the A site. So Flamey didn't realize how hard that hit was going to come in. That cost him his life. And, of course, the next rotator coming from the CT, the regular route. Young Ninjas up 1 round on a very Swedish map. The main roster loves Overpass, always has. Has bled down into the secondary roster, the junior roster, the young roster, the Junies, the Junies.
Young Bloods.
m0NESY hit 140 BPM on that pistol round. So
through the freaking roof, man. Navi Junior definitely had the highest heart rates throughout the event. I'm no analyst, but I can analyze that. Physiologically, these guys are pumped. 2 smokes, instantaneous, pop it up in front of Sapek. He finds the gap between them, and we'll find the 2 kills off of the back of all that. ZTR headshot versus head trick. That's clearing most of the threats. There's still the scout, though. And just as I was getting to it, it gets to Fuzi. No A play, but Young Ninjas just cool off down towards B for a moment. They'll get that bomb plant for sure. And the second round with it.
I'd just like to say it was oddly satisfying to see those 2 smokes extinguish the 2 Molotovs at the same time.
Yes, it was, right?
Love that.
I've never seen that so synced. Take that moment. The sound cue, too.
Oh, it's great. Even just 1 is enough.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying.
Gets the heart pumping.
That was 140 there for a second.
Oh, can't even get away.
Oh,
that's a shame as well, because next round they're not buying. It would have been nice to have a scout in the next round, but...
Well, they still can.
Yeah, he will find it. Okay. Well, then, all things considered, let it go. Sapek, nice entries. Young Ninjas 2-0 start to the T side.
What's great, of course, about this matchup for those of you who are just tuning in, and a lot of people are flooding in because we've got WePlay's been getting some love on Reddit, which is great.
Yes.
Of course, there's the draw of the organizations to bring people in, but some of the players people don't know about yet. Of course, they're going to regret not knowing about them sooner by how good they are and how likely they are to move up in the future. But okay, before I continue my thought, let's listen into the Navi Junior TeamSpeak.
Давай монстр.
Давай. Ты хочешь глубоко или на выход?
На тайм.
Окей. Флэш зиг, вода.
Можем зиг взорвать, хочешь?
Они воду заняли, по сути.
Давай.
Флешка.
Мид не вижу, Илья.
Флешка на пик зиг. Я хожу четвертым Б сразу.
Давай.
Флэш монстр вышел, красный. Дал флэш по член, дал флэш по член.
Хорош. Один хп у него за ТР.
Еще выше.
Найс.
Посмотрите слева.
Пытайтесь жить.
Живу. Красный слева.
Я иду с Зиги жить.
Поднял с меня. Живу.
Вода. Уходит один. Уходит один.
Один красный. Не остался на девятке.
Короткий минус 50. Но новый дигл, осторожно, минус 30.
Okay. Я спалю, что я в холпе. Забрал зиг. Ты монстра забрал? Да. Нет, я смотрю зиг. Заберу монстра. Давай, смотрю зиг. Ну, чат, не, главное, чтобы не открывайся на зиг. Я в холпе справа. Слева точно.
Роев.
Похуй стоим. Красный. Я по правой давлю, я по правой давлю. Ага, одно хп. Одни хп.
Найс! Хорош!
Nice move from m0NESY. He didn't even let that get too far. There's, you know, it seems clear right there. He's going to put the bomb down. He's probably going to fake.
Yep.
Knowing m0NESY's likely close, and m0NESY just runs it. Nice round from Onkir.
Damn, man.
Wow.
Deagles,
we played
huh?
the day in round 3.
Yeah, tune out now. It's over. No.
Got the headshot, ran through the molly, got another kill. That was it. It was just about him and his deagle.
That is a sign of things to come.
Post-nerf, too. He did that post-nerf.
The fact that Headtrick gets just a USP kill to also kind of kick it off. Fear also good for the one. So that's that talent kind of across the board for Navi Junior. And a bit of a hiccup for Young Ninjas as their map pick looked to start swimmingly. Luckily for them, there's obviously cash in the coffers, but there's also an off in the hands of m0NESY. We've got Flamey opening versus ZTR. Quick push from Young Ninjas out from Monster. So far, not so good. A little bit of an answer with Sapek able to kill 2. Again, he's good for these double entries, and he's going to just crank that dial. Finds himself a 3rd kill. Solo is Sapek. And now it's m0NESY and Fear trying to retake it from Graffiti. A missed op shot's going to allow for Debo to get the 4th kill, and there it is, a full house on the B site. Young Ninjas back to winning ways.
Didn't think we'd see another WePlay of the day so soon. Right there, Sapek, 3K entry. He's been awesome, man. We've been saying his name more and more consistently. His land performance so far has been remarkable. Very clean shots, low time to kill. Super beast on the entries, just a total leveler, really, as soon as he gets onto the sites. And yeah, that's 2 rounds back-to-back where it's kind of one player making one hell of a move to tip the scales. But in this circumstance, you know, hurts more on the CT side.
We've seen this boost from Navi Junior before.
Yeah, but it's just a bit of voyeurism for Navi. They don't actually take the shot sometimes.
There's a slight difference in that they at least have 1 player B. Last time it was just all 5A.
Flamey wants a second chance, but they're so late that the cross is coming up towards long.
Yeah. If they come around that long corner.
Yeah, we'll see. The only issue is you can't see anything except for back on the stairs.
Ooh, but that helps.
Wow, dude. How?
Onkir with the double USP tap into Fuzi.
And he's out.
That's a USP versus op. Oh, that's information.
Got rid of the gun. And they're coming to... Oh, okay, maybe not coming towards long.
The fact that Onkir also survived that with 1 health is that's just solid.
Now they need the triple boost in the balloons to get the gun.
Yeah, they know it's out there, right?
That would be so cool, actually. Could you imagine? Oh, are they going to do it?
Come on.
That would be fantastic.
They're like, yeah, come on. Who's got the longest arms?
That's the play we need to see. Delay this bomb plant for a second. Are they doing it? Oh,
they can't get it.
Okay.
Shame. Damn shame. Head trick, gonna die out on the barrels, so the B site has already been cleared out. 20 seconds to spare, and again, the downside of that emphasis on A.
They might as well go back and try to get that gun.
Just really, really try. Fear's like, come on, guys.
They had to. Could they do it with 2, or do they need a third to get it?
I'm gonna try to find it.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try.
Come on. I mean, why not? You got nothing else to do.
Yes, this is what the people want to see. I said.
Show me party.
This is what the people want to see.
I want to see it.
When they see this boost. Oh, they're not trying.
Ain't nothing down here.
Nope. In balloons, maybe.
Maybe they're trying to shoot it in? No. Oh, well. Lost in the bushes.
Tough.
Like Homer Simpson. Bomb pops. We've got Young Ninjas continuing their winning ways. 4-1 lead for NAVI Jr. Other than a nice little on-cure kill. On the plus side, you know, I find this curious, actually. They threw away the op. Now they have to rebuy one, Young Ninjas.
Oh, wasn't it an AK they threw away?
No, it was an op, I'm pretty sure. Because it was Fuzi who died.
He got out-opped by a pistol.
And not just any pistol, but a USP.
A US pistol. Is that what the P in USP stands for?
Yes, actually. Universal Standard Pistol. I made that up.
United States pistol.
Oh, boy. Fuzi off to a slower start, but that's okay. He's got time to kind of warm up into the game.
He'll have 9 kills in the next 3 rounds. Just you wait.
All right. I will. Ooh, nice combination between the A1S damage and the nade, not to mention m0NESY getting the better of Fuzi here towards Party. A 5-3 lead in terms of man advantage. Straight out the gate of this 6th round.
Being very flirtatious with these forward aggressive setups. It's the aggression that we like to see from NAVI Jr. I think that's leveled up their game. Smoke's a bit poofy. A little scary here for head trick. Oh, the tag. They definitely heard that.
Oh, that flash pops perfectly, and it's another double kill from Sapek. But he's stopped after the 2. Last man's been found. Flash goes beyond him. Rolf just looking for this close fight, but he's got to be cautious about the Heaven players. Molotov to try and help him, but he can't manage the kill, and so he won't find the plant, and so they'll lose the round. NAVI Jr. grab another.
It's an interesting stylistic clash between these two teams because we've seen a couple of good rounds. Individuals are winning rounds in this game so far. That one was a lot more to do with teamwork. It was a nice opening tactic by Fear to put that spam down to punish anybody trying to run out the door fast with that HE, and then m0NESY, as they fell back, covered him very well. And that's the relationship you've got to have with your bathrooms player, stairs player. If you're either don't have short control, they don't have a way out that way. If you don't have bathroom control, they have no way out at all. So kind of always looking for the tether. Oh, man. A couple of times that they flash m0NESY, and it just gives him a timing shot because they never throw an empty flash and see if he takes a step. And here is not losing duels right now.
Bro, NAVI Jr. just shooting through the blindness. Back-to-back rounds with immediate 5v3 advantages for NAVI Jr. So the CT side very much coming alive in a very proactive way, hunting for those fights straight out the gate and finding them. But ZTR can also answer.
Okay.
Cost them a lot of HP, and a teammate falls right after. Not a comfortable spot for Young Ninjas, but we saw them at least get closer to a bomb site in the last round. See if they can pull it off again. Bomb picked back up by ZTR. A minute to try and work a little ninja magic.
Sometimes when the calling's a little foggy on NAVI Jr., they're not getting the kills early in the round. Sometimes they're waiting, starving their opponent out of space, and then taking the fights nice and late. But right now, we're just seeing a lot of prophylaxis from NAVI Jr. It's very compelling CT side so far. Even though they've only got 2 rounds, it feels like this game is quite even.
Curious to see what they start to throw at m0NESY, seeing as he's been in this active forward opper.
That's a tough one, man. I mean, that's when he'll start to transcend, because you have to be a fool to believe he doesn't have the skill to compete at almost every level of this game from what you can see. It's mostly just the experience. I think Torzi said the same thing about himself, that he's ready for Tier 1 play. Who knows if that's actually true or not, but with
I like the confidence.
He has to believe in himself first. And he also says that it's the LAN experience that he knows for himself. He just needs a little bit more of, which everyone I'm sure could see about themselves as well. I mean, get to play in a great studio like this. I mean, this feels like an enormous event, despite not having a crowd, because look at this production, man. You sit here, you see your face on the screen behind you. You do the walkouts, got the music. We had DJs earlier. Got Tom Biz ushering you in. You know what I'm saying?
All sorts of goodies, including TeamSpeak rounds. Let's jump into the Navi camp as they continue this little comeback on the start of the CT side.
Окей, окей, который бежать будет, нормально.
Взорвем дыха я.
Потушили мид, я смог отдал.
Не тушит. Потушили? Смог майн быстро или мид?
Не-не-не, это мой мид.
Окей.
Шары.
Да, даю. Дал. Шары тип?
Не-не-не, мой, говорю, смог.
Окей. Я монстра смогу.
Давай, я к тебе 2 монстра.
Давай, я антиблайн.
Я отошел.
Длину не вижу.
Я за иксом прыгаю.
Подвал один. Флэш, 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 флэш.
Длину был, я зашел.
Три флешки ба.
Меня Зига убили.
Я плант несу.
Надо сейтер. Не смог хелпу дали. Смог где буду сейвить.
А, не попал.
Да, надо сейвить. Один красный, по идее.
Может загонять типчик.
Смог деть обновили, надо сейвить. Можешь деть, пока приконтролить будет. Не хочешь?
И уже не успел. Слышал топот какой-то.
Ну, я забрал тебя полностью.
Давай.
Забери пока спал.
С подвала выбежали или с воды, ребят?
С подвала, по-моему.
Давай подвал ебать. Флэш.
Давай
хопа.
ебать подвал просто. Я буду разбивать его, сейчас не буду даже зиг взорвать.
Только нужно флэш. Мы
Хорошо. Егор, станешь за членом тогда? Приконтролишь отпикивающего, я с планта дам флэш.
Я выживаю.
And so what goes around can come around. Not quite the Desert Eagle force buy win of previous, but we're 8 rounds into the game, and each team has picked up a round that they're not supposed to have won.
Yeah.
Good to know.
It's very individualistic from that. It feels like this isn't so much about the entire kind of mapped out half for either team, because there are just some of these individual blow-ups in these rounds that are just taking over, destroying the economy or bringing it back. And so there's not much in the way of conditioning, I would say, in this game so far to characterize a greater picture for where the half is going to go. This feels like we're going one round at a time. Let's try an idea. Tactic seems to work. Oh, we might get ecoed. Boom. We'll bring it right back. And SAPAC for Ninjas has just been coming through with these double entries, specifically on the B site. It's where they've got all their success. And that's an X factor. Monster is a place that, and no matter what, at any level, there will be a timing in a round that you could walk out and get a 50-50 duel. Like, there's always going to be a time. And it's really, really hard to play it, late into the game. And Monacy's going for a stairs pick, loves to do this. Always makes sure to hit a couple of strafes in the hop as well on his way down. Can make or break a timing there. Might sits on the flick as well. And they'll try to trade him out. Monacy says, "You chasing me?"
Yeah.
No.
Later.
I'm luring you.
And he's out. So for as many double entries as SAPAC can get on the B site, it seems like Monacy can get those opening op frags on A.
It's pretty much what it is.
We've got 2 battles across this map unfolding. And we'll see if we can get both of them within 1 round, because SAPAC is still down here and is definitely shooting hot. I have to raise the concern, though. Fuzi's still 0 kills, and Fuzi's normally the guy that we look to on Young Ninjas.
He'll be back.
He'll be back, yeah, hopefully sooner than later for the sake of Young Ninjas. But there is still time. You're 9 rounds deep. Some players, they'll shake that off like it's nothing. Other players, they just won't. And today's the day to find out which of the 2 he could be. From a 3v5 to the 3v4, but it doesn't look like Navi Jr. are going to shy away from playing into short. Now, Onkir, nice timing, but Rolf, nice headshot. And Monacy's here within this B site. That could have been Fuzi's chance to just open it up, to really alleviate the pressure, but luckily, it's this SAPAC and Rolf duality that comes in from short side, leaves Sphere in the clutch with a health advantage over top of these 2, but they're just going to play tethered, keep it close.
Bomb is once again planted for Heaven, which also, they can play it from back pit. Just careful not to expose himself to certain angles. I feel like Fear understands what the post plan is right now.
But he's going to have to kill 2, and they could line up for this. Oh. They don't. SAPAC, insta-headshot. He gets those B entries again off of the back of Rolf's also short play.
Wow.
And we've got a Young Ninjas that's firing up.
No kidding, man. No kidding. This is one of those games you got to watch the Sapek demo.
3v5.
3v5, they pulled that off. Rolf and Sapek.
Not the two names I expected to, be really shouting as we came into this.
Sapek, maybe.
Yeah, but
from the lens so
not
far.
so consistently.
Not so consistently.
Especially not in 3v5 type moments. And Rolf, I think, kind of flies under the radar for me. So, listen, I'm all aboard.
Rolf Adolf.
m0NESY wrecking Fuzi as he came out the monster tunnel. That nade, that's a big one, because if that short player is able to just take one more with him, get into a better spot, distract and allow Fear to attack them while their heads are turned.
Fear could have walked that full flank, actually. Would have got one for free. If he was really careful about it.
Frag denies it all. Sapek, man, 14-3.
Wow.
That's Rolf's MVP round, okay?
And it's just impact.
But Sapek's 14-3.
There were no exit frags in that 14-3 scoreline you see on Sapek right now.
I feel like
those were double and triple entries only.
Yep.
Sometimes he was the guy with the pistol.
All 14 kills on B side. I don't know if that's true, but it feels it.
Yes.
Door swung wide. Already in position. Fear, nicely done. Quick little boost. Very, very rapid response to the info gained from Connector.
They like dying for the fast short control. One of the. Ooh, okay. We're gonna make it in the sight now.
Rolf's doing his best Sapek impression, and after that first USP kill, there's no other level of success for Navi Jr. 7-3 the lead for Young Ninjas.
Damn.
Quick and easy, into B again. I haven't seen a terrorist on the A-bomb site yet.
No, they've never been put. They've never got that far. They can't get
never
past the
been past bathrooms.
And hey, that's why they put 2 sites on the map, right? That's why God put 2 sites on each map, so you didn't have to go to one.
Crazy.
So that you can avoid m0NESY.
Crazy stuff.
By God, I mean Gabe.
Who has 2 glass eyes?
He has 2 glass eyes.
Little run boost. All right, here's the response, If you're not going to come to the A site, then we're going to move m0NESY and hope that you don't change your game plan. But sure enough, in this exact round, we have more attention thrown from the Young Ninjas up towards A. But Rolf, don't you look...
Oh my God.
Crucial error.
You actually... Oh, wow. He swings so hard right there. He swings like he's on a playground.
Speaking of which...
He swings like Barry Bonds.
m0NESY.
He swings like a happy couple. I'm very happy I had a third one.
I was going to press you on it, but you delivered. Well done. Ah, that's funny. Silence from the Young Ninjas, huh? Falling back onto their consistent B attempts, maybe? The thing is, m0NESY's not moved. He's still over here. He's got short control with that op. Flamey's auto shotgun sitting inside of the bathrooms. There's this lurk from Young Ninjas. It'd be a tragedy if Debo were to walk into that buckshot, but 20 seconds left over. Oh, it's got to be the all-in B.
Hedrick likes this angle. Oh, but the flash, nose flash is all they needed.
Didn't look away from it. m0NESY, though, still here. Again, man, gets a kill despite the flash, just blinding him. Able to line it up nonetheless. Debo does kill Flamey, so that's that connector flank already taken out, but they need the bomb plant, and m0NESY's not able to stop it, but the closest support does die. ZTR still inside of the smoke, waiting for Debo to join him, and Onkir has already revealed himself. I believe his M4's dry. He stands inside smoke and gets found out by ZTR. Young Ninjas hitting that site with like a second to spare.
Yeah.
Hedrick's position called out. You said it. He has an affinity for that spot.
He loves that spot. He does love that spot, and it's a strong spot, but he got called out in this specific instance. Now, m0NESY could have re-smoked the end of Monster. Not sure if it would have made an enormous difference, because you could still get caught by a nose flash. But yeah, I think the tactic was designed for Hedrick in that position. He was so good in it yesterday. Didn't even have to really pay attention to the game to notice that he was owning from that position.
Yeah, Big had to peek at 3 players at a time to kill him.
8 rounds won at B, maybe. 8 rounds won at B. They didn't win a round today.
Dude, I haven't even gone A, man. I swear, they have not been past... That position from Rolf last round was the closest they've ever gotten to the A side.
Yep.
And they still had a ½ kilometer to run. Now Navi Jr. just not equipped well enough to stop this one, you'd think. Although they have won a similar round, so we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Fuzi at least on the scoreboard. It doesn't need to be with guys like Sapek popping off this hard. 16-4 is Sapek. We got to keep a track on that.
It felt like Oncare wasn't losing any duels, but somehow just the entire site collapsed a number of times on rifle rounds. Sapek's your man.
Frag could be good. Great damage. Takes head trick down to 16 on that B site. Rolf postures versus Fear. Takes some damage, grabs bomb, and runs away. It's the connector players that are looking to come maybe find this Desert Eagle, but Fear's repositioned and plays passive instead. Flamey, he's going to be stepping forward off of the flash. Ooh, Fuzi's got him dead to rights. ZTR is a couple steps closer, so he's looking for that follow-up kill. CT's trying to scramble down here to maybe stop it, but what do you know? Young Ninjas on the B side again.
9 rounds in a row that they win on B. And because of how open the site is, there are just there are infinite possibilities for how you can take B. You don't even need a lot of map control to take it. Plus, it's quicker to get to than the A site, so you don't necessarily have to work map control to make it seem like you're going to go B first. It's kind of a cool and powerful site for that reason. But yeah, we didn't see Navi struggle so much over on the site, and it feels like I don't have that much data on exactly what's going on with versus these entries. They're so blisteringly fast after the exec comes out. But definitely a little bit more preemptive utility and some more setups that are dedicated to holding on to Monster on both sides of Monster. I know they tried one earlier on. It didn't work out too well. I feel a little bit empathetic for Navi because I haven't seen anything that's just glaringly bad about the way that they're holding it, the positions that they played so far. More just want to lean into the credit for Young Ninjas just being super sharp today. Tips of shurikens.
Fuzi's off finds Flamey. These pistol players, you know, Sapek, he's been running this versus the guns, so a round like this is nothing for him. Definitely the man of the match thus far. 12 rounds deep on map 1. m0NESY looking for a target up here on A. Gives him the timing to cross around playground, so he's going to have to be wary of it. And sure enough, Rolf's up there somewhere. They're waiting for the m0NESY peek down here in connector. Fuzi trying to counterplay it with his op. Doesn't get that contact, and they scare Flamey back closer towards bathrooms already.
Can say that you also, when you have 3 players on B, you're not supposed to need to push anything else. And they are pushing up aggressively on A a lot. But we do see opportunities for Navi to pull off big flanks if they wanted to really reinforce B or lean into B in a different way. You don't necessarily have to put 5 players on the site to hold it. So that's an option that they maybe want to consider in the future. Oh.
Alrighty. That's m0NESY for you.
I mean, he could have been there.
That's what happens when you try to go A.
And then what happens?
They go B.
Go B.
And then what happens?
They win.
Yeah, Sapek double entry. That's what tends to unfold. But head trick gets that second op, and we know he's good with it. There it is. 2 kills from him. Ops, the name of the game. Sapek finally able to get his attempt into the site, but there's just too many players here at this point. m0NESY very quickly rotating down. The B hit comes to a halt. They're able to stop it. It's the first real attempt at the double op, and head trick makes that work.
Ops are great. They're like aspirin or paracetamol or whatever they called here. But it's just it's a catch-all remedy. Okay, no matter what you're doing on your team, no matter what level you are, level 1, 10, or pro, you can always get an op and win a round. They're having problems on the B site. You don't even have to talk to your teammates when you do this. Hendrick did this alone. He had no nades for support. He just put down 2 kills where they couldn't before. The op is very powerful. Just costs a lot of money, that's all.
That's the problem, man.
Just be good with your money.
You gotta lose, 9 rounds to have the bonus to buy it.
Yeah, you can win some rounds.
They're able to recover at least 1 more. Still, it's an underwhelming CT side from Navi Jr., but at least they've seen some sort of a solution unfold here at the B site. Let's see if they can do... No, not this time. Head Trick doesn't have the cover of the pillar. Flamey doesn't have the cover of a teammate, but he does have the element of surprise. They lost track of him on short. Sapek didn't quite find that right entry, and Flamey's going to get himself a double. ZTR, quick answer. It's a man advantage for Navi Jr. Two of those players, though, are tagged. And Onkir looks to lock down towards Pit, but dies out. It needs to be ZTR. 1v3 turned 1v1, and he's got that headshot. 4 kills on the round, and a 10th for Young Ninjas.
He's trying to take the elevator up to the main roster with that one. That's a beautiful clutch from Zeter.
Hot damn. Sapek was looking elsewhere when Flamey tucked into that close wall, and it felt like if you can shut down Sapek, you can shut down the whole show. ZDR's got other ideas.
Yeah, they've got levels as well. They're a strong team individually, and maybe even stronger slightly tactically, as you mentioned. So that's going to instill confidence. You know, he sits in the middle of all of his teammates. He also sits closest to the desk. They've got almost this snowbird formation. Right?
Okay, sure. The old Canadian goose, eh?
Yes.
That clutch hit. Modesty finds a wallbang frag. Down goes Debo.
How do you even do that? I mean, I don't even know where he was. Peek down the stairs.
Yeah, shooting through something, man. Okay.
Just a real Modesty moment.
Shot through the heart.
And it's too late. Heartbreak.
Not yet. Not too late just yet. If Young Ninjas can pull out 3v5s, 1v3s. You know, we haven't really seen Navi Jr. come back from man disadvantages. Nor have we really seen them win rounds, but this could be it. This could be the one. Young Ninjas looking at this A site, and they have an open avenue down long, and a bit of a weird timing, unfortunately, for Navi Jr. Fear, he just changed positions, offering over long. It will synchronize alongside the two Ts coming through bathrooms, but Bomb's going to take the long route. Monacy's going to go hunting off of that utility usage, and sure enough, finds ZTR with a nade out. This is going to be a CT side on high alert. Fear stops them once they arrive and doesn't re-peek. I love this bit of patience. Just allow them out. Oh! He does decide to take the initiative, but so be it. 8 seconds left over, and they've got it in the bag. A 5th one from Navi Jr. to close out the CT side. 2 of the final 3 even. So a little burst of life as they'll take to the offense.
I think we saw a 20-kill half there from Sapek. Got a glimpse of it. Ooh. Insane. 0 rounds won at A, still 10 rounds in total.
Yeah, at least they stepped on the A site.
I think it was quite literally just 5 attempts on B and 10 attempts on, or sorry,
other
5 attempts on A
yep.
and 10 attempts on B.
Yep.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
No. No, I haven't. But now I have.
Well, the interesting part about the T side when you swap over is some of these players who were not getting a lot of action, playing the wrong side of the map, if you will, get to now either be the tip of the spear or can, choose their impact in a round.
Yes, sir.
So it's going to be on the CTs. Is Sapek going to get avoided now? We see just an absurd amount. None of his teammates have over 10 kills. He has 20.
That's nuts. It's the Sapek show. Curious to see what he can offer us on the defense. Curious to see how aggressive Young Ninjas want to play the defense out of the gate.
It's not because the hand warmer guys. Those things do nothing. They're a lie. Have you tried them?
Yes. Yeah. When we go skiing.
They feel nice.
They were. I don't think they work in a. They're not that big of a deal in a gaming environment. But if you're going skiing on a cold Canadian winter day, you shove a couple of those down in your mittens, and then they just stay in there.
Oh, I see.
And plus the mitten serves as
they
like
burn.
Depends on how.
Better than frostbite.
Yeah, exactly. Can you handle the heat?
20-7.
Can you handle that heat?
Jeez.
125 ADR off of the top.
Monacy plus Fear equals Sapek.
Man of the moment. And we're going to jump into this very Swedish team speak to hear out the second pistol.
Smyg när du också, som heter den. Ja.
Två mid, en P50. Två mid, en P50.
På länk, eller vad säger du?
Jag släpper i läraren i alla fall. Två mid, en P50.
Ja.
Jag har midvalva.
Jag gillar mid, inte balans.
Han ser ett huvud, Oliver, så du vet. Om du står
Okej,
där.
fake hackar du.
Ja, jag får stå här då.
Jag försöker hålla koll på båda.
Akta lång, Love, kanske.
Jag kan gå lång.
Typ kolla det, jag håller mitt.
Ja, okej, jag backar site.
Det känns typ som ett lång exec-lag.
Jag kommer gå ner. Ducka under mig, jag vill gå ner, Oliver.
Ingen lång. Vi börjar 2-2. Eller en lista på 2 i alla fall.
Japp. Ett. Jag kommer söka.
Jag går upp
Jag
jag skiter i det.
2, mycket. 3,
Ni kon, UG.
Jag kommer gå med.
Det är 4 UG. Icke om lång.
Har du öppnat dörren än?
Dörren öppnar. Den är ingen, ja.
Är den öppen?
Ja, den öppnar.
Okej, jag står vatten på B.
Okej, jävlas.
Ja, kom B typ. Jag tror typ att de bara kommer gå i monster med höga smock eller.
Ja, man kan höga. Ja.
Du har inte rörsmock om du vill, Erik.
Smoke eller?
Banan. Japp, lägger upp bank.
Japp, jag har en smoke till retake. Uppe site, truck. Jag kommer skifta upp.
Väntar.
En banne och en default tror jag. Det här är jättewinnable.
Default.
Jag kommer gå upp i trapp snart.
Jag är close till Erik.
Självklart vänster.
Akta close vänster.
Japp, jag kommer stå och hålla smoken. Det är ingen smoke.
Akta default annars.
Det är ingen truck. Boys. En spot eller?
Vänster.
Ja, en default. Det ligger kit och smoke på mig.
Det är lugnt.
Jag gick dem lång då.
Japp.
If you wanted to know where it all went wrong, you just got to go back to the stair setup.
Yeah, connector,
It's, you know, you don't expect tees to clamp on stairs that late. You know, they held it for so long. They were bored. These Zoomers don't got the attention span to stay in stairs for 45 seconds plus.
That's what happens.
Most of us aren't even better than that at this point.
That's what happens.
After all our years of iPad gaming, reading short articles, watching TikTok.
You mean headlines?
Headlines.
Reading headlines.
Oh, yeah. Reading the articles.
You're a madman.
Who does that?
Ooh, Fuzi's got the scout shot. Good damage in already. That's Modesty to 29. That's a start. Hasn't been too many crazy outcomes in terms of like lesser buys winning rounds, but there was 2 of them, 1 per team in the first half, that I can recall clearly. 2 CTs boosted inside a connector, and they're going to get cut down by Onkir. All too easy. All too easy.
They said, let's boost. Let's see if somebody's inside the stairs.
But there wasn't a door on the hinges. So Navi Jr. just walked right in.
EJ, Onkir, Khaled threw him off.
Now he's squatting in their house.
Putting the hinges in their hands.
Walks around to play the monster side. Everybody trying to get down to this B site quickly. Scout is in position, but there's a smoke grenade up in heaven, so that makes it awkward. ZTR is going to play the side of the smoke, and maybe that's where the big play happens. No, sir. It all gets shut down as Navi Jr. run through this B bomb site and secure their 7th round win. So that's a 3-point lead for Young Ninjas with buys inbound.
What do you call it when you say Onkir's name incorrectly?
When you say Onkir's name, I don't know. What do you call it when you say Onkir's name incorrectly?
Onkward.
Oh my god, shut up, dude. just shut your mouth. 7th round is closed. Navi, 4 players up. 1 scout headshot. That's all she wrote.
Socially awkward.
Awkward. Keep it moving forward. Where are we going? Whoa, it's flooded.
Let's
It's
go.
What, Pimp's fishing again?
Oh my god, this guy can't stop.
Hey,
You're never going to catch a hot dog, Pimp.
My
Give
name
it up.
is Jacob Vinicky.
And I'm fishing in the sea.
A rootin' tootin', cowboy shootin'. See us go. You think fish is ever, a fish? You think Pimp has ever been on a boat? I doubt it.
It would sink with his ego. Thing would capsize in seconds.
I wish Young Ninjas had some guns to work with, but they won't. They will not. And even with said limited pistols, they've gotten more kills than they did last round. So hold on. Hold your horses. Flamey into the B bomb site, tagged up by the Galil that was picked back up, and the CTs just get all split up and frazzled. They get frazzled, Mohan. as they tried to fall back to the B site. They just wanted an exit route. They wanted some kind of backup plan, and that's not going to happen. So sure enough, connector crunch gets a little damage in, but that's it. Now the guns begin for the Young Ninjas CT side.
Can't even have that. Yeah, after a little slip up on the pistol and a couple of clean rounds from NAVI Jr., they do the simple shake, and they're back in the game. Complete reset. This won't be an easy one, as was well characterized by the desk. It's a very nice veto for the fans.
Yeah.
This game could be close.
A match for the people.
A match for the people.
And for that second grand final spot, MOUZ NXT attentively watching this match.
You could say Overpass is a CIS map as well. It was actually like one of the most played maps at the RMR, wasn't it?
The CIS RMR?
The CIS RMR, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Got a lot of action.
Great map.
Well designed.
Just in general. Not originally.
Not originally.
But they made it work.
Two different versions, really. Used to be able to run over top of Monster into the B site.
Imagine that. I can't.
Longer those days.
Very passive play from Young Ninja in this first gun round. They didn't go prying around party. They didn't throw themselves into connector. They didn't even vie for control of short, just playing sites instead. We've gotten to that 40-second mark. Rolf throws himself up there. We had a double nade stack just now. Navi Jr. trying to blow players off of this B site, but it doesn't connect. We don't have Young Ninjas within the site, but rather push forward onto Monster. Incendiary goes down on short at the 25-second mark. Smoke comes out from Navi Jr., but the bomb is very much heading up towards A, and this is going to be seen. Oh, Devo! Big moment for him, but only the one kill. So Onkir's still able to just play forward here, looking to create space to ensure that the bomb goes down, but Fuzi, he finds a line of sight into the bomb site and a second. He knows that Headtrick's hands are busy, and ZTR is here in time to stop that plant and win the round for Young Ninjas.
44 ADR for Fuzi, but what a site defense in that round and a panic rotation back. I actually like the energy from Navi Jr. They did run quite a big risk of selling that fake as late as they did, but they did open themselves up with stairs control, which is, fair enough. They got that map control, and they thought frontside bathrooms was going to be clean. They'd still have to kill one target on their way in. They find the trade. Fuzi's emergency rotation was just soon enough, and of course he had an incredible flick on that second.
Yeah, that's oof. That's the good one.
Come on, a player swinging in from the right side. He was not ready for that at all. Heart rate still going.
He's kicking it up a notch. It's hard to catch up to everybody else when Sapek's still a monster. 22 kills, 10 deaths. But not quite the impact we saw on his T side. That's fine. Time will go on. First gun round is in the bag for Young Ninjas. So chalk up the first three to just losing pistol, and
everyone else can help out.
Fresh.
You know.
Yeah, it's your.
I would rather have a teammate who specialized on T side than CT. Everyone's good at CT side. So now it's time for the homies to come through.
Debo takes to the front line. This is a much more adventurous setup from Young Ninjas on A than last round. Flash for Fear to challenge around. Curious to see how Debo holds this, man. He's got the op looking over him, so he doesn't actually have to check into party. Oh, but he does. Off of a teammate's flash, attempts to find something, and will eat the op shot of Monacy.
Trusting flashes is such a scam, man. Such a scam. It really is.
That's why I make sure I throw them.
There's been 3 rifle round op kills that have come because a flash got thrown at Monacy. He was like, oh, it's time to shoot now? Sometimes I would really like if Young Ninjas once in a while threw a flash they didn't peek off of, just to see if they get some movement.
Yeesh, this is a very easy entry by the looks of things. Young Ninjas just going to be playing in towards bathrooms. They'll have some sort of a line being held, but Fuzi, he's drawn between 2 directions. ZTR, good for 2 kills. But again, that threat, it's coming through the bathrooms. They know that there's another player long. Monacy wants to keep their attention. Fuzi, he hasn't turned his attention back around, and so Monacy and Headtrick are able to synergize, but this is still falling the way of Young Ninjas. Rolf in with the kill on sight, and Headtrick's going to need this 1v2. Now, Young Ninjas currently split up. They've got a frag and a kit between them, and Sapek caught out but not killed. Headtrick softens him nicely. Has a very comfortable health advantage over the other, and the kill versus Rolf. So now Headtrick, you'd think he's got this in the bag. All he needs to hit is a single shot, one bullet. And Sapek, who has been shooting so hot on that T side, is just crawling in tip for tip. Oh, he finds timing, but not the kill. Although it's more even, it's still Headtrick's to close.
He's way too fast, man. Headtrick, so nice in the clutch. We've seen a few 1v2s from him already.
Hot damn.
Stealing the spotlight. So well played.
Hot diggity damn.
That's a round that was tossed a little bit by NIP.
That setup,
as you mentioned,
nobody turned around.
Fuzi got completely tunnel visioned.
Yeah.
And I swear they had info. There was at least one more that could have come from bathrooms. Here's ETR helping Fuzi out, right? He's covering his front side sight. Fuzi's just Fuzi's like, okay, just in case I have to frag, I'm looking this direction, but a little bit too concerned with it. No trust in the communication. You can see when players are not communicating or at least looking at what the other is watching. Because in that case, he would have known he would have been safe from sight as long as ETR is sitting there in the flower bed. He could have been on the other side of bathrooms, but of course, not the very best game from Fuzi today.
And so in that round, it will be felt. And in the following rounds, that clutch will continue to have impact. Money not there for Young Ninjas. Gonna have to concede this one or try their absolute damnedest. Connector crunch is in the cards. But what gets dealt? Flashbang in from Sapek. Off of that flash they pop. On here, Blind still gets the one. It's Headtrick behind him to deal with the threat. Not the first time we've seen Young Ninjas pull out a couple kills on a round like this in Connector. But, ooh, Flamey. He dies to Berettas.
Yeah, gun goes dry. Oh,
ZTR, though.
Back.
Yeah, now it's the 8 HP Armored Beretta 1v3. Highly unlikely. Although well-informed. He hears two players go sprinting by.
It's malinformation.
Yeah. Oh, that's so baity.
Yeah.
Headtrick just waiting the entire time, and sure enough, it happens. So Navi Jr. surviving another pistol armor round.
This is a grindy-ass game. I don't know who's gonna win based on what we've seen so far. It's kind of unique in the way of like it doesn't feel like IGLs are at the focal point of the game right now with the way the rounds have played out. It's a lot of good tactics, some really huge individual efforts, and it just feels like Navi Jr.'s T side is competitive enough to be able to break the economy, maybe the spirits of Young Ninjas here. Sapek's definitely cooled off a bit at this point. Aren't too many others stepping up.
Oi.
Wonder if they're going to try the triple grenades or they're just readying a monster hit. Sometimes you jump out to the right, wait. Sometimes you're waiting specifically for a smoke so you can walk into it, but it's wide open to attack. They'll finally throw a smoke down, and you can see now they start to group up. We saw a very, very last-second rotation on a previous round in a setup like this. Navi bled down the clock.
It's going to look very similar, in fact. 30 seconds left over. Still Sapek with a smoke in hand.
Some Zeus Navi business right here.
Generational influence. As said, that smoke thrown out immediately puts out the fire, creates a nice little bit of wiggle room for Young Ninjas, but Onkir will win that duel from short. Sapek waiting patiently here. ZTR inside of the site. It's through 2 kills between them. Make it a third. ZTR dies and it's just Modesty left. 8 seconds. It's a solid B site hold. 3 players within it as the grenades come over top. But does that all unfold too late?
It does, because they have to, yeah, they're not scaling well because they have a Molotov in front of headshot with the, smoke in front of the barrel. That's all normal. They know what the counter utility is going to come out, but they need to go and trade while that smoke is still in, while the molly is still up. Otherwise, you know, he can go back and stand in that spot. That's one new position they have to worry about. CTR is not in a weird position either, but yeah, they get one headshot kill, and then they don't do a good job of getting all the way over the railing into the backup hit or getting the kills they need to feel good about putting the plant down or covering the ramp or whatever it is. So Navi, I don't know why we've seen 2 rounds like that so far, but to me that's a sign of a bit of fogginess with the IGLing. Either ideas are running a little bit low, they seem intent on this thing working, something that the ninjas are doing are actually mentally tricking them, like some kind of nades that they're throwing, or like, wait, we're not expecting this. But in general, it's not very promising when you think about the future of the map to see rounds like that.
Young Ninjas hoping to scoop up the rewards of that last round win. Oh, that's not okay. Not every day you see a Glock team kill.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Not every day.
And also,
tapping away. Flamey's going to die out to the USP. So this one, I mean, dude, this wasn't even... There was no opening, no chance, no shot.
But yeah.
Betrayal.
Trying to figure out what exactly is happening here right before our eyes for Navi Jr. Because they're just fighting. They were fighting really well for a bit there on T side. Like, they're doing some good stuff, but something's definitely changed a little bit.
Onkir tries his damnedest. Rolf's got that outside short control. So yes, the previous round in the easy B hold followed up versus the Pistols.
And the other thing is that when they did these late B-side hits, it was also kind of best case scenario, right? It's down to 25 seconds or so. It's already a little bit scary. And then when they exit into the site, I mean, NIP didn't push A in any of these rounds. What if they had, you know?
Yeah,
sure. There was all this time where they weren't doing anything except for waiting outside B and casually holding a flank. But if NIP just slowly flanked off that, I mean, they have even less odds of getting in. Just another reason why it looks as bad as it does. And I'm sure NIP are going to implore some kind of push sooner or later.
Right now they're inside of the connector.
By
they see nothing. This is fast, man. They're not going to wait much longer. It's a Bison. I'm looking at a Bison, and I'm glad it's dead. We've got 3 Ts still up, but all of them outside of the monster side, so the short push already culled. Monacy able to answer. ZTR maybe getting a bit ahead of himself by throwing himself into that fight, but the man advantage should and could still be held on to. However, it's through the smoke that Rolf's damage output so strong. However, as he reloads, Debo covers with the Deagle, and this one just comes to a grinding halt. Mac 10 left, that's just done for. Ouch, Navi Jr.
That's probably the worst we've seen him so far.
Blech.
Yeah, that's 3 rounds now. It's weird stuff happening. That was a strange one. The buy zone was hilarious.
No.
But...
No, don't.
Well, agree to disagree. But Flamey doesn't have any help, and his teammates coming out long are way disjointed from his rush. So I don't know if he calculated the weight of the gun incorrectly and didn't realize how fast he could get in there.
Just too aerodynamic.
Of course, he knows everything about the buy zone, so he should have known that. But, I mean, first of all, getting stuck behind this smoke, I mean, this is like, you know, 101, right? They needed to, again, scale is a big issue.
That's the same smoke that actually stopped them when we had that super last second execute.
And that's the smoke you're going to see every single time you try to execute onto the B site. It's normal smoke, you know? You have to be ready for that.
Yep.
It's not like a Molotov, you can't counter it. You know, you have to approach the site, you know, left side pillar flashes, get up into the site, jump one into the barrels late. Monacy was the only one trying to scale.
Man, this CT side very much starting to pop off for Young Ninjas. Right back to the winning ways that I guess we had on T side. It was just kind of that pistol win and the couple rounds that came off of it that made Navi Jr.'s T side look a little bolstered. But now that the counter-terrorists have this newfound confidence, it is just round win after round win and no real answer or reason offered for Navi Jr. to slow it down. We got ZTR still deep on the fountain control, so no matter where Navi Jr. go, eventually he's going to find them. There's a weapon to pick up at the very least, so now more than a Glock for Fear, who team killed earlier 2 rounds ago and then instantly picked up the Deagle of his team killed teammate.
Which makes it...
ZTR, don't you do it.
Yes, no, he should.
There we go. Didn't want to be seen, and plays the game long enough to figure things out. 4 frags for ZTR in that gun round to secure another on the favor of Young Ninjas, who are now on the cusp of closing map 1.
Monacy's on 1289.60. Could have knifed them.
1289.60. I don't even know what that means.
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
1289.60. that's only 6 numbers. 1289.60.
1289.60.
Oh. 1289. I get you now.
Trying to crack the code.
I thought there was an. You know, I thought there was an
1289.60.
X
Right.
in the
Okay.
12, carry the 4.
Gotcha. Yeah. He's on Simple's res.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You told me I have to go buy Simple's mouse.
1289, 43, 62.
Gotta use his res too?
Dude, Super Light won the major. Didn't mention a brand there.
Well done.
Just 2 words that everyone uses once in a while.
Just a mouse that
arbitrary.
Is very light.
Very light mouse.
Some would say super light.
Super light won the major. So
double ops from the CT side. This is what closed out the half for Navi Jr. This is what was the solution to their woes. There have been no woes, only wows from Young Ninja's CT side. And there we have it, Fuzi opening. I think he's been kind of bailed out by his team in this map. I was a little nervous for him, and he never really did kind of get his show going, but so be it. A win is a win, and the series goes on. It's a big performance from Sapek, and ZTR also catching up in the second half. ZTR's multi-kills have been strong, but in this round, he's going to die out to Fear. That is an open road towards Long, unless Devo is able to use this op to stop it. It's Devo and Fuzi, so the double ops within this A site. And Sapek's here to help out, but he only gets the 1. Fuzi just playing inside of the smoke. Now it falls to Fear. He needs to keep their hopes alive. Fuzi has phased out this smoke, and he's on the other side of the boxes. Fear trying to figure out where he's gotten off to. Fuzi's going to have his head turned, and there it is, the close from Fuzi. He needs not perform until the final round. A 3-kill round to close. Young Ninjas take their map pick of Overpass.
I don't know how they did it. Well, I do. Sapek in that first half. Mind games in the second. Navi really fell apart at the goal line there. I mean, not the goal line. They're probably at the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
They were close.
They're still halfway out.
They could feel it. They earned their way back into the second half. But they just, when it got gritty, it looked like got deflated.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I really don't. But it's a damn shame. But for Ninjas, I mean, that's a big win.
Yeah, there wasn't even like this crazy round or crazy aggression that Young Ninjas threw at Navi Jr. for me to like identify as the reason they kind of let off the gas pedal. They just kind of, they lost the wind on their own accord and never were able to regain it. So alas, here we are, man. Map advantage for Young Ninjas, 1 map away from booking that spot into the grand finals. And Young Ninjas were the team that, or no, actually they weren't. I was going to say pushed MOUZ further. But only Navi Jr.
That was Navi Jr.
Yep.
Map went on first.
So now, are they on the cusp of elimination, or are they just about to rebound and reverse sweep this series? We'll find out. To discuss Overpass further, the analyst.
Well, somewhat an expected result. They've won their map choice, but maybe a little bit closer than we would have liked, for the majority at least, Pimp.
Both yes and no. I think Young Ninjas were in control pretty much from the get-go of that game. I think the T-side was good. They looked to be able to control the pace of the game. It didn't feel like Navi Jr. could quite disturb them enough. We saw Monacy a couple of times try with the AWP. He was walking out towards B short, trying to get some map control. He was trying on towards the A bomb side as well. But Young Ninjas were good at shutting down the space and just playing their own playstyle, playing the T-side. And as you said, utility was key in this game as well. There was so many good flashes from Sapix coming in through Monsters, so many good flash setups, and in general, it felt like the work conditions for Navi Jr. here were quite tough.
Yeah, the fact is that Young Ninjas found a recipe for success in this game, and they kept on going back to it. I mean, those flashes out of Monster, I counted there were at least 4 Monster pops in one half there for Young Ninjas, and I think 3 of them were successful. So at that point, you just know as an in-game leader, I'm kind of glad that ZTR didn't have to reinvent the wheel. He didn't do anything too complex about that on the T side. Just going to that call, knowing that the setup from Navi was vulnerable to that kind of attack, and then just thinking they're not going to fix it. The Navi Junior side tried to send Monacy towards B. Sometimes that's the answer for them on their CT side, but all in all, it was a really solid win from Young Ninjas, and even though Navi Junior showed a little bit of life at the end there, on the T side especially, they brought it close for brief moments, but like Tim said, it was pretty much firmly in control of the Ninjas.
Yeah, I think as well something we mentioned in the pre-show was the AWP battle. I feel like in this game in particular, it really wasn't one of the more important factors, Pim.
And that was a problem. That was a big problem for NAVI Junior because it had to be for them if they wanted to win the game. We saw m0NESY a couple of times go for the opening kills, succeeded a couple of times, but we need to see him be more of an influence for NAVI Junior. I feel overpass is the dream, especially CT side overpass for an AWP player. You can go wherever you want, and you have so much space to move around. Toilets, A-long, you can go down connectors. We saw a couple of times, played it on the B-bomb side, and we didn't see enough from m0NESY, but as I said, the work conditions for him in this game were tough. Young Ninjas were very good at exploding out through monsters and then, eliminating m0NESY's AWP. If he's standing on the A-bomb side and they just explode out monster, what is he supposed to do? So it was a tough game for him, and on the other side, Fuzi, well, again, when Young Ninjas is playing this explosive style of Counter-Strike, then the AWP on the T side of Warpath doesn't really get to work much. I believe he finished first half with 5 kills,
yes.
But it was enough. It was enough to win the first half and be part of the system. So no one won that duel, but it didn't really matter, and that was the problem for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, m0NESY might have done better individually than Fuzi, but Fuzi just played within the system of Young Ninjas, and even though we were highlighting him as the player to watch, probably him and Sapek before the game started, the other star delivered. Sapek had an amazing game. I mean, constantly the beneficiary of his teammates' flashes coming out of Monster, and even swapping to the CT side, had a couple nice multi-frag rounds too. So really, it's been Sapek that has been the guy that has been delivering for Young Ninjas, and if you had to point to any star on this team, it would be him. But on top of that, I think ZTR pulled off a really solid game himself, and the fact is that he's the one calling that T side. So the fact that, like, when you get 10 rounds on the T side of Overpass, you got to give a lot of credit to your in-game leader there. There's not ever just one person that's pulling all of that off.
Yeah, I think that was confirmed. I think it was like round 14. He actually clutched like a 1 versus 2 as well. So even on an individual level, he was performing relatively well. Now, on the other side of things for NAVI Junior, I don't know if it was individuals that necessarily were the difference. I think just defensively, it looked a little rough, Pim.
It did. The B-bomb side weren't looking like the best bomb side, let's put it like that. And yeah, you can always say Flamey, he's playing a good tournament so far. We needed to see more from him. But again, I do want to circle back to what I said to begin with. I do feel the work conditions for NAVI Junior in this game was quite tough. I think Young Ninjas played a good game of Counter-Strike, and sometimes you gotta give credit to the team actually making it tough for the opponents. Sure, it could have been closer. Sure, NAVI would have hoped for more here, but again, taking into consideration that this was the map pick of Young Ninjas, I think it kind of went as we mostly expected.
Yeah, Maui, now going into map number 2, obviously we will have Mirage coming up shortly, but do you think Na'Vi are going to be one of those teams that are able to just reset? Like, they've got Ami behind them. Will it be able to give them that confidence to just come back into the next map, their choice of Mirage, and it won't really phase them too much?
I would say so. I think that Mirage has always been a more comfortable map for Na'Vi. It's one that they don't have to think too much about those singular plays coming in their direction from Young Ninjas, and because they're going to get to start on the T side, they're going to get to set the pace, and that was something they had a really tough time doing on Overpass. It always felt like they were bending to the whim of whatever ZTR and the Young Ninjas were playing against them, and so this time around, it's going to be cool to see if Fear can get some of those other riflers involved, because that little B trio they had on Overpass there, they didn't do that well, and yet now this time they're going to have some more opportunities to take initiatives. They're going to have to, given that they're going to be fighting for a lot of mid control, for example. It's something that has been kind of the standard for a lot of Na'Vi Junior rounds. They always want to fight 3 players towards mid on so many different rounds, and because m0NESY's doing pretty well, because OnCare is also showing up quite a little bit here and there, then maybe there's a chance for Na'Vi Junior to send this to a third. I think right now they knew that they were not the favorite team on Overpass. It probably feels a little silly to lose to the same strat 3-4 times in a row, but at the same time, Mirage is a map that they are much more comfortable playing.
Yeah, I think also the one worry I have, I know it's against MOUZ NXT, and I feel like we have to put a few caveats there because they have looked far and above the best team so far. I think it was 1 round on the T side, Pimp, for Na'Vi Junior, and that was off a m0NESY 4K, if I'm not mistaken.
You're spot on. You're spot on. That was m0NESY picking up a hero AK in a round they had no business winning that 1 round on the T side on Mirage against MOUZ NXT. That was a close game. The first half was a close game against them, and then they lose this eco round where Torsi gets 3 kills with the Deagle on the B-bomb side, and that was it for Na'Vi. So the resilience we are touching upon right here, do we think they can bounce back? I have my doubts, to be completely honest, because I do think they've been a little bit volatile throughout the online stages as well. We saw it in Season 1, we see it in Season 2. no doubt they have some of the highest skilled individuals in the entire tournament. You look at Monacy, you look at Ankara, you even look at Flamey, from time to time he can be up there. But as a team, I don't think they have that constellation of players and understanding in between each other right now, where the synergy is so strong that when they get pressured, they can withstand the pressure. And that's why I fear a little bit, especially as you said, because they are most likely starting on the T side right here, and that could be a problem for NAVI Junior.
Now, going into this for Young Ninjas, Maui, like I don't think we can look at this as just like a hugely favored map for Na'Vi, because it is one that they are more than happy to play, and even quite recently, I believe, have beaten NAVI Junior on this map.
Yeah, so this isn't going to be as favored, even though the map win percentages suggest that Na'Vi is the favorite. I would still pin this about 55, maybe 60% chance for Na'Vi, but Young Ninjas, they're not far behind. It's more of a coin flip, whereas Overpass was definitely going to be Young Ninjas' favorite always. You can see that some of Na'Vi Junior's stats are a little bit concerning, the lower 5v4% win percentage, even the fact that on CT side they're barely scraping above 50%. For a map you want to pick, you want to have a really good CT side. You want to think that as long as we get maybe 5 or 6 rounds on that T side, we're going to be confident. But honestly, with Na'Vi Junior's defense, sometimes they just play way too far back. It was the criticism I had for them in the group stage, that they would sometimes just play the most standard 2-1-2 default style on their defense, and they wouldn't push anywhere. They would maybe push Palace like once per half, and then they were just comfortable letting every hit come their direction. They're going to need to be a little bit more proactive, because ZTR and Young Ninjas have shown that if you give them all the space on the map, they're going to use it to the fullest effect. They're going to split you from every single direction. They're going to fake you out. They're going to make you over-rotate. And if Na'Vi Junior just sit back on their heels the entire game, I'm concerned about their tournament life.
So quickly, Pimp, are we going to Inferno?
I don't think so. I think Na'Vi Junior will make this very, very competitive, but I think I've seen enough from Young Ninjas to actually put stock into them right now. Fusi didn't play a great game on Overpass right here. I expect him to be even better. Sapek has been the revelation of the tournament so far. He's been playing super, super well, and CTR's calling on Mirage has been very solid. So I actually do think Young Ninjas will take this 1-2-0, but I hope we get to a third map.
Maui?
Let's go to 3. Let's go to 3. That's my quick prediction.
Okay, I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit stuck here, because I think there's good opportunities for both sides. I think I'm hoping we'll get to see a little bit more of the Monacy show. I'm also interested to see what the casters think in just a moment, but
I'm not.
Really?
Yeah.
It's still just that bit of Pimp.
I'm one of those, whenever I'm at home and I see Squawny commenting, I'll just hit the mute button. Just like
I don't know. Have we got any more fishing or anything coming out from you on this map?
I actually invited him for a fishing trip. I think me and Squawny, we have some internal struggles right now. We gotta work it out, So I hope we can go on a fishing trip and iron it out.
You should vlog it. We should
vlog it, yeah.
Yeah. But we play side content in the off season.
That'd be great. Yeah.
A fishing trip.
Well, there you go, Scrawny. You've got your opportunity. Pimp has offered you a fishing trip. The question is, are you going to take it?
No, I'm not letting you get on a boat alone with Pimp.
No, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm good. We can go on a fishing trip, but just know that only one of us is coming back. One of us is going for a swim.
One of us in a boat.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, Pimp, he's that kind of guy. He needs to express his emotions through a little toxicity. I know that the only reason he picks on me is because he likes me more than everybody else. And knowing that makes me feel great. Knowing that we have this next map ahead of us and how one-sided that first one was, maybe this feels good for Na'Vi Junior. Chance to reset the tablet. Come in here, blank slate and whatnot.
Yeah.
Hopefully for their sake.
They should feel a bit better, but yeah, it was such a strong win, and it's a map that NIP can play, and their Maui's took a closer look at some of those map stats and just saw that they're quite competitive across the 5v4 win percentages, across the the fact that Na'Vi don't have a super strong CT side overall. So we know what kind of team Na'Vi is. It's just a day-on, day-off team with really, really high peaks. So Mirage, we've seen them play insane Mirage.
Yes.
The last time at this event I saw them play Mirage, I didn't see much of the T side that I remember, but they still have Monacy, and then they also, I feel like some of the IGLing does come through on the T sides sometimes, where they have really strong mid control, cat splits, and stuff like that. It's just not every time. So I really want to see what they want to show us today. And of course, things develop quite a lot, which is also cool about some of the younger teams. Some of the tier 1 teams, a lot of mind games, that's really bringing you the edge. But they've got everything drilled down to the very finer details. So you don't see too many differences map to map. But at this level, there's a lot more room for creativity, you know, a bit more ambition with the maneuvers and setups and stuff like that. So maybe Navi can show us a new face. I mean, they knew they were going to play Mirage today.
Yeah, had to have. They had to have known. And so, you know, I look forward to that. I think you're dead on with the creativity aspect, right? We just see different versions of these teams in what feels like sometimes a day-to-day basis. So I'm ready for it. I'm ready for something fresh, but I also want to see just like an individual level from the Navi stars that is supposed to, you know, justify them being touted as like this next generation of talent. That's how they got here. They got here to the LAN finals off of the back of some ridiculous individual levels. And if Flamey's looking better and Flamey's playing better, then I want to see everybody step up alongside him on LAN to get that chance at revenge.
That guy's name's Mogassi.
Yes. How did you know that? What's this guy's name? Yakoviniki? I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yakoviniki. You have to say it like that.
It's Danish thing.
True. Well, I mean, if it's really Danish, you got to drop a few letters from every word.
That's true. How do you speak Danish? You choose an English word, you take out the vowels, and there it is.
The Danish.
There it is. We can make fun of Danes because there's none of them in the server.
And they have a great sense of humor.
Yeah. Okay.
Just don't go out to sea with them.
Let's go. Navi Junior, Young Ninjas, Map 2, Grand Finals on the line. Navi Junior's first LAN showing for the week.
Oh, let's go.
Rolf.
Let's go.
Okay. All right, so Young Ninjas have already won.
Oh, come on.
A little bit of movement, that's all it takes. He falls back as he makes contact versus a few bodies, and his teammate dies immediately. Nice openings from Headtrick, back-to-back Glock headshots. And they don't need to actually throw any more bodies out from the apartments. So easy bomb plant with both apartments control and this forward marketplace control. This would be a super difficult retake. Or a super easy save.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if they can even try. Like, all right, I mean, at least Navi are pushing into them. I'm just looking at the radar. They're just so stiff at the moment. It's like, hopefully someone gives us this first shot. Then we'll start running, but really, losing those two? Okay, well, see, it's too late. It's too late. And they even found a way to break out into the market. That's the other thing that they were basically doing is just, you know, can we find an opening from the T side just so we can save our guns?
Ooh, and Fuzi will be caught in the bottom of mid. So the evacuation plan for Navi Junior ends up getting another kill. But, I mean, Headtrick, man. Keep that one simple.
Yeah.
Headshot, bomb plant, done.
Yeah, and Headtrick is the guy who's like established now as a fifth who wasn't here in Season 1. I keep forgetting if that was true or not. But
I believe we saw him swapped out on Vertigo a couple times during the season.
There was a player who played the B site. I can't remember his name. Who was the last man in? But yeah, Headtrick has been so good, man. We've seen great, like really well played clutches as well as some nice headshots. Looks very quick. He's been up there. This is a fun fight.
Dies out. Fuzi's just going to be stranded down here in Underpass. Flamey sees him. He's actually lesser equipped for the situation, but...
You know that boost?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I'm shocked by that one. Fuzi. Oh, his teammate not able to trade his death. So m0NESY is the one who doubles up. Rolf could technically go attack Flamey, knowing that he was down in Underpass not long ago.
I love how many players are good at movement that we've seen.
You think younger players are better? You think younger players do more movement practice than older ones?
They just definitely look better, for sure. 100%, yeah.
No offense to him personally. I always use this as the example, though. But like, I remember when I was watching CS for the first, I was always in love with Virtus Pro, and it wasn't until years later that I realized like Pasha Biceps was not a movement-based player.
No, okay. The other thing was that honestly, his movement is just like whatever. But he had a weird way of flicking that made everything look worse or goofier. Okay. So when he would flick, obviously we learned, I don't know if geography or math, but in geometry, one of those, the shortest point between the shortest way between 2 points is a straight line.
Yeah.
But when Pasha flicks from 2 points, he does a U, a parabola.
Yeah.
So his parabola flick style of CS made it look very goofy when he would flick around. Never got to find out why he played like that, but it did make it so that he was one of the players who was the most identifiable. You know, there was no...
Take off all the nameplates.
Take off all the nameplates, everything.
You could see a Pasha
You know
highlight.
when it's Papito.
Le biceps. But nowadays, man, some of these Zoomsters, I tell you, they fly around the map. Movement at an all-time high. Rolf was a prime example of it. That was a nice hop in the pistol round.
Yes.
Off the back of the van. Bouncing off the bumper.
Oh, that's a boon. If you don't need two players to do the fast boost in B, you can do it off the van. You're freeing up the map. Let's listen to the Navi team speak.
Я под кон просто две дам. Даю за спину. Жди, не сейчас, не сейчас. Давай.
Потушился.
Я даже флеш. Зикс, приконтрольте, если...
Я двигаюсь спокойно.
Не вижу.
Лифт нету. Лифт, выпад.
Зик убил. Шел. Белый. Нет?
Тафамик засейвлен.
Да. У меня молик
Окно
есть.
справа, осторожно, можем огонь.
Там. Давай, подожди.
Я ему не пушить.
Смог с ботом отдадите в нежку.
Даю молик.
Тань, сможешь ковы зайти? Окно отгорел. Пойдем с плитома вместе. Егор,
Я
пойдешь? Вы внешку дали?
Дай окно, Илья. Нам после. Жди, не сейчас, мы в развивании внешку будем. Давай, внешку.
Небольшой холд, я закончу.
Лежит.
Тань, просто на себя сейчас аккуратно.
Ты мне коннектор. Зик точнее.
Я макро.
Я контролю, братан.
Найс.
Канал.
Еще слева. Найс. Ласт игрок от депо.
Как шего? Ждем.
Любители под коврами посидеть.
Кто стрелял? Похожу.
Скоро
Не
меня.
теряйте гана сейчас.
Ну хорош. Молодцы, пацаны, молодцы.
У него форма. А там...
Clean protocols here on T side of the defaults. And when you look at mid overall, it's slightly T favored with once you fast forward through all of the versions of the meta, the T nades and everything like that, establishing mid is a little bit easier for the T side. Doesn't mean you can't ever go for CT side mid control. And there are ways to make presence without taking too many risks. But overall, you know, with the top boxes and the high ground advantage and being able to keep your distance in a lot of these situations, it's a nice place to go. And Navi are one of the better teams for sure at just establishing a default at mid. I mean, plain and simple. It's an important part of the game. Everyone's pretty good at it, but they're quite very good.
Extra good.
Yes. Maybe the goodest.
Gun rounds up from Young Ninjas. Let's see it. CT side starts early, or whether an offensive half runs away, just like they did on their choice of overpass. But Navi Jr. do not look stunned from their first map loss, not in any way. Not in any stretch of the imagination.
Gotta love how much emphasis there is from Young Ninjas, though, on mid. Holding this direct line off Cat. Very powerful position to be in. And the late window smoke will do nothing with Fuzi sitting here.
Sitting here with a teammate right next to him. And again, that floater inside a connector, so 3 bodies for Young Ninjas still on mid.
It's fast rotations here with the double on Cat. Or is it underpass?
Dodging the flashbang, going back, and hitting his first shot. However, Flame is able to answer that kill into the bottom mid.
Now this is looking nice for the Young Ninjas so far.
Yeah. Navi Jr. looking content to walk away for the most part. They will leave m0NESY behind top boxes, but the bomb and an escort are working towards T-spawn back towards A. Fuzi gave up that cat position, dropped down into mid, plays now towards stairs. Yeah. So just a thinned defensive half. But Navi Jr., we saw them kind of falter out in some of these late round moments in the first map. However, with an opening kill from m0NESY, things are looking good towards A.
Uh-oh. This makes Fuzi's life a lot harder. He was correct that it was going to be the A site.
10
and
seconds.
Got to worry about mid as well. Yeah.
Just 10 seconds, though. Oh, that's a desperate bomb plant. Fear inside of the smoke. No way he gets away with that. And Fuzi's going to die to m0NESY as he comes in from connector. But that was such a risky move. Luckily for Navi Jr., so far so good. It's paid off. Fear falls away towards ramp. I believe Rolf would have seen him. And unfortunately for Rolf, he doesn't have a smoke to work with.
He's getting cleared, yeah.
He can easily pick up that kit that's just behind triple. Finds the frag over towards the ramp. And m0NESY just had a little bit of a gap to work with. Makes it happen for Navi Jr. They'll take that 4-0 start.
Okay, you said risky. I'm going to go with desperate, okay? And the only difference is that he didn't have another option, and that's because of the amount of time they had left. Coming in under 10 seconds, he's like, please cover me. I'm going in.
I'm going in.
I'm going in. They smokes the back control, puts the bomb down. They had no business doing that. If there was 30 seconds left and they tried that, that would have looked like a silly play, okay? But he didn't have a choice. Someone had to get that bomb planted as soon as possible, and he had to pray that the cover was going to be there. But he could have died to any spam, anyone swinging. So it's another situation. NAVI Jr. on the T side are running it very close. Staying consistent with their T side on overpass.
Who is this guy?
He only knows the buy zone spray.
Who is this guy buying Bisons and P90 on a LAN finals?
You don't even get the bonus. You don't even get the full bonus with the P90. That gun was broken and never fixed. It costs a lot too, man. They should just make the kill bonus back. They should put it back.
There, it's dead now.
The buy zone, he gets that.
Okay. The Pipi Bison.
Pipi Bison.
Inherently a French gun. Not actually, but with a name like
not?
that, I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't think so. And nothing's more French than a FAMAS.
More like FOM ass.
Whoa.
Okay.
Galul.
Lul's pretty good.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, I'm not talking smack.
It's cheaper now too.
Galil is less expensive than the P90 by $500. And it has, anyways,
enough bullets.
P90. Fear, he's going to be that front line as the B site is found to be completely empty. So if Navi Jr. are ready for a fight, it's not even offered to them. Not even an option.
Yes.
However, here towards Cat, it could be. Just about the exits now. Maybe one of these pistol players can rob away an AK and run for the hills. ZTR.
Hold on there, actually.
Yeah.
They got 2 on the big flank, 2 coming up Cat. They got to rush it a bit now, but they can actually go for this, and they're not going to... Oh! I guess you don't have to expect everything when you got a player like m0NESY.
Yeah, he's good for it. Alongside Fear, each of them pick up 2 kills to get that 5-0 start.
I mean, sometimes you're expecting, sometimes reacting.
I thought the second apartments player was going to get him.
That was free.
And then it was Fear in sight, having to hold Cat and App. Like, that was a sketchy one.
No,
m0NESY, that second kill, mwah.
Bellissimo. That's right. I speak the second best Italian.
You want to talk about buying P9? You want to talk about it?
Why you like the P90 so much? Why you like it? I'll buy you all the P90s you want. Just win this game, okay?
Young Ninja's tactical pause, first of the 4 for this map. 5-0 T-side start.
With how good or how close that last round came, where Fear had to dive the plant, I'd feel okay if I was Young Ninjas.
Yeah, you feel all right?
I'd believe in myself. It's still going to be a hard game, but that round looked pretty good. I think the best thing about the Academy League was the use on CT sides on this map of jumping Cat, getting mid-control that way. That seemed like a very overpowered move for whatever reason in the league.
It's my favorite thing about the Academy League. It is this microcosm. It's its own little universe. A CT and T-smoke on the ticket booth. Debo thinking about playing around the edge of this one, very much being held by Onkir for the moment. Oh, but it's actually m0NESY over towards Tetris that looks above and goes beyond. ZTR burned off of the staircase. Strong execute from Navi Jr. Strong post-plant positions, not to mention man advantage. If you're Young Ninjas, do you really run this risk? At least unleash your nades.
They have some nades. They have a couple smokes as well. But yeah, it's a little bit ropey.
It's tough. Bomb already beyond the halfway point, and the retake only begins now. m0NESY finds a second kill in the round. Fear and Onkir just tearing him to pieces. Fuzi, at this point, just has to hope he can exit and not get caught off towards murder hole.
That wasn't so nice.
But that is also being held. And he's dead to rights.
I guess
6 straight from Navi.
That's another situation where I think they maybe trust a flash, where Debo jumps up on CT, on ticket. I mean, that's not something that you want to do all the time because, the whole rest of the site is smoked. Lots of people jump up, take it, or threaten, or spam through it. Sometimes you get spammed down in that position. So it's really risky to jump up there. And with everything else covered, no flanks, no friction on behind the smokes or anything like that, there's a high chance someone spots you, you know what I mean? So I didn't really feel good about that. I think there is a moment where you're the ticket player and you feel it's your onus to get a kill or get some damage in or something. But if they're going to go for the 4v5 retake like that, they might want to have just waited in the 5v5 and then had better chances of trading down. Oof. But that seemed like a little bit too late to try to get that kill.
And as we saw,
it's been far too many times where they, really believe in a flash to just win him around. But it's not even it's not that the flashes are bad. It's that you just simply cannot trust all flashes because there's so many variables as to whether or not they'll work. But I'm sure he was going to get his kill and get out of there.
Right now, Navi Jr. trying to think, how do we get out of here, man? Man disadvantage, 40 health for head trick. Pushed back from the B site initially. If Sapek overextends, then he could die out to middle, and that would be a great situation for Navi Jr. This man's on a lampshade.
I didn't even know you could jet on that lamp. Never actually tried that myself. Maybe I have, but I just never seen it from the third person.
No, I don't think I've ever seen anybody up
never
there.
tried, yeah.
What a weird place to be.
Oh, that's a jump scare moment.
That's the one. Safe. Oh, another headshot from m0NESY, very quickly cracking open this B site.
He's nice on the AKs too.
From 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah.
And that late mid play is going to pay off perfectly. Fear able to catch off Debo.
He's not even the opera this round.
Okay. Nice deagle shot, man.
Head trick's the opera.
Nice head shot. That's an AK save, but for what could have been from Young Ninjas, man advantage, sight control and whatnot, m0NESY just falls silent.
And Hetrick, we saw
their move.
Hetrick was a part-time opper.
Yep.
On the roster, and he did good. He had a few good rounds.
We saw it notably in this series, down towards that overpass pillar B site.
We've seen
a lot of things on Mirage from it.
True, yeah.
He'll anchor it on B.
And we've seen m0NESY do a lot of T-side AK entries. And that one tap round that he had. How could we forget?
Oh, he didn't see him.
Oh, wow. He felt it.
Dude, what was that? Felt it nearby. He like teleported. Felt it. You could sense him.
He almost
ripped
a hole in the space-time continuum.
Who knows what happens when that happens?
m0NESY wins the major.
It was m0NESY this entire time.
The whole time. We're actually in the wrong reality.
Oh. Well, I like it here. I don't mind it here, but you know where I like it even more? The Navi team speak.
Я мог не дать.
Go high. Фокус подем, потушился тип.
Флэш, под флэш, вы под мида был.
Да,
да. Флешки.
Все,
хомали
хомали. После этого займем, у них нечего кинуть.
Он
ему
дали с искры.
Я выжил. Один пикал. Я смог окно ушел давать. Люфта, нам нужен третий.
Да, я уже еду туда.
Я отпустил смог окно. Дашь флешку общую? 7 зик, осторожно вместе сейчас будем пить.
Общую на старт или через верх на ВП?
Просто общую дай.
Подожди, я пикаю упал. Убил авик, даю флеш. Это Коль.
Смог выкатил коннектор тип. Они усиляют кон, я должен зайду, это игрока, я в кон зайду.
Давай, я обновил.
Давай, я ковридор идем. Нужен звук, да.
Я ушел. Нет, я пойду с Родионом.
Я в коне.
Дым яму дали второй с искры. Возможно, авик.
Флеш да, есть общая?
Да.
Давай.
Жди. Даю.
Тикет, я занял хелпу.
Ковры, пожалуйста.
Ковры и тикет, я в хелпе.
Я в окне.
Неизвестно. 2.
Ладер один.
Надо лифт отъебать.
Да. Бустанемся?
Я в дырку залез.
Пикни его.
Пикаю.
Не видишь его? Подойди ко мне, бустанемся.
Лифт не могу. Жек, мне тут пизда. Один бай сейчас, ребят. Чел в дефолте, скорее всего, с АВП или дырку сейчас забрал.
Илья, Ладер.
Я один Б пойду.
Не выпустишь его? Я на Б бай. Я топ.
Надо байте, 20
секунд. Молику есть.
Контроль лифт пока.
Ты один зиге с бомбой.
Окно пришел, ёбнул меня. Окно авик был.
Бро, надо тебе пробегать их, аж филетом можем его.
Помогайте дом.
Егор, выйти надо вместе. Тачка! Пачка пала, Эдвард. Блядь, вы фокусируйте через подвал, пацаны.
Зачем? On the board, Young Ninja is able to crack through 7 in a row from Navi Jr., but not this time.
Yeah, nicely done. Navi, they seem pretty chill, and everything has been super solid overall, like their defaults and everything like that, and they made these rounds really, really hard to win. Not surprised that Young Ninjas broke through, at least here, with this one, but overall, Navi just look like they got so much better within this half already than they did from Overpass, where they seemed a little bit off their game. Definitely some quality T-side rounds. See if Young Ninjas can continue to change that story and leverage the momentum from their one-round win.
Fear wastes no time. Runs straight down middle, jumps onto the bench, gets his opening kill versus Sapek. And I think, oh yeah, they're going to transition to this, and it's straight to the B hit. Rolf's going to play inside of the smoke. Oh, he gets found out by Head Trick. That's nasty. A grueling way to die. ZTR about to round the bottom of underpass, and Onkir patiently at the top of it loses his bald head. But m0NESY very quick on the trigger to trade it. Man up over top of Young Ninjas. They have this slow B apps flank, but nothing tells me they're going for this retake, Mohan. It's the 8-1 lead for NAVI Jr.
That was sick, man. I mean, they worked hard for that one. Sapek just got caught off. They were putting so much pressure on that mid control. It felt like it was going to be another slow one from NAVI. But the one loose piece they had that went a little bit faster was, I believe, Fear, who ran down to the bench as soon as possible. So I think they just threw... Oh, quick one. They threw some... The flash! Threw some grenades that made it seem like the tempo wasn't going to be so high. But it was super high. Pineapple Express high.
All the way up. Seth Rogen high. Is the flashbang the most overrated piece of utility?
Yeah, I think so. Probably. They're all pretty good.
They're all pretty good. They are all pretty good.
Wouldn't want a world without any of them, but
one has to be the most overrated.
Flashes are for $200.
Pretty good.
Not nearly as good as smokes for $300. That's the thing.
You know, smokes, you know exactly what you're going to get.
And more. Gives you more sometimes.
Ooh, the jump down.
Oh my god, he almost got a second try.
Poor
man, they're both hugging right. That is so awkward for Fuzi.
Oh,
man. They just got decimated here.
And then as they try to like recover and recuperate, they tried to help
And they're like halfway up the hallway, both hugging right.
Yeah.
And Fuzi jumps down right against the wall.
Yeah.
That couldn't have been more weird.
Yeah, very much so. Still the A1S on Debo, so maybe if he's lucky, he'll be able to save that, and Rolf can even grab this gun. So there are some, you know, prized possessions to be walking away with, but there's nothing more prized than a round win. And unfortunately for Young Ninjas, not looking like they'll find that one here. Although they are still doubling back from apartments. But maybe playing with little to lose, seeing as we are in that back third of the half. Rolf doesn't realize Head Trick's right down beneath him.
How nasty is this angle? Let's see.
Dirt. Oh, flashbang's not overrated. Rolf and Sapek kill a piece, trying to get back over towards this site. On here from the market, though, he's going to lock it down. Rolf's going to tap the bomb to try and cause a little panic, but he's not on top of this, and he doesn't have a kit, nor will he find one. At this point, it's already a round win for NAVI Jr. They just rack up the costs, Young Ninja, and I give him some praise for that, because it looked very desperate, and I didn't think it was likely, but nice timed flash, clearing that close angle, and they've gone ahead and done it.
Yeah.
Couple extra kills, but still the round for NAVI Jr.
There was a dry duel there into the doorway that could have swung it back, allowed that defuse to come out, but sadly for them, it didn't happen, and another end in B. It wasn't a cat split this time. It was the underpass play into a slow back up to the B apps into a B hit, but they still end B. They like to end B on the anti-ecos, as most do.
Desperate times, man. Desperate times call for desperate measures. So what's the change-up? What's the move? What's the mood? Onkir throwing down the smoke before the Molotov was even thrown. m0NESY quickly finding an angle.
Couldn't find that ladder.
Awkward, but at least it's a kill apiece for each team. Fuzi locked into the jungle corner.
That was brave. Oh my god.
Man, Flamey just trying to lock him in there, but he'll lay down the smoke to deny the vision. As long as he doesn't die to the timing shot, he's good to cross. Oh, m0NESY. Well, he's already out from Palace, so I don't know if Fuzi was... I'm assuming he was jumping, seeing as that blood splatter is so high off the ground.
Yeah.
He jumped for a little information, and he got more than he wanted. Now, the CTs are still close. Behind Ticket, on stairs, and CT itself. Another dangerous jump up. m0NESY trying to dodge death here, as bomb does rotate all the way back over towards B. Run, run, run. It is open for the taking.
Yeah, this is CTs have not caught a whiff of this just yet. They're just clasping their hands, hoping that it's a slow A. They're sitting in Tetris. No, that's not the case. Bomb is about to go down. Rolf will take first contact, but once you hear this, you have a feeling that someone's pushed.
Mm-hmm.
And how far is the question? All about timing here. All about timing. Oh, the flash is fantastic. One of the best pieces of utility in the game.
Yes, definitely not overrated. Definitely not. Who would say that?
Not us. Not me.
My question is, when are the decoys going to get reworked? It's got to be a matter of time.
What would you...
I would make them...
What do you want from decoys?
Instead of making gunshot sounds,
yeah,
they make false footsteps. Make
false footsteps.
Yeah, footstep sounds, but only for like 3 seconds. So it just sounds like a couple of steps.
That's messed up.
Makes like 3 or 4 steps.
That's messed up.
That's what they do in Danger Zone.
No way.
Yep.
I gotta hear that.
Yep. Fake footsteps.
Torture.
Imagine.
Oh my god.
I fall for my own decoys when I throw them like that.
Well, you said that the Danger Zone changes come to the main game.
You can drop grenades in Danger Zone since it came out.
No way.
Where's that now? Boom, competitive.
But those decoys gotta cost a lot, right?
No, same.
No.
Bro, they ain't nothing.
No, they gotta cost them.
They're just actually useful. That's all. Fake footsteps. And imagine that.
No.
And if you
I'm switching to Valorant.
Just like 3 footsteps too. That'd be the best.
Nope. No.
Somebody call Gabe. Let him know.
No, don't call him.
Let him know. The people want it.
Busy installing his glass eyes this morning.
The people want it. They don't know what they want, but I'm telling you, that's what they want.
Don't want.
Young Ninjas want another damn round win, dude. It's dry out here. CT side 1 to 10.
It could be better.
Much
better.
Much better.
Oh man.
But it also could be worse. They could have not already won a map.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, that's true.
You've got a map in the series. Without that, this would be way worse.
Nothing like a guaranteed third.
And it's Inferno. We all know Inferno makes the best third maps.
Easily.
It is the way. God, it's nice to be on LAN.
It is. It's so nice. It's just the way, it was just the way it was meant to be.
It is the way.
All along. The internet was a mistake. This is just further proof.
A little utility posturing going on towards middle, but it's really this op that's looking for contact. CT setup on the A site is Debo up close on Palace at a passive position from Fuzi towards Ticket. Come on, Young Ninjas. Inspire me. Yes.
Yes.
More of that. First one's pretty easy. Flashbang peek up the top of ramp. Fuzi's ready for it. But Fear finds Debo. They could just easily walk away from this one. Go back into what's also working for them, which is currently top mid and underpass.
They're so tricky, man. They're doing a good
Junior
job.
looking to split mid. They've got Sapek towards Cat and ZTR tucked in connector.
Looking for this B push, actually, if they put some pressure on A, and they're going to go and clean this out. And no telling where they're going to end, and that's just because they've done such a good job of just, masking it. Every time they pick the site, and here they find this aggressive play out mid. Trust a flash there. He's going to be $100. Oh!
He's in the
You
smoke,
saw him.
dude.
It was like Squid Game. The doll just locked on.
Deleted, and what do you know? They're back at the A site before you even realize. Oh, Young Ninjas, I'm so sorry you have to go through this.
That's tough.
But Navi Jr., I hope you're having fun.
I like that they're dying early. I know that sounds weird. That's not a backhanded compliment. I like that they're trying to get info back. Sounds awful, but I really do. I think that the one thing is they've continuously tried aggressive mids and stuff like that, and
yeah,
it's fine. I like that they're willing to commit to it.
Life is misery, die early.
Yes. Experience as much pain as you can. I think Nietzsche said or something one time.
Bomb pops. Bada boom. Navi Jr. winning another round. Man, they're not even on top of this. When we had MOUZ NXT yesterday smashing their game, That 16x stomp on Ancient, dude. They were whooping, they were hollering, they were cheering, they were clapping, they were whistling.
Yeah.
They were everything short of dancing in their seats.
True.
Navi Jr. haven't made a peep.
No, they haven't.
Full focus.
Full focus, fast win, as they say in Europe. Before they queue. Millipede. Connor loves Fuzi's statue. Oh, the flashbangs are getting dropped on the floor.
Okay. Curious situation. 3 smokes over top, and then it's going to be a parade of flashbangs. Fuzi's over towards the ticket, but there's this player up close that could be problematic. Devo tries to peek, and it's a successful one. m0NESY gets the other opper, as I believe Fuzi tried to push through. He was challenging around the side of triple. Devo's in a desperate position, but he's still trying to make this one work, looking to evacuate that initial spot as they continue to try and use their utility, but his teammate volleys him, and even though he gets burned into the open, it just fires him up.
He said, "Get out there, son!"
All right, I got it. 4 kills, Devo. Nicely done.
He said, "You're out of position."
I said, "Fight!"
WePlay of the day was throwing the Molotov.
Yeah. No step backwards. I said, "Fight, boy."
Forced him to live his best life there. I want to know the lineup for that Molotov, so I can make the most of my teammates.
All right. Talk about a pressure situation. Either get 3 kills or burn to death. Like that's a hell of an ultimatum.
You want to play a game?
Look, he's gonna. Oh, he tries to do it again. He's like, "I am the fire god," but this time, not so successful. There's a chance for the ticket player to pop up and deal with Onkir, but now he's tucked in so close that should be a safety net. However, ZTR.
Uh-oh.
He finds the bomb carrier. Onkir. Oh, denied by the rotation. Rolf right around that corner. m0NESY to the top of the stairs. That's a sick shot. And he's got more bodies to pile if he can find them towards that ticket. Again, the utility usage coming out of the CT spawn. And Navi Jr. do have the choice to leave. They want... No, they don't. Oh, now they do.
Now they do, yeah.
Now they definitely
Plus, player advantage. Bomb can get planted. Back triple.
Ay.
Took one in the head. Through 3 boxes, though.
m0NESY, the only man left with much HP for Navi Jr. Shooting for that 12.
Yeah!
Oh, okay.
Punch your ticket.
Okay, mister. Now it's on Fuzi. Top of the stairs he goes. Now, confirms m0NESY's spot. Op v op to kick off the 1v2. And he's going to lose. m0NESY 3 kills on the round. Beauty of a shot through the ticket booth.
Damn.
And,
they talk about him.
Nice little chaotic moment there, you know? If it's going to be a blowout, at least make it one full of carnage. Oh, that was that's a reassuring
He's
arm
been
touch.
like, yeah, he's been constantly been like, everything's cool, man. That's good.
I'm sorry we made you play with a P90.
And the buy zone before that, we were just trolling.
12-2, dude.
That was m0NESY's round right there. The jump the stairs, shot through tickets, the last kill. And Flamey got the flank kill as well.
Yeah, good on him. That was the big one.
Yeah, that was a big one.
That was the big one. The big fish. Caught by Pimp.
Big Swedish fish.
Damn. Silver lining, Young Ninjas at least have some guns. And, yeah, they've got a barrel of a scope. Oh, no.
Oof.
No. Oh, no.
Not like that.
Not only do you not finish the kill versus m0NESY, but then he turns around and gets the 5v3.
It's not my SAPAC. Not the SAPAC I remember.
Roll. Oh my god, dude. It's a massacre. Navi Jr. taking out all of the aggression that was building up on Overpass that they weren't able to piece together is now starting to just flow. Hatred. Let the hatred flow through you. 13-2 looking incredibly likely. A dominant half out of Navi Jr. on their map pick. Debo, at least he can try his hand at the clutch, but the gun goes dry, and so does his chance. 13-2 on the half.
They're in the nail coffin, and it's closing. Now they're looking like a major winning organization right here.
Man. No, they're
That was
lowering that.
bonkies.
They're already putting the dirt on this coffin. Damn. Young Ninja's inside, knocking on it. Hey, hey, I'm still at... No, you're not.
They got the earplugs in.
No, you're
They don't
not.
want to hear it. Plus, they don't understand Swedish.
Tough pill to swallow. Wow. Not that they have a choice.
3 maps guaranteed.
And I'm okay with that. Inferno
I'm
should
great
make for
with
a good
that.
one.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
Yeah, that's actually going to provide us some quality entertainment.
If we get there.
If we get there, yeah. I mean, either way, we're either going to a third map that's meant to be like the closest, a nice close one and is going to provide, or we get the most ridiculous comeback that you have ever seen.
Ever in WePlay Academy League. No, actually, this would be the biggest probably, even.
I'd assume so.
I mean, the 14-8 comebacks are just, they're special.
Dime a dozen.
Especially with elimination, for LAN and everything. That was pretty crazy, so. Yeah, but based on how well, I guess this is for grand final, so yeah.
Yeah, the stakes are higher.
Stakes are higher, plus it's LAN. Can't wait till we go wireless one day.
Fully wireless?
I hate these
Everything
wires,
wireless,
man.
wireless monitors.
I hate these wires, man. I can't stand these wires, man.
It's not going to be a very positive environment, but we are going to jump into the Young Ninjas TeamSpeak nonetheless. Listen to some Swedes as they try to claw back this second half.
Två ut balk eller vill vi hoppa ut? Jag ska hoppa alltså. Falla min smak. Fönster eller balk? Jag kommer hoppa balk. Eller fönster menar jag. Right. Jag är med dig. Smakar. Flasha. Mollo. CV. CV.
Jag kan inte gå igenom det bollen. Jail. Backside. Backside.
En CV. En till backside. Backside. Det är text.
Hello, boys. Mollo alltså.
World record!
Yeah,
fastest TeamSpeak ever.
I told you. It went pretty. Look at that Monacy, dude. 25-7.
Holy.
25-7.
Quietly but loudly.
That's nuts.
Sapex won in 13, I think.
Let's talk about the 25-7.
He used all his juice. Used all his juice from Overpass.
I love Overpass so much.
I don't play other maps.
Is he? We're about to reveal his score on the backboard. Yeah, okay, good job, production. Just keep that. Yeah, let's keep that hidden. But now everybody can see it. 2-14, actually. It's even worse.
Oh man,
rough one, dude.
They messed up the. He messed up. I think it was Rolf. He missed his jump into the. You try to hit the top of the window, so you hit the ground faster. He jumps up, gets caught, trips over his feet, stays in the window. Everyone's on fire.
Third guy just burns to a crisp. Doesn't even die to the gun. It's at least a bomb plant. Now we're cooking.
So positive.
Rolf's heart's through the roof right now, man. 135 compared to 3 of his teammates under 100, as if they've already accepted defeat. But Rolf believes. And Sapek delivers.
He's back.
Almost as many kills in the entire game as he got just now.
There's still somehow a way that Navi can win this.
Yeah, it
because
could
they don't
come
have
off
great
Flamey.
spots. Yeah. Okay. Well, now they should be fine.
Yeah. Debo's going to be able to lock down the sights. There's just no time for this. Flamey, he's going to have to leave, save that A1S, and sure enough, Young Ninjas lose pistol without even getting out of the apartments, and they follow up with the win nonetheless. Only 11 more to tie at 14.
11 more. They're going to need so much heart right now.
That's it.
They're going to need
Only 11 rounds. Think about how many rounds you've won in your life.
Yeah.
They only need 11.
When you put it that way.
It's all about how you frame it.
Yeah, it's frame. It's
mind over matter.
It's spin.
Mind over matter, folks.
27-8.
You only truly lose when you stop believing in yourself.
That's when you lost twice. Ninja.
Of course, if you just follow up with a round loss versus Deagles, it's going to hurt even more than had you not won any at all.
Oh, that'll be the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh, oh my. Oh,
just saying.
It's not your fault, Fuzi. There's nothing you could do, son.
Honestly, he's 28-8.
There was nothing you could do about that, son.
Oh, no.
There's nothing worse.
I didn't mean it, man. I didn't want it to happen, but it is going to happen, isn't it? 5 versus 2. Navi Jr., beautiful scout shot, pistol kill inside of the ladder room. Oh, another one from Monacy.
Just wow, you know?
And ZTR
One more for 30.
Wow. Ah, at least he gets that, but now he's going to burn. Head trick from beyond the grave. That's how they take 15. Wow. What a kick in the nards.
Right in the nard bars.
Are you winning, son?
Are you winning, son? No.
Not this map, Dad.
Nay, matey.
Ooh. I didn't mean to jinx that.
I think we knew it was coming, right?
It kind of felt like it was. That's why I said it.
Because they're just playing so much better overall.
Yeah.
Pistol rounds aren't real CS.
No.
That's my boot take of the day.
They are anomalies. And so is Modesty. You know. He's not a dime a dozen. That shot hit. Oh, ZTR's been tagged up. Yeah, he didn't have a chance with that one, man. Modesty knew exactly where he was with a massive weapon advantage, and so this one's going to come crumbling down around the Young Ninjas. Rolf's going to try desperately to get the entry onto B, but the problem is Bomb's top mid. So, Fuzi going to need to somehow find a route over here if he even wants to, but in reality, it's just going to be the closer. Navi Jr. lose on overpass, looked absent across both halves, really. But they had more of a fight in them than this from the Young Ninjas. Ultimately, blowouts in the both. I say blowout, 16-10 on the first one, so it actually wasn't that bad.
But yeah, in the sense that they didn't really have control.
No, yeah.
Modesty has 32 kills in just 18 rounds here. So, like, imagine how many, how many potential kills this kid could have had if this game went on any longer.
This is wild, folks.
For the sake of the humanity, we had to end it.
You know, before we sat down for Mirage, I said Navi Jr. just got a reset in between, and that's a reset and a half.
Yeah, the scriptwriters had to... What's going on? Hopefully he's okay. Maybe some mouse issues and stuff, or some... It'll all get sorted. Got another map to play, boys.
Yes, sir.
Smoked him on this one, but now it's super competitive.
Yeah, get the troops up, round it up, try to just eliminate that from your mind. Accept the fact that Modesty is a prodigy.
Yeah, it's tough.
See it for what it is.
They know what he is.
See it for what it is. Accept that it happened on Mirage, and also accept that in reality, Modesty doesn't provide that every single map. This is the thing. We talked about Navi Jr. being one of the teams that have the highest skill ceiling, and their players on individual levels having some of the highest, potential.
Probably the highest
but
peak.
It's not the most consistent. If Young Ninjas can just remind themselves that they have been the more consistent team, they're good to go.
Yeah, is that true?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I truly believe so.
But yeah, I mean, Inferno's good for both. Young Ninjas Inferno is awesome.
Yep.
So that's a great map for them. But yeah, it's gonna be a great third map. I mean, this is awesome because 16-10. That's kind of how you expect Young Ninjas could win a map, and it looked like Navi maybe beating themselves a little bit, but not surprised about the result. This is destiny to get here on Inferno to see who gets into the finals.
Yes.
So before we do that, let's talk about Mirage. Tom Biz, what happened?
Don't put that on me. That's not fair. I don't know what happened. We went into that one. Pimp was like, nah, I don't think we're getting to the third map. And someone up there clearly heard you and doesn't like you very much.
I forgot to take one thing into consideration, I guess, and that's this dude called Monesi.
One big thing.
Absolutely outstanding in this game. That was probably the best game any player has had all season long to consider, right? Yeah. They're facing Elimination Point. They're down 1-0 in the series. They're going into Mirage. Sure, they were the favorites. We kind of portrayed it as being maybe 60-40% to Navi Jr., but to drop 32 kills, 33 kills, or whatever he did here, dying 8 times and just completely destroying Young Ninjas every single round was unheard of. When he's playing at this level, then he's going to beat anyone at this tournament. But Scrawny said it pretty well. He doesn't do it every game. He's not that consistent as of right now, but we got to see what he can do, and we got to see why we label him as the best player at the tournament.
There was no doubt who was the alpha player in this game. It was all Modesty. Every single type of situation, it just feels like he's so comfortable in. We saw some rifle highlights from him. We saw, obviously, a handful of op highlights. And cherry on top were the scout highlights at the very end of this game. I mean, Modesty was the complete package. Just seriously, there's so little, it feels like, you can do against him if he's in his comfort zone. Even when he's pushed back into some pretty tough situations, it just feels like he can always unlock himself on Mirage. It's why he's such a joy to watch. It's why Navi Jr. also like to play Dust 2. We're not going to see that map coming up, but it's really great that everybody here was able to get a taste for him. Wow, like some of these shots are just so fast. There's seriously very few players in the world that are this fast. Like that shot right there on Ticket Booth, I don't see people hit that. You know, at the highest levels of play, usually that jump spot is safe, not when you're against m0NESY.
Yeah, I felt like we're going to get... Who's the guy who makes like the video where it's like crisp, clean lock and he's just going through all the things that look like it was... like, I felt like we're going to get one of those. Because look at the scoreboard. He's doubled anyone else.
161 ADR with an AWP playing mainly this. Like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous what he was able to do on the T side as well. m0NESY right now showcased to us, as I said just before, that he is absolutely the best player at the tournament. We highlighted fuzi, we highlighted Torsi as well for having good, good games and good performances.
Can we just leave this up?
No one in the tournament will be able to replicate what we just see m0NESY do. He's outstanding, and he's a player that is ready for the next level. That's another conversation we need to have at some point. The only reason he's not playing in the Navi main squad is because of this guy called Simple, who just happens to be the best player of all time in Counter-Strike. The guy right here, 16 years of age, he's already a star.
I was about to say, and maybe school. Does he still have to go to school?
Like, that might be holding him back.
Drop out, drop out. At this point, go out.
It's definitely not his play in the server that's holding him back. That's all I can say about that. I mean, m0NESY, though, I think going into Inferno is going to have to do something similar. I think that it's going to be really tough, though, because Mirage, he was given a lot of space. Like, he was getting a lot of the fights that he wanted to. I mean, it still is obviously a huge joy to watch him play, but we've seen on Inferno, he doesn't really hold up in that same degree. It's why in the first season of WePlay, when every team could ban 3 maps, they took out Inferno, because m0NESY doesn't have the same level of comfort there that he does on Mirage. But one thing that Navi Jr. and Navi Jr. fans can be proud of is that OnCare was the highest rated Inferno player in all of WePlay during the group stage. So,
well, I think the other thing as well is we've already seen them play this map versus MOUZ NXT, and they didn't really need, they didn't need him to pop off. Right. I think it was OnCare, it was Flamey as well, who had a very good map, and I don't think he had much to do in this one realistically, but their B-site hold has actually been pretty strong throughout this tournament.
It has been strong, but that's where it worries me a little bit, because I feel like that was a one-off thing, right? You need Flamey to be good in this game as well, and you need some of the other players to step up as well. And to be completely honest, right, we haven't seen that much from Navi Jr. When we see it, we praise it, and we say, okay, they also have the aspect of playing as a team.
Yeah.
But it's just been a couple of times throughout 2 seasons now that we had that conversation point. It's usually about Anchor, it's usually about m0NESY, and I agree with you, like, we need to see m0NESY again. The good thing is, though, yesterday he played Inferno as well, and I believe he dropped 25 frags, died 11 times or something like that. He was, again, the best player on the server, so he's feeling it right now. m0NESY wants to go into that final, and I think that's potentially enough for Navi Jr., as absurd as it may sound.
I think the other thing that worries me a little bit, Maui, about this last map was I feel like fuzi's been very good this tournament, but actually Sapek has been probably the best player, actually, for the Young Ninjas. He got destroyed. Like, I think this is by far the worst map we've seen for in the entire tournament, and that includes when they got battered on Ancient.
We're definitely going to need to see a bounce back from Sapek because he's so responsible for taking a lot of the space for Young Ninjas. He's usually one of the first or second guys in on their team. And if he doesn't perform well, I still have shown... I've had some doubts about a couple of the players on Young Ninjas. We saw Debo, for example, getting really abused on that A side on Mirage, and I kind of feel like he's going to get worked again if he's not able to... Sapek, that is, if he's not able to improve his play from Mirage to Inferno, then this might be a send-off, a farewell for Young Ninjas. So ZTR is going to have a lot of work to do. So is Sapek. We can't expect that fuzi is going to fall off too hard because he's been pretty consistent for them all in all.
Well, that was another player I wanted to mention was Debo. Like I think we saw, you mentioned the A site, but there was a few rounds where he wanted to get almost incredibly aggressive just to try and maybe make up for the fact that I don't think this has been his tournament so far.
Right.
You could say so, right? But sometimes as a player, I feel like you have to try something. Debo haven't had the best tournament, but I think again we talked a little bit about it, right? As an individual, he's not going to make the difference on the server, but I think his primary job is to fit into the system and not to be a disadvantage for Young Ninjas. If he's not disturbing the way CTR want to call or the way he's want to play, then I think he's doing a job in that. Of course, he needs to show up on the server. I'd say 10, 15, maybe 20 frags, would be fantastic for Debo, but I don't really expect it at this point. I do think he is the weak link within the Young Ninjas.
That's safe to say. That's safe to say. I think Rolf is a player that I've kind of seen some highs and lows. He's been a little bit more inconsistent, but that also means that if he's able to be an X factor here, that could be a difference maker too. I think Young Ninjas right now are probably trying to just push out the thoughts, the memories of Mirage now, and try to get back to what was working for them. Because when we look at the history between these two teams in the group stage, NAVI took the first victory on Inferno. The second time they faced, Young Ninjas were able to make the adjustments necessary and find the win again. And it's almost like a best of three within a best of three here. We're going to finally see them play it once again for all the marbles. And that's something that I think ZTR is welcoming, because in Season 1, Young Ninjas look like one of the best, if not the best, Inferno team. Season 2, not quite the same story, but this might be a time to make it all up.
Yeah, I'm thinking back, though, to the first day, Pimp, where we actually saw them play against Big Omen Academy, and it wasn't as clean as maybe we would have liked for the team that was so good at that map previously. They needed some big clutches.
They did. It was, despite what the scoreline suggested, it was a much closer game than anticipated, but... I don't know. I feel like Navi have looked really solid so far in Inferno so far, and I think they are in contention and maybe the best Inferno team at the entire tournament. So I don't really know where to go if I'm Young Ninjas in this one. I feel like it has to come from the team. It has to come from the fact that we have established a couple of times that as a unit, as a team, they probably have a little bit more team play than Navi Junior. And Inferno as a map is a map that, you know, invites team play. If you don't have any weak links, if you have good protocols and good setups, good executes, you can go a long way on a map like Inferno. So the one thing that could be a disturbance for that, the one guy who could, you know, change that factor is obviously m0NESY. So I feel like that's what it comes down to. If m0NESY is going to have one of those games where he can disturb Young Ninjas enough, then I don't think they have enough.
One quick thing I want to highlight on the stats is the round win percentage for T side. Both of these teams are significantly better on their T sides than their CT sides, and for a team like Navi Junior that doesn't generally have the best T sides, Fear has found a method to actually make this map work for them. It's just simple calling. When they take the space, they'll usually just exec onto bomb sites. And Inferno's a map that if you're not punishing by flanking frequently, like, Navi Junior can beat you. So Young Ninjas, I think if they want to have any kind of game plan to win on the CT side, they need to abuse the fact that Navi Junior don't always leave a lurk. They don't always leave someone that's going to punish some re-aggression. So if someone from Young Ninjas can step up to the plate, push out, find some flank timings, find some advantages by getting some space on their own, that might be the difference maker here. I'm not sure if they've game planned well enough, though, and I think this series is going to be really telling to see which team has the better beat on the other, because there are holes in both of these teams' T sides. It's just, can they take advantage of it?
Well, you've mentioned a focal player already for one side of the coin. I'm curious for Young Ninjas, who's the person you think needs to be on form, Pimp, if they're going to be able to win this map?
I think Fuzi, I think he's good in Inferno. Season 1 he was good in Inferno. Season 2 he's been good in Inferno. He's had a couple of good maps. He's had a couple of bad maps. I think now is the time for him to step up. He doesn't have to match m0NESY. He can't. You know, he's not as good as m0NESY. But if he can have a good performance, I think the team of Young Ninjas can be good enough in order to beat them. But again, you need some sort of individual brilliance in order to get up there.
Well, we have got our highlight players. We have got our third map within the series. All we need now is our commentators.
Lol.
That's us.
Lol?
You said lol?
You said lol.
Oh, some kind of Danish noise. I'm not sure what that means. Probably these guys are the best. Couldn't be anything other than that. Yes, this is right. The stage has been set, man. What a ridiculous second map for m0NESY to just kind of remind Young Ninjas as to what's up.
Look at Pimp's tweet. The ZTR
yes,
quoted,
I was about to bring that up.
ZTR was quoted as saying, we don't typically,
we don't give him that
actually pretty
space.
good at lassoing in m0NESY, making sure he doesn't have the impact that he does. Then boom,
30 bomb later,
32 and 8 or whatever it was, destroyed him. I mean, that's where he looked. He made him look like big.
Yes.
I don't know how to say that nicer. That was pretty much he bigged him. Bigged him hard. That was nasty. And listen, I'll say this, okay? Both these teams are good on Inferno. I'd say overall, NIP are better. But and Navi Junior are good on Inferno, and they've gotten better. It's been visible, the improvement, in particular with the use of m0NESY. We've seen it live here at the LAN. m0NESY's been used for more aggressive opening plays, where before he was sitting in arch and waiting behind a smoke and then rotating and then getting kills if nobody flashed him.
No bueno.
Now he's actually pushing down mid. He's in halls going for really aggressive picks. And that aggression, because combined with the skill that he has behind it, the fact that he just literally doesn't miss, it's scary because, yeah, he can take a lot more map control now. So I think the CT side is what's going to define the winner loss here for Navi Junior. before the series started, I was actually thinking, maybe Nip could take it. After seeing that last map and seeing what we've seen from Ninjas on Inferno, I think they could actually take Inferno. And I feel like right now, this might be one of the best, dude, they even beat MOUZ NXT on Inferno. They did.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a banger of a map. And this is to get into the finals.
Yeah.
It's all occurring to me now.
Yeah, starting to sink in.
Because it kind of felt like this is going to three maps. But now that we're on, this is the last map of the three.
One. Yeah.
And now whoever wins this goes to finals.
Dude, it's beginning.
And
it's beginning.
It's maybe the best Inferno team versus the team who beat the best team on Inferno.
Honestly, if you're just tuning in right now, let's just say you didn't miss anything.
It's going to be good.
Let's say you didn't miss anything you had to watch because you already knew m0NESY was probably a prodigy. And now we're getting into this one. Yes, that's right. One map to decide who goes knocking into that grand finals. And what are they going to look like when they walk into that grand finals? They're going to look like this.
With the energy.
The standoff. Looking like Thermopylae. Young Ninjas win that. Thermopylae. Isn't that where the 300 Spartans fought off the Greek army?
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't know, man.
I can't remember.
I don't know. I'm trying to be smart and shit.
Thermopylae. Sounds like a made-up disease.
Yeah, man. What happened to John?
Poor guy got Thermopylae.
Awful case of the Thermopylae. It just fell right out. Grand Final Sunday. We've got LAN. You didn't just open up this stream and go, oh, what's on the CS? No, this is not online Counter-Strike. This is one map of Inferno on LAN to decide who goes on to get that revenge match attempt versus MOUZ NXT. Navi Jr. to the T side after losing the knife round, but after winning that last map, you know that they've got to be feeling a little bit better than when they fizzled out on Overpass. This is it, folks. This is the last map of the season for one of these two teams. Who's it gonna be?
Pressure's on. Pim put it nicely. Fuzi can't match up to m0NESY, and we haven't seen it from him. But and he also had kind of a bad series, but overall he's been one of the most impressive players and very good on Inferno in particular. So we're looking for a decent, high-level performance from him. You're worth your weight in gold as a B defender.
Couple flashes over top. Ooh, Rolf, he gets one. Falls back through the smoke grenade. Debo also the first rotator finding one, so it's a 3v5. Ooh, and the boost could have worked out well, but yeah, that's not ideal.
The bomb hasn't gone down yet, actually. We crossed the minute mark. 2 players in the back of the site. CT's ready to peek. 4v2. No health advantage here for Navi Jr. in any of their engagements coming up.
Flamey just stuck behind that skinny little pillar. 40 HP to work with. The whole goal is to dodge shots if you're head trick, but Sapet connects it to the head. Uh-oh, reload needed, and that's the end of poor Flamey. Young Ninja is going to pick up the CT side pistol win.
They do it off the hold, and it's like, I think we saw Fuzi in there, but then it was 2 other players that got their kills before they even needed to use Fuzi. So there was a good amount of rotations early on.
Yeah, Debo was there very fast.
Yeah, big Debo.
In real quick. And I think Debo flies under the radar in a lot of maps. But he also does have a few, I feel like he's always good for like a couple of instrumental moments.
Sure.
I like that about him.
Yeah.
I like that.
Deep banana control. With very light utility. So hang on to some grenades. We've got a few left, but don't need too many. Sometimes better on these rounds to use your grenades earlier, honestly, than later, just because you don't want to get caught with a nade out, and also, you stop some of those crazy rushes that can sometimes spring you 2 opening kills. Maybe even earn you 1 back. 2 incendiaries remain here for Young Ninjas. As Navi Jr. only have Glocks to work with. You could have the biggest brain in the world, but if you only have Glocks...
Can't be all brains, no bronze.
Yeah. Let's be honest about it.
Ooh, he crept out, though. And the MP9 that's over towards Porch actually hasn't peeked. m0NESY getting dangerously close. Fuzi will come out from the corner, and CTR is fine. It's a full house in the top of mid. It's a meat grinder. Navi Junior give up that 2-0 start.
This is how many rounds they got on Mirage.
Such a blowout. Navi yet to win a round, but we'll listen in, see what their thoughts are coming into the third.
Тачку дал.
Иду Мексику.
Жду. Первый молик.
Молик, яма глубокий, аккуратно пик второго.
Под джемми, да, осторожно для бедлавку играть.
Вижу мид.
Дабл К яма была.
Да, банана.
Я реди второй.
Банана?
Давай.
Да, с бананом.
В упоре банана.
Я даю 15 тогда.
Занимаю дом.
Форма на банане.
Смог лавка.
Смог банан.
Нет. Я молик 200 дам. Я молик 200 дам.
Я дем 15 дам, окей, не
торопись. Я дал уже. Лежит.
Окей, надо молик, флеш.
Даю флеш.
Дал молик.
Пацаны, я иду к вам через
Подсадки нет. Подшива, спрятал.
Банан. Смотри, банан.
20-ку взял.
Может пикать. Может быть, молик 500 тоже.
Надо банан отбить.
500 может все это
Под
время.
флеш или контакт? Под флеш или контакт?
Флеш хороший.
Дай молик мне, я 500 молик дам пока.
Бомбу под лавку дропнул.
Смоки не тратьте, смок малый выйдите кто-то. Окей, флеш 20.
Молик дали глубокий.
Не вышел, курилка тип был.
500 нет.
Прыгал тачку.
Банан отбили?
Нет, нас молик.
Он на тачке прыгал, шел.
Надо будет заход 20 сделать, смок малый.
Я упор зачекали.
Смок малый сможем дать?
Дерево убил.
Найс. Еще второй сейчас будет распикивать. Надо бомбу брать и тебя. С крысой 15, 3-20.
Я пойду.
Крыса 15 будет, давай дым малые. Я флеш-план дам. На велике осторожно.
Закрылся.
Дал флэр большие зажал. Флэр большие зажал. Дал флэр большие.
Под 1В.
Вместе на размен.
15 секунд.
Забегай.
Два план. Найс. Ставлю бомбу большая.
Ты модин. Найс, убили.
Врыв осторожно. Врывает, походу. Под смоком.
Малый.
Ты там малый или библа?
Он сески шил.
Все, чиллаут.
Я иду с Б. Я рискну. Попробую его убить.
Давай.
Можно сейчас фулл звук.
Не на себя пока. Бомба хорошая.
Тихо.
На Б?
Не знаю.
Экран.
Ган есть хороший? О, заебись.
Хорош.
Oof, things got a little heated there when we were at that 15-second mark and there were still CTs.
Chill out, Harosh.
Yeah, chill out. And everything was good. But
okay, it was a little bit slow.
Yes.
It was a little bit slow, and then they had the... You could see there, I mean, think about the right things, all right? You know, we want to clear up banana before we hit the A site so we don't get fast flanked if things go wrong.
Cleared logs.
But they didn't leave it open for that moment. They came back to it, you know, crossing in. But they cleared out everything properly. And they didn't rush those protocols, and they also got the trades, which is huge. There was no like weird kill that went wrong. So everything went right, and then they had enough time to get on the site. If one thing went wrong there, it might have been too late. So a little bit slow, but they make it happen. It's versus the kind of bonus round, but it is also a round where Young Ninjas can't even rebuy. So just because they had 3 MP9s there didn't actually mean they were just showering in money. Plus, that's really unsanitary.
Yeah, don't do that. Money is disgusting.
So it's gross.
That's why we do contactless nowadays.
Shower credit cards.
And debt.
Showering this debt.
Young Ninja's going to go for the pistol stack up on this A site. Hope that maybe Navi Jr. run it back to the last round where they just kind of, you know.
If I was going up against a team like Navi Jr., I'd do that.
I'd
take a super passive stack because they can beat themselves on time. If they do enter a site late because they didn't want to get early information, then boom. I love saying then boom because you don't have to explain
what you're saying
after you.
Yeah.
Then boom.
And if people don't get it,
then boom.
It's on it's on them. Ooh, frag could be good. Decent. Head trick. Die out to the pistol headshot now. Problem is if you kill head trick, he's got an entire team behind him, and all of those players have big old guns.
How many smokes do they drop here? Just an extra?
Seems like just the one. Rolf inside of it. Okay, that works. Finds Flamey. Pulls out the M4. Oh, man. Had a chance at the second, but nah, head trick's able to survive.
You kind of got to run out shooting so you don't get blocked inside of the smoke. That was the only thing.
Also had to been a headshot because that's the player he did tag with the nade. But the body shots will allow Headtrick to survive, and everybody else from Young Ninja is just going to be gathered on the extremities of the B site. m0NESY double headshot as he goes and clears Banana.
Of course.
Says, "Oh, you think we're going to die to this bomb?"
I think I go below 180 ADR. Nah, son.
Onkir with another double, and 2 is the name of the game because we're all tied up. 4 rounds deep.
Not too bad. And this will be the first full rifle versus rifle.
Yes, sir.
3 MP9's a little bit much. It's hard to justify upgrading because MP9s are so good.
Especially on Inferno.
But I feel like your odds do come down a lot when you got two rifles to win. And then there's the game of like, all right, well, we didn't spend money on the upgraded guns, but if we just lose the round, that costs way more. So sometimes you gotta think like, do I need to rebuy?
Tough balance to strike.
An MP9 per sight is one thing, but an MP9 rotator is not as fun.
ZTR.
Zeter.
Feeling aggressive? No. He'll fall back a little bit. We got 2 players tagged to a nade, in Onkir and Headtrick. Opt for Fuzi, opt for m0NESY. This round's definitely going to help us paint the bigger picture.
So full stack.
Okay, they get it. Nicely done.
That works out. Yeah, nice from Sapek. Man, I thought he was falling off a bit, honestly. He's looking a little bit shaky that previous round. They cleared out logs. He didn't get a single bullet off with his MP9.
Yeah.
And the last map wasn't great, but the last map was a team effort to failure. So of course. Little bit of an exception, but yeah.
Just good to see.
After that overpass first half, man, I was expecting huge things from Sapek. So good to see he's reawoken.
A victim of his own success. He set our expectations so high for the series. Still plenty of time to draw it back. For now, Debo's just going to put out the fire at his feet. ZTR kills Fear. m0NESY kind of hesitating now with that bomb. Not quite sure if he wants to commit on short side or just play alongside Flamey. I could also just eject and hang on for the save, which is what the call is going to be. So Young Ninja is able to hang on. Sapek opens up, 2 kills towards top Banana. Looked for a second like he may have gotten fooled by the player who was hiding behind the wood wall, but he recovered it.
He knew where he was, but he's like, okay, well, there's another player who could peek me. It got a bit testy. You want to get that first fight right when that flash pops and then think about the second, but he still kept his ducks in a row in a bunch.
A big old bunch of rows. Welcome back to the server, Sapek. Missed ya. Quick timeout, figure things out.
Sight hit wasn't convincing, but they were already down to 3 at that point.
Yeah.
So a number of things had to go right, but it was all about this play.
That's the round winner right there. And then this position from ZTR, very, very, very cheeky.
The Ropsy spot.
Call that the Rops drop. Get a kill, fall back. Young Ninjas with the 3-2 lead and the first win in the actual head-to-head full gun round, right? We discussed it, round 3 featuring all those MP9s. Follow-up was the reward. Now NAVI Jr. have their work set out for them, and they will, of course, bottom out the bank accounts for this one. AK's up.
This smoke allows for deep grenades. They're not throwing them. You got to be careful with how you throw them because you can get spammed back, but you can get those grenades all the way down into the steps. Wow. Little opening here. m0NESY. Doesn't look like anybody's going to come wandering back into this position, but it allows him to hold mid for a second. Let's see how they play off of this now that they smoke off Arch.
Mike just drops the nade.
Looks like there's bracket controls coming. This is for the Opera who's rotated around from Arch. Very standard so far. Refresh of the smoke at the bottom of Banana for the CT side. And they'll make that rotation over Stack A. Oh, almost a timing. And yeah, he goes super wide, and that's not a bad thing to do to try to retake bracket control, but it doesn't get the kill. Look like it was a blind kill from the kill feed. We don't know how blind, but he can see enough, especially when you're this close to the monitor.
Stick your eyes on it. Oh, Rolf tries to go for the smoke spam, and he's going to catch some damage for it. Fuzi just playing behind the default. Debo's down in the pit, trying to give that cover. Good for just the one. And then he tries to keep his head down, but he's got 7 shots left in the gun, so it's a matter of time before they all just swarm down on him. And NAVI Jr. squeezing their way into this A site.
Wow,
a kill through smoke, a frag on an op up close.
So the one thing is, so we could see like a number of players die on the CT side holding the site. So they had extra players to try to no-scope the chick. Oh, he got it. Okay. All right.
That's how he gets so good.
That's how it just no-scoping chickens.
Oh.
The chicken murderer. That's what you don't want your nickname to be.
The chicken murderer?
That would be the least sexy nickname you could possibly
it's
have.
not intimidating, and you just sound kind of weird.
You don't get to choose. You
know?
You sound like you've got problems. You just don't eat them after. You just kill them.
Just kill them. Just leave them in a pile.
Just wear them.
On your head.
Let's not make this a thing.
Okay.
Mossy needs a good one. He liked the Flash. Called him the Flash.
Yeah, that's right. He did enjoy that because of how fast he is. And, well...
Chicken murderer.
NAVI Jr. ties this one up. 3-3.
They had 4 players on the A side. They try to reclaim mid control with the Flash. It doesn't work. Okay, the Flash is... the Flash is fine. It lands in the appropriate spot, but the dodge comes through, which is smart because they're playing bracket control and holding, and then, yeah, this is the highlight. This is the highlight.
No way. That's the shot,
I like how he's kind of mad that he missed the second one.
Damn you, chicken. All right, Sapex solo AK. Going to be boosted up towards Banana, and it's called out by Modesty. So that AK hits the dirt momentarily. He's going to pick it back up.
He's got his paws on every round.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Sapek had that crazy performance map 1, wasn't able to carry it over to the second. But if Modesty's able to carry over his second map performance...
He is a bit more consistent.
Oh, boy. And we're on to something.
Yeah.
NAVI Jr. 13 rounds away from locking in the grand finals. I feel bad. Last round, Rolf, he shot a few bullets through the smoke on mid, and it was just answered by 4 AKs. This time he sees a player with their back turned, and the moment he shoots, their teammate peeks around. So an unfortunate end for him yet again. ZTR, yes, he has the AK-47, but now they only get there. And sure enough, he's just going to find himself a single kill. It's the swarm from NAVI Jr. on all fronts of the A site, clearing every corner they have to on high alert, knowing that the stack was possible. And even though it was stacked, it still wasn't enough to stop them. NAVI Jr. with the lead.
Also on the A site hit, I think Fuzi was a bit too passive behind the default box when they actually wrapped onto the site. There needs to be, you know, a strong connection between your mini pit player and your site player to defend lane, slow it down, and actually peek, and he let him get wrapped on. Okay, let's listen in to the Young Ninjas team speak. NAVI team speak, I mean, and see what's going on.
Смог лавка. Алфлэш. Стал еще у меня две.
Я ready. Тихо.
Алфлэш еще, и ты еще на одной.
Дыши.
Еще одну. Один под стенкой.
Флэш 20.
Под навес.
Загоняют.
Да, загоняют. Надо уйти.
Пошел 19 контачек.
Щит бойлер, типа.
Да.
Занимают банан.
Я иду дома аккуратно.
Смотри, ближний молер ждал.
Одному красному надо будет жить.
Я пикну 5. Пацаны, возьмите бомбу. Я к вам на второй приду.
Я не пикаю 20, не пикаю.
Надо.
5 стрейф. Балкон, на балконе ставил.
Засада, осторожно.
Осторожно,
переждать.
Бомбу на втором.
Они уходят, переждать. По шифтом займем сейчас, аккуратно. Шифтом, за ним. Смока
Клавку
дали.
займем. При которой говорю банан.
Клавка типа.
Я могу дым 15 дать.
Давай. А есть флеш общая одна?
Нет.
All дым.
Я скину одну.
Могу дать молик 20.
Скинь флеш.
Дал флеш.
Молик
Давай молик
надо
20. Да. И флеш. Илья, флеш.
Флеш нет у меня.
Он уходит.
Банан прыгал, банан прыгал. Я его отогнал. Я отогнал банан, он прыгал. Можем на идти.
500. Буст малый, нет, буст малый. 2.15, 1.20.
Тихо, я рискну дым выйду.
Были 2.15.
На плент не уходил. Малых.
Найс.
Не уходил плент.
Идем 20, идем 20.
Не один хп.
Аккуратно пикать.
Плант или курилка.
На размен, надо на размен, пацаны, все вместе. Молик курилку.
Я курилку дал.
На размен. Бей мало. Молик плант.
Прохожу. Гифон, осторожно или как?
Курилка подошелся. Курилку бил.
Найс.
Стал. Гифон!
Найс,
Ставь бомбу. Я на хедшоте. 20.
Осторожно.
Смотри 20.
Не могу. Я на хедшоте остался. У меня 20 хп, буду на хедшоте играть.
Давай.
Флешка есть, да? Нету, да?
Нету.
Вижу. Я в даме напикаю, понял? 20, осторожно. Смотри себе 20.
Окей.
Ковра может быть скоро. Ты чекаешь малый, да?
Мало не видел. Мало не вижу. Стена, стена!
Без дефола?
Да!
Okay. Hyped about that. So we tucked behind the pillar.
All right, little pop off for Navi too. That one means something.
Let's go. Honestly, sharing the good vibes. Woo! Flamey seems a little bit like off from what we see in the cameras. Maybe just had a bad day.
Yep.
Maybe something happened.
Hope everything's okay.
You can see Monty consoling him. Team's behind him. Hope he feels better, or hope things are okay. I mean,
yes.
Don't know if he can feel better, but hope things are okay. But nice round. That was much needed. The entries are really strong from Navi Jr. They work the site. That's a hard thing to do, and these T rounds look very convincing. And I actually like the way that Ninjas are playing outside the actual site defense. Their defaults on CT side are good. They even did a ton of damage at the beginning of the round with their 4 mid setups, kind of like a G2 mid setup, and they used a lot of grenades. And it was Navi Jr. to come up for a fast bracket control. So perfect counterplay, but they didn't get a kill off of it. And even on low HP, Navi Jr. were able to win that round.
Oh, Jesus. ZDR was just trying to keep his head down, but...
Man, this would be crazy. Navi Jr. didn't qualify for LAN last time, and now they're about to be, potentially in a good spot to get to Grand Finals. Don't want to call that too soon. Great map for Young Ninjas. Their T-side's going to be spectacular as well. But I think the second half for both these teams is going to be better, which is scary.
Of course, the only team who was able to beat MOUZ NXT on LAN in a series was Young Ninjas, when they started Season 1. Yes, Navi Jr. took a map off of them in this second season, but that's supposed to be their kryptonite, man. And now Navi Jr. show up, throw the whole thing into limbo, make it whack. 2 weapons worth saving here for Young Ninjas. They did a good enough job of kind of clawing back Navi Jr., but not enough to stop the bomb plant or put themselves into a decent or justifiable position when it comes to the retake. So they're going to have to let this one slip through their fingertips. Navi Jr. with a 6th round on their T side, and it looks good. It's not just like 6 measly rounds. It's strong showings. Confident takes.
No, I mean, yeah. It's the bravest part of the map to take, I would say, taking lane. And now they've done it a number of times. His entries have been super strong, and they're the dimension that's missing for the Young Ninjas. They do everything right up until the site hit comes, and then they struggle to get the 1-2 punch from mini pit to site or from big pit to site. Because even when they threw down the smoke and he tried to go for the off-timing peak, he ended up dying without a kill. One of them is failing each and every time.
Yep.
And that's supposed to be where you've got your biggest advantage on CT side, to at least get 1 kill or trade evenly. And they haven't done that even with a health advantage a number of times. That needs to be addressed properly.
Fuzi at least making something happen with that saved up. But again, not enough to steal things away. So moves into this one, hangs on to it. We got to see something, Young Ninjas. What's going to change, man? We saw ZRT last round try to play up inside of the apartment.
ZRT, baby.
I got those letters mixed up.
I brought back the Melee days, the CRTs.
I don't know if any of these guys have ever played on those, man. The VCRs, okay. Okay, we're not that old.
Okay, DVDs.
That's better. Man, you just have to rewind the films before bringing them back to the rental store.
Be kind, rewind.
God, we sound so old. Be kind, rewind.
You can say Blockbuster.
Blockbuster.
Since they're dead.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah. I like this, man. Look at this pack mentality, man. Navi Jr.
Man, this is wild because the amount of times that Young Ninjas have played Deep Banana, and here Young Navi Jr. found a time that they could literally just walk up to the site.
Look how open it is.
There's just no way. Dude, Rolf was literally wiping gunk out of his eye just now. They don't know this is coming.
Yeah, bro, he's about to...
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Let's go. What? He's got a teammate as well nearby. Dude, Rolf with like a 6th sense, man.
Jesus.
His fingers were tingling with anticipation. Oh, and ZTR finishes off the kill versus Onkir. This is perfect. They've gotten a 5 versus 3 without ever even having to see Navi Jr., and they're in the perfect position if Navi feel like they have to justify this push. Sure, they clear Sapek off with a boost, but Rolf is just omnipresent. Plays backside. Anticipating the walk-up, and Headtrick's going to turn his attention. That wallbang connects. m0NESY giving him a warning. He says, I dare you, try me! And as the time expires, the 4th round win from Young Ninjas hits the scoreboard. We have to just praise Rolf. He was so alone, and yet he hits that smoke spam. A crucial moment for Rolf. I don't know if he even realizes how doomed he was about to be.
That was crazy. I mean, the fact that they walked to the top of Banana, not a single window flash or anything to help them get there, and then that was a huge risk that Navi took to do that play. There was no op to punish them, and then, yeah, Rolf was the security guard sleeping in the booth, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he had every right to. Parking lot was empty. No one was coming. They've never gone B, basically. Literally was wiping the eye gunk out of his eyes. And then, boom.
Just shoots.
He said, timing. I got a timing. Good awareness.
Gets a second and a third from the back box. So very solid, very solid round. Ample damage.
This is so crazy. You can barely even see
What the
a
hell
foot.
is that?
A shoe.
m0NESY calculating. Rolf?
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know. It's a fun name to say.
That's true.
Some names are boring.
Name one. Jacob.
Yeah.
Mousy.
Oh, they're going to run through that. Dude, the disrespect. ZTR backs up, and the flash goes over. Oh, they both run through?
Yeah,
what?
right.
It's the T side that comes out on top, just simply a game of numbers.
Dude, it's Onk here of all people.
With 8 health. Then Flamey gets a very critical headshot, but there is still Rolf. And he sits inside the site, and they don't expect him. He's gonna, nope, denies the plant. Doesn't want it to go down. That buys time now for Fuzi to try and come over. m0NESY up close with the ops, looking to get him out of here. And oh my god, the no-scope through the corner of it is gonna be enough. And Fuzi has arrived in time, but he doesn't have his op out, so as he swaps to it, he misses his shot. BPM through the roof for Fuzi, 145 as he drops that one op shot, that one chance he had to put himself into the op v op duel.
Yeah.
Navi Jr. punching and dragging their way into that A site.
And he should have hit it probably. You know, Flamey was just out there. Flamey should have just been tucked that time. But, dude, this is the crazy part is Onk here gets insta-dinked and then gets both.
Wow.
And they come through this 3 turn in the corner. No one's playing anti because the flash timing is perfect from the CT side. And just as you mentioned, it's this like disrespect play where the smokes come down so fast they run behind them like we're losing the site if we don't help out. So they come through, but the flash is so good and they still don't get the kill they need to. Onk here was the important one. Damn.
And Fuzi
2 in a row.
Yep. I like the idea though. Try to get that op impact early, try to play for it. You know, you can't just passively allow for Navi Jr. to continue to rack up all these rounds. And Navi are playing fast, so he called out the potential kill, but didn't land his, albeit very quick chance. You know, Flamey was hot on the trigger.
Yeah.
You got one shot, you drop it. Now you got to watch this round from the sidelines. It's not a good feeling in the gut.
Not when there's elimination on the line, grand finals on the line. That's for damn sure. Games have been pretty fun, but this is a kind of an intense one for these squads. And the rotation here is
squad.
It's unfortunate. I'm not going to call it bad. They don't have great guns, so they're trying to make something happen.
It's nice of you.
But yeah, it's wrong. But it's not
wrong.
Not bad necessarily.
Okay.
More unfortunate.
Sorry, Debo, but you're dead.
Deadbo.
That's such a jump scare moment.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you can't look away from lane because you don't want to get walked up on, but in the meantime...
When are you guys coming home? When are you guys coming home? When are you guys coming home?
Smashed. If anything, this facilitates the save from Young Nanji. Nanji's? What is that? Young Ninjas. Navi's
New jobbies?
Yeah.
John G, the musical artist.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that Valorant player.
Joji, sorry. Oh, yeah. But yeah, the Valorant player.
Ooh, Anki, are you dead or alive? Ooh, okay, the flash helps. Man, it's not even an easy save. They're gonna have to fight for it. Head trick comes through and dies out, so that's at least 2 of the 3 saved. And damage back the other way, but 8 rounds nonetheless for Navi Jr.
Things seem to be a bit off for Flamey, but he's still fragging hard. He is still popping heads. Oh, that's great. Luckily for Navi Jr., that's kind of all they need from him. You know, the rest of the team can operate at full strength, and you can put up a mid-level game, and they'll still be perfectly happy with that. Where does Monacy go? Oh, this might be a free one, too. Man, this is getting out of hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Just hoping for something a little closer than the second, and it is a marked improvement. They've got 4 instead of 3.
You know, Young Ninjas have built the structure, but it's hollow, okay? These openings to rounds, the setups look great. Some of these nades are great. But when it comes time to crunch time, which is the most important part of the round, their holds are just are failing. And there was a couple of times where it was a little unlucky or crazy good for Navi, but a couple of times where it just felt like they weren't working together well enough. Here might be an exception, but look, they're so worried about B. I think this might be a moment where Navi slow it down anyway, so they might have time to go and come back. Uzi seems very emphatic on the mic right now. Oh.
Yo.
Wow.
But Sapek could still save it, man. Sapek could still save this. Sure enough, drops bomb, falls down into the pit. Flash comes over, and that's perfect from Monacy. Sets up Fear for an easy one. Rolf taking a bit of damage, and Monacy's going to give cover to the smoke. How does he hit both?
He's just a monster, dude.
How does he hit both?
He's actually a monster.
He's feeling it now. He's like, I don't even know how I do this.
Dude.
Someone says, explain yourself. He says, I can't.
I can't. I'm not smart enough to explain how good I am. It's too hard.
Meanwhile, Young Ninja's not having as much fun here in this third map. Flashbacks to the second, probably fresh on their mind.
Easy job for the coach today, but still putting in the work.
Yeah. Notice as well, guys, next time we go into a TeamSpeak, that in the top left corner of your screen, you will see a heartbeat monitor on the coach.
On the coach.
That's right. Not only all 10 players, but our coaches have them on too. And you don't get to see it often, but during the TeamSpeak moments, you'll see it up there.
Where is it on their bodies?
I don't know. I've been looking. But I don't understand the technology.
Maybe it's in their pants.
Could be.
Oh,
dude, it's so quick, man.
You can just call it before it happens.
Oh, my God, he's got them all.
That's the biggest regret of all time. He literally can see that Monacy's about to peek him, and I think, I don't know, he goes a little bit wide with the shoulder.
Yeah, but it's the fear factor,
he's just
bro. It's the fear factor.
He got jumbled.
You know you're stuck behind those
He got
sandbags.
jambalayed.
You know you've got utility all around you, and you know that if you try to run back to that bomb site, who's there? Who's waiting?
Monster truck Monacy.
And he sticks both shots.
Coming in with the big tractor tires.
Thick treads.
Thousands of HP.
Coach Cam, there's a BPM for you as well. Look at that. We got 2 versions of it. It's higher than some of the Navi players. Hell, even some of the Ninjas players. He's sweating.
Good.
Man, I don't know how to solve this problem.
Good.
Because the problem is very much Monacy.
But the same here.
2 kills in this one. Give him an 11-4 score.
He's thinking it's like literally just going up. Okay, stop thinking.
He's chilled.
Sometimes there is nothing more stressful than a save.
Oh, okay. So be it. You know, Debo, go ahead, rack up a couple kills. It means you get to keep your guns, but it's
Last
the
round.
rounds, man. The rounds. And those rounds are running out. This is the final round of this first half. And Navi Jr. are looking very comfortably moving forward towards that grand finals.
Yeah, they're even at the point where the pistol might not matter. They've got a strong CT.
The
but
pistol
strong T side,
matters.
strong CT side versus a strong T side. The second half is going to be nuts.
But you need to give yourself enough of a buffer.
Yeah, you need a buffer.
A big enough margin of error.
Or a Michael.
If you swap over and you've only got 4 rounds, then a couple of mistakes and you are out for the count. Knocked out cold. And there are no more chances. Y'all gonna have to wait until Season 3 for revenge. Season 3. Frag grenade at the feet of Onkir. Spam damage just next to him.
No way.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so mean. That's
ZTR
so
was jumping.
Rude.
He was just coming off of his hop.
That's just so rude.
Now they're looking to sink their teeth in short side. Fuzi, this is your chance. Make yourself a highlight. You've got support from Pit, but the rotators continue to die one after another. This needs to be Fuzi and Debo. It has to be the 2 of them, or is it going to be a rotation? Navi Jr., they just pump the brakes. Debo comes around the side to kill Onkir, but then Fuzi, he's just jumping. And well, Monacy's dead after just the 1, but the bomb's already exited, and Flamey leaves himself here on Balk.
They literally killed the B players as rotators. And Flamey, I mean, he could be kind of shy here, but still wants to maybe try to have impact. I think, oh my God, they're going to go back.
They're going to catch the guy
They're
that's
going to
chasing
catch him
them.
mid. Oh, but this could be a CT favored engagement. No, Debo goes down. He's not ready for the wide swing back. He's like, why the hell are these noobs running back to me?
Yeah, get out of here. You're supposed to be on B, and had he still been like just a half second still tucked into the alternate, like alt mid, then maybe he gets away with it. But dude, Navi Jr. just back and forth, and ultimately, no matter which path they take, it leads to the same place, and that's victory lane. 11-4 half on the T side of Inferno in the 3rd map on the cusp of a grand finals.
They were so confused, and it was all because Flamey. He made the play. Was he like kind of smiling there?
Yes, he had a big smile.
Let's go.
Big one.
Let's go. See them chompers, Flamey.
Yeah, that's a Colgate smile.
Yeah.
Fuzi, dude, he's jumping in the air.
Fuzi is having, Fuzi needs to improve his CT side. I can't remember how he played. He's having trouble opping on the map, especially versus these lane hits. I've noticed a couple of times.
It's all like 1 round.
Looks a little
1 round.
uncomfortable. He's not getting that first opening kill and then falling back. He's like going to the final spot, and then it's too late. And it might be him and his teammate having a communication kerfuffle, but it needs to be sorted out, and it's already too late. Season 3.
Damn, man. Gonna call it.
We don't even know when Season 3 is.
Nope.
So that's scary.
I'm not really. I think there's a Season 3.
There's literally 6 plaques on the wall.
Well, maybe they're just really ambitious.
Season winners.
You know?
As you should be. You see the studio?
Yeah,
$30 million studio? You think there's not going to be one more season?
Man, you guys should see this arena from the outside. It's just as cool.
It's actually just as cool.
I like it here.
We're in a historical building.
Yes.
That I think they call the Santa Arena in January. And all other months, it is the WePlay esports arena. And you can come in here. There's a frag store in the front. I bought a mouse and a keyboard, but producers didn't care. We want to listen to the Young Ninjas team speak for the second pistol.
Jump on in.
Ja, smoken sätter sig. Ja, på den.
Backa inte med smaxen.
En pikar i mitten. Han såg nog bomb. No problem.
En CPL.
Getting in mid. Jag backar så kör vi ut. Ja, jag smänger upp. Ja, go close. Ja, jag är redo.
CPL.
Till Anton.
Är redo.
Lägg nu.
Det där.
Lägg entry, line 3 flash där. Boom.
Sätter där.
Ruins rullar. Ja.
Battle Ruins.
Han är
Battle
ruins.
där.
Ruins.
Battle Ruins där. Boom.
Någon gömmer sig side. Clear side. Ja.
Inte redan.
Slappa. Vill ni pusha ruins? Fattar befallt. Ja.
Jag lägger djup CT. Ruscha. Jag lägger djup CT.
Jag laddar. Jag hoppar.
Japp, ruscha bara helt.
Four ruins.
Han dog en till. En till vänster. Direkt till vänster. Nej, en till.
Båda. Båda är där. Nice, en ven. Båda sista var där. Han har inte kit. Han har... Ja, Anton, nu kör vi. Bra, Anton.
Let's go, Sapek.
That's a clutch, man, because Monacy just had a hell of a pistol. He popped off, I believe, 3 kills in the round. Tippity tapping. Very aggressive B play, dude. That was chaotic. There was energy in that one from both teams.
That was sick. Dude, I mean, yeah, dude. This second half could be the best half of the whole series. And we saw some really fantastic stuff already. And that's because both these teams power up a whole lot.
Watch these ones, man.
And this can come down to just, I mean, clutch basically. Wow, some ridiculous shots. From Monacy, of course.
Just sounds like carnage.
How'd they even swap spots?
That's a chance, man. That's a
chance. That's a lifeline.
That's
a floaty.
the window was left open, and now Young Ninja's trying to climb into Navi Jr.'s house. There's two worlds, right? We saw it on Mirage as well. Navi Jr. could just slam the window shut on their fingers.
Blue fingers.
Win this round regardless of the lesser weapons. Or Young Ninja's at least going to be able to, you know, roll in and see what's inside. Where are your jewels at?
You have to jump throw that.
Y'all got diamonds?
You have to running jump throw that flash. I was just looking at that. I was like, that's not going to work like that.
Wrong.
It's a very frustrating one because you run and jump throw it for yourself. You can't even get to the. You can't get back to the end.
Peek off it itself.
Yeah, you can't peek off it right away. So it's just not a very good flash for that reason, unfortunately.
Well, I believe you once said flashbangs are overrated.
That's facts.
There's another one that stops them on the other side of the smoke, but they're still going to continue through. Headstrong, flamey back sight, racking up some damage, but it's the Young Ninjas who are racking up kills, more importantly. Fear just very desperate to try and connect some damage here of his own. Not going to happen. Bomb is planted, and Young Ninjas look par for the course for at least a 6th round. Seeing as they're not going to buy up in the next one, Navi Jr. like, yeah, I'm going to keep this scout.
I'm happy about it.
They'll walk away to save.
This needs to go to 30 rounds.
Why?
Because it's the most exciting that way.
Okay. Sure, let's do it. Sign me up. Where do I sign? You got the contract or what?
I already have your blood.
How'd you get that?
You were sleeping.
Okay. Yeah. WePlay, I'm gonna need a new hotel room. Bomb pops and everybody stands. But what stands between Young Ninjas and a chance at this comeback is still 5 more rounds before they're tied up. And soon enough, they'll have to face real guns.
Like Bizones.
No, no more Bisons,
MP9s.
Man. No more freaking Bisons. Bisons be bygones.
That doesn't work at all.
Kind of a little bit. A little bit.
Let's do the math on this.
Carry the 4. I mentioned the real guns, but they're not here yet. Still just a scout and some deagles, but...
Skeagles.
That doesn't work. Double molly.
Sapek's awake. Awake. Awake.
Yeah, nice to see him have a little rebound.
Yeah.
Map 2, he was
man.
gone.
They need it.
He was in the nether realm.
And even the first few rounds of this game. So, yes, it's got the makings of a strong finish here. But they also need Fuzi. They need Fuzi. He's been too good in the other matches. Oh, man. Right into the belly of the beast.
Yep.
3 CTs await them.
One playing counter flash on oranges. Oh, that's good damage. Onkir lines up 2 players. But it's pressure has been relieved with the double Galil kill.
3 HP on Rolf. Debo on Death's Door.
Ooh.
Ay.
Even more so now. From 30 to 6. Frag
the nade works.
Perfect. Excellent grenade.
I think they might already be mentally checked out of this and looking for some exits.
Yeah, why not? The follow-up smoke should allow for the T's to get out of here.
So a touch scary because the exec comes and they run into 2 deagles and 3 players in total.
Flamey's going to finish off Debo and stick around here. He's sacrificing himself for the cause. As will Head Trick. Yeah, he's got them all. So looking like just Monacy, the survivor, 9 dead at the end of the 19th round, where we do, of course, have the Young Ninjas continuing to close that gap. 4 points the difference between them and Navi Jr.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
James Banks. James Banks is on the board. Skibbity bop pip. Skibbity bop pip. It's over.
It's over, man. It's done.
Take it, break it, big it, give it back. Oh, it's done.
Okay, go off, King.
Skip it, beep, bop.
Are you done?
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's finished. Now the gun game begins. All right, the match has begun. Here, now, second half officially starts. Hoorah. What is it? Right out of the gate, we go for the alt mid into the boiler plate. Double up inside of the boiler. Quick flash as well. On here, easy double from the corner. Sapek's going to be able to respond, and immediately Young Ninja's tuck tail.
Wow, they run so fast. I mean, this is definitely, I feel like this is definitely a demo rotation. The way that they see the response here from Navi Jr., if they lose those 2 kills, they're going to enter into the site, but the smoke comes down right away. They're going to run through this.
Dude,
they look like they want to. They're leaving CT open, which is a huge risk, and they get punished hard for it.
Fear, though, the only player inside of the site. So good on him for getting the double and that follow-up damage. ZTR is so wounded. He's got less than 10 health per opponent. And yet somehow that's still a chance. Albeit a slim margin. No utility for him, so it's just going to have to be them AK headshots. Needs to hit some rippers. And the first one's for free. Suddenly, this seems a little more likely. Flamey trying to challenge around the side of those coffins, and ZTR, not expecting that. The wide swing from Flamey. He's going to the moon alongside Navi Jr., 12-7.
Yeah, that's a slow defuse, but it's the straight up, it's the hold from lane, and that was like already better than what we saw from, you know, NIP defending against Navi on some of those hits. That bracket defense was so strong. Onkir with the M4A4, and listen, I love that NIP recognized that they have a timing and they're trying to abuse a rotation, but at the same time, it's obviously a little bit more unorthodox to simply just like skip everything, run into the site. You have a full minute on the clock. They could have set up and they were already beating the rotations they were looking for. I get it, but at the same time, of course, we see the version where there's still one player at B. He has a smoke. They're running through a smoke. He takes a strong angle. They don't clear him because they don't think he's going to play that aggressively, and then they drop down so fast.
Like flies.
Yeah, I don't know.
On a cold winter's day.
It's a moment where I feel like sometimes with ZTR's kind of play style kind of bleeds into the tactics a little bit. That doesn't always necessarily work, but yeah, the idea was cool.
Oh man, they don't check, and so they get wrecked. Flamey, all too easy. Inspired by the Boomich.
Let's go. Wow, they didn't clear the sandbags. Something you should always clear.
Yeah. Yeah, you should.
Never don't.
Or else that happens.
They're going to see these beautiful set of chiclets right there.
Man.
Okay?
I wish I had a smile like that.
See that in your nightmares.
You know, he may be the 3rd highest earning Russian player of all time, but he's got the most expensive smile.
Wouldn't that be like and?
Yep.
Plus.
Also, in addition to... All right, quick round. I appreciate you, Young Ninjas. Get it out of the way. We want action-packed adventures. Round 21 features guns. Ooh, grenade's great. Modesty down to 17.
Dude, I blinked and the game's almost over.
Keep your eyes peeled. Fear kills Sapek. Sapek
learn that from the main roster.
Sapek runs through and he's going to stick around. Lines up a couple. Yeesh, not ideal. That was Debo's flash by the looks of it.
They're doing, oh, was it? I think it may be both. Maybe both. Because they swing off his flash, but he's also swinging off the flash. So
that's just some kill feed trickery.
Yeah, just unlucky. Unlucky, really.
Monacy 17 health working around towards Coffins. Flamey looking to anchor this back site. Full-blown execute comes over top. Wow. Oh my god, of course he hits that. And a flash to try and prime Flamey.
It's got 2. Doesn't move, they're not mauling him.
Yeah, he's fine for now. Just kind of dancing around here left and right. Getting closer though is Fuzi.
Wow.
And that's going to just cost him ultimately. ZTR, all that's left. They know exactly where he is. He chases down Flamey and has a little bit of cover. And considering Monacy's low HP, good call to just fall back. I like that. No ego. ZTR 2 kills on the board, and he'd need the ace. Trying to exit, the smoke fades.
Protecting all choke points.
And he gets caught as he tries to chase down Onkir. Navi Jr. know what they are achieving, know what they are on the brink of doing.
They can feel it.
Locking in a grand finals and a chance at revenge versus MOUZ NXT, and you know they want it.
Oh man! And last time that's a good map on Inferno. They they can avoid Ancient this time in the series, potentially. Yeah, who knows, man? You know, Navi Junior very strong. Everyone's strong.
Navi Junior, the only team that has taken a map off of MOUZ NXT on LAN this season.
Yeah. Major champions.
You having fun yet?
Mood's back up. He's feeling a bit better. There's no antidote like winning.
It's true, man. Yeah, you can have. I know that all too well.
Winning solves all problems most of the time.
And losing? Well, losing just is a problem.
It is a problem.
Tough spot for the Young Ninjas.
Oh, man.
Very tough one.
Got to earn every single round. And there's a lot of volatility on their T side from the way that they were playing it. So it doesn't look super clean today. Definitely has been very strong. But Navi Junior are doing so well playing versus this fast version of CS. Yes. The timings for their flashes are so early. It's catching Young Ninjas off so many times.
Like this. 2 over top of the alt mid. And Onkir, aggressive. So even in a round where Young Ninjas aren't just working with much, they want to try to set something up outside of the A site. It's just immediately pulled apart. m0NESY is just going to come add an off to this equation. And they've got Debo just locked into the underground. Jesus. So blink and you miss it, indeed. A 15th for Navi Junior in a matter of seconds. The disrespect is so real. And the reward even realer. Overtime locked in on map 3 for Navi Junior. There it is, 8 map and match points to go to the grand finals. Wow. And they missed out not only on the grand finals last season, but on the entire LAN finals.
Whole ass LAN.
This is, in terms of ranking, the biggest improvement of all the teams of the season was Navi getting here. Yes. And now getting to top 2 is one step better, but that's not all that they're here to achieve.
Nope.
They want that sweet, sweet revenge.
MOUZ
One
NXT
round away from the chance.
Looking for the 2-peat. And Navi clearly improved. I mean, they clearly improved. That a little bit of a weird one on overpass. It looked like a mental one, but since then, it's a new day, my boy. As we say in South Africa.
Yes.
That's what I learned.
Yes, we do. And we can speak about that with authority.
I learned it from 90 Day Fiancé.
Oh.
My favorite phrase now.
I learned it from Sonic. And the Bravado boys. Right now, it's Navi Junior with all the bravado. And as much as they love to rush into that last round, this one, they can just pay their respects to Young Ninjas. You know, you can't send them to their deathbed with an all-out push. You let them come to you.
Tuck them in.
Let them die on their own accord. Force them to make the sad decision. For now, it's actually a decent posturing from Young Ninjas. They're able to get into the brackets, try to test around on Arch side, and m0NESY's kind of push into a weirder spot.
Looks like, I don't know if Hetrick's going to flash this position. Oh, just
insta-kill.
So,
times 2.
Oh, that's all he needs, man.
Debo's looking for his chance to come out from the balcony. ZTR, though, that's the big answer. But Hetrick, he's repositioned. And because Debo is looking towards short side, he doesn't realize that Little Pit is now picked up. But ZTR keeps his head on a swivel and keeps his team in this match, in this tournament. A 3rd kill for him in this round alone. He does everything to get to 24 kills, the 4th frag even, as he denies Flamey point blank and forces Fear to go back and save this op.
Yeah, okay. That's a nice round from ZTR, leading from the front with these kills, and it looks like he might be on his way to the ace.
Yeah, he's trying to find it.
Fear looking to run head first in this vision, maybe gets caught off. Oh, it looks
he's
like
got
it's
it.
Happen. Don't want to call it too soon, boys. And is it gonna be the
night?
Why would you do that? I know, why would you do that? On your ace, man. Come on. Why would you do that? And they also just don't get the money.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, that was
fun. That was fun. I like it.
I guess he would have had to right click
in
front of him.
Yeah.
Then maybe
his other option was, you know, shoot him in the face.
Or jump on his head.
Oh,
that
and then
would have
stab
been
down.
Sick. Yeah. That would have been sick.
Sure. I mean, we can look at the first 4 kills and sing his praise. This one was the big one, right?
Oh, it was a sick round, man.
Yeah.
Well, it was.
till it wasn't right here. I mean, also the fact that he hits that shot is pretty... Just a big old face full of ZTR. Woo booga booga. All right. We've extended play by at least 1 round, but look at what it took. A gnarly 4K from ZTR. Damage very much done. Look at the HP here from Young Ninjas as they tried to climb up in ult mid, but Debo, he's got the opening. m0NESY very quickly in from arch side with an answer, and he needs to wrap around. Head trick, single kill off a balcony, falls into the pit, looks away, and that gives the opening back to Sapek, therefore Young Ninjas. It's an even 3v3 with the CTs all close, but it's a bomb plant here for the offense. And m0NESY finds a boost, nearly shoots through smoke with success, but instead, it's ZTR to sulk back inside of this site with the double pit setup to try and hold on. Smoke grenade moves forward, flashes go back, and Sapek continues to fight tooth and nail. Here's the flight. Last 2 players from NAVI Jr. look to concede.
9 rounds. Look alive. They've brought it a little bit closer now with the 2 rifles in a row. NAVI nearly put a wax stamp on this game. Clean under 10. In map 3, but Young Ninjas pull off 2 very strong A hits, and it's kind of close, but it's also their 2 most convincing wins. Like, I mean, I don't even know if they had won one in this half before that.
Not like
outside
that,
of the pistol, right? Because
not like that.
Not like that.
But again, it's just that it's that unfortunate situation that we said at the end of the first half where it's like the score is simply not enough to give you any wiggle room.
Yeah.
There's no margin of error, and they started the second half by just erasing the little margin they did have.
Yeah.
So, listen, you want to give us some good rounds? Cool. I'm going to sit here and respect that. I'm going to praise you for your success.
Has to keep getting better.
But it needs to be successful flawlessly for another 6 rounds. It's not impossible, just improbable. And if it does happen, then you can't forget ZTR kicked it off with that wild 4K. We'll just play it round by round, and for now it's Fear taking to the bottom of B, calling out Sapek in this position, but luckily for the Young Ninjas, Fuzi can trade it pretty fast. m0NESY, however, he sticks around.
Wow.
And that's a dangerous game for Young Ninjas to play.
I don't know if they know about him. Yeah, he's still got full vision. A lot of oh, that swing. Oh, okay. He'll just take a shot, get out. Approach is good from Rolf.
Flamey's in the corner.
Oh my god. Let's see how close he gets. Oh, he's just, he's really playing with it. ZTR looks like he's about to get just killed for this.
Yeah. And sure enough, that happens.
Oof. And there, he also gets full vision of brackets off that kill.
Man, what a risk to run.
Smoke comes down into B.
Completely ignoring the possibility of Flamey being coved. Oh, dude, m0NESY, that's
shot's so disgusting, man.
Nasty little whip. Misses the follow-up as the players do at least take control of Coffin, and they expect somebody to come peeking, which is Flamey. Rolf comes off of the bomb plant, and Young Ninjas come off with a chance at taking this series. NAVI Jr. reverse sweep the series and lock in a chance versus MOUZ NXT.
Damn, it's gonna be a good final, and it's happening today.
Yes, sir. You don't have to wait too long. NAVI Jr., their first showing at LAN Finals for the WePlay Academy season. They didn't manage to make it happen last time, and here they are, top 2 at least.
Knew they were going to feel good coming into Inferno because they've shown some good stuff on Inferno, but we got a really strong version of NAVI today. They played to their potential, which is what you want to see ultimately because you know they're capable of it. And when they're peaking like that, they've got too many strong players to beat, and their game plan is just good enough. So condolences to NIP, but there were just no weak teams in this top 3. Just all of them are so damn good. And fair enough to say that MOUZ are probably better than both of them. So
yeah,
you know, no matter who goes, they're gonna have a hard time. They're gonna have a very difficult time.
I mean, I think if anything, like the one solace for NAVI Jr. is that this Inferno seems to be their pick. If you can win Inferno versus MOUZ NXT, if you can make Young Ninjas look, this level beneath you on it as well, then they've got that in their back pocket. I just want this finals to start because either it's such a cool moment where either NAVI Jr. are going to deny the back-to-back champions, or MOUZ NXT are actually going to be able to secure it and just kind of convince us that they truly are an academy team that is of a different caliber.
Yes.
And that they are the #1 example of what you can do when it comes to stepping up into Tier 2 from a league like this. To unpack this series in its entirety, we pass this back to Mr. Bismeyer and his analysts on the desk.
Mousy.
Yeah, an impressive performance there from NAVI Junior. Like you kind of look at that map as a whole, you look at the final scoreline, the fact that it was almost a bit of a comeback in the end, but I think if you look at the context of the overall map, it was actually fairly dominant.
That was very one-sided. That was, again, a good performance coming out of NAVI Junior. Again, a good performance coming out of everyone from the team, I would say. But again, 2 players we have to highlight. m0NESY, of course, with the AWP. He's the fastest player I've probably ever seen at that age, with the AWP. It's insane. Some of the shots he's hitting, I can't imagine hitting those when you're 16 years of age, right? Maybe when you're 20 or 25, or if you call yourself simple once in a while, you can do it. But he's just doing it map in, map out. And then his sidekick, Ankara, as well, playing absolutely fantastic with the rifle. Those two are just a joy for the eye. And Young Ninjas, well, couldn't do anything about him.
No, they couldn't. And Ankara in particular, I mean, it's been the m0NESY show from map 2 to map 3, but Ankara, he was so cerebral in taking that space away from Young Ninjas. Like, his pushes through smoke towards bracket, his timings, the entry kills he was finding, so impactful. And, I mean, he was the guy we were highlighting from Season 1 to be m0NESY's right-hand man. He's been a little bit less consistent than m0NESY, but he comes up huge in a game where it matters. And NAVI Junior, I also have to give credit to Fear because his calling was really great in this game. Sure, he had some excellent pieces doing the dirty work for him, but in his first ever LAN, he was able to make it to the finals of this one. It is very impressive stuff. m0NESY, those are the only shots you see him miss when he's no-scoping chickens.
Yeah, I think on the other side as well, we sort of went into this map talking about Sapek, talking about Fuzi. I think there was only one man to highlight really in the end, Pimp.
CTR. I think he played a good game of Counter-Strike, and he tried his absolute best to keep Young Ninjas alive. And that was sort of like the fight they had throughout the entire game. They were never playing to win this game. They're just playing to stay alive, and fighting to have a chance of maybe making the comeback, finishing off with what should have been an ace round as well. And he really left a really good impression. CTR is a player that can be proud of his performance, but unfortunately for Young Ninjas, I think it's the same as we kind of highlighted last season, that they can look so good. The system is alright, especially when you compare them to other academy level teams, but individually speaking, they lack a little bit more. Nilo, the player who playing with them in Season 1, who unfortunately is not with them anymore, I feel he was the X factor when it comes to the rifling. They need him. They need someone like that, and right now I think them placing 3rd at this league is probably where they're at.
Yeah, it's safe to say that. I think that when we look at Young Ninjas, given that it's an academy league and we're really concerned with the future of these players, this was a funny moment. And I think that the players that we want to look out for in the future are still ZTR. I think everybody knew that because, they called him up for that main roster at one point. And then Sapek. I think Sapek was a really outstanding rifler. He didn't maybe have the impact that he expected to or we expected to in these semifinals, but at the same time, he was a very strong player through and through, one that we definitely have to think about when considering future Swedish talent. So props to Sapek. They didn't make it through right here, but I am really interested to see if he's going to stay on this Young Ninjas roster or maybe get the call up from a bigger one.
Yeah, I also wanted to touch on Debo, because I believe he was the new man to LAN, at least. Do you think, Pimp, that maybe he did come under pressure? Because there were a few moments that looked shakier than maybe some of the other members of his team.
I would say so, yeah. He didn't have a great season overall. He didn't really left an impact, unfortunately. I think when CTR said that he fitted better into the system, I can understand that. As an in-game leader, you want a player who can just put up and shut up. The problem was that he could probably shut up, but he couldn't put up on the server, and that was the problem right here for Debo. A little bit more productivity, on the server, and he would have been fine, and Young Ninjas probably would have looked slightly better, but you compare him to Nilo, you compare him to Manon, who were playing before him, and LNC for that matter as well, who's now playing in the main roster. Sure. We need some more skill from Debo.
Yeah.
Well, one man who was able to put up some pretty decent stats going into that last map, we do have ZTR on the line. Obviously, commiserations, but you definitely did put up a fight within the series.
Yeah, definitely. I think we did.
I was going to ask, in comparison to, say, for example, the regular season, we've seen you play against NAVI Junior previously. What do you feel went wrong, particularly in this series, compared to the 2 victories you had before?
I think we lacked a bit of confidence and played without the same balls, I guess you could say, that when we met them online. So I think that was the major difference.
CTR, I consider you to be one of the more experienced players here at the event, given you played with the main roster in NIP and you tried quite a lot as a player already. What do you think is missing from your squad right now in order to be able to go all the way? Because last season you were close, this season a little bit further away. Is it individual skill? Is it more time together? What do you feel is the missing piece right here?
I think it's on the side of individual skill, but more of individual experience or just knowledge which you gain from just playing and playing. I think that we lack a bit right now, and so hopefully it will get better with the time.
ZTR, again, commiserations for the loss. I know you guys wanted to go a little bit further in this one, but regarding your individual play, we saw in map 3 here you deliver an excellent game, actually. But sometimes it feels like you take a little bit more of a back seat to your other players. Like Sapek, I mean, played incredibly well throughout all of this season, but how do you get yourself to be a more consistent force so you're the one that can deliver? Because I've seen you have some incredible highs. It's just maybe not every single map.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like I try to set up some of the strategies around me. That's why maybe some maps I'm playing better, and sometimes my team is just doing the work just fine, so I don't even have to become a variable in the strategy. I think that's why.
Well, either way, as said, thank you very much for coming to the tournament, performing. We are very excited to see you come back next season, and no doubt there'll be more from the Young Ninjas.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's obviously a tough one. I think the expectation from the team especially was that they wanted to be the team to knock MOUZ NXT off of the throne. I also don't think coming into this tournament we expected NAVI Junior to be as good as they have been, because in the season they were decent, but for example versus Young Ninjas, they lost twice just within the qualification.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I think Young Ninjas definitely came into this tournament weaker than they were in Season 1 as well, and I think NAVI Junior, of course, come into this one much better than they were in Season 1. If I may, I think it's not necessarily about CTR, the players on the current roster. If I have to pinpoint one reason as to why they're not doing better, why they're not qualifying for the final, look at the management and the management decision that has been taken with this roster. The replacement he's been given to work with after Nilo leaving has not been of the same quality. So I'm not going to pinpoint this to CTR not being a great in-game leader or the other players not showing up. I'm not going to pinpoint it on Debo either, saying it's his fault. I'm just saying that Nilo was a fantastic player. LNC was a good player as well, now playing in the main roster doing God's work. And the management decision when it comes to this Young Ninjas lineup, I guess, has been, a little bit subpar compared to how good they were beforehand. So it's a little bit sad to see them stagnate in their involvement, but hopefully they can find some new pieces to work with. And once again, we can see CTR continue to better himself as an in-game leader, because I for once were impressed when he was actually playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike with NIP. Individually, he lacked a little bit, but as a caller, he did a good job.
Well, we are now down to 2, but it is time, of course, to say a final goodbye to Young Ninjas, at least for Season 2.
I just think we need to realize how good we actually are. I think people are underestimating themselves and are as a team within the team. And so I just think we need to maybe get a good win and then people will realize, and then we will be back on track.
A couple of kills here, and it's a difficult one to get by. He's going to stay focused, and he hits it. Back to back to attempt another clutch. Hits NXT in the background. That leaves him with another 2. Does he repeat? 2 more then.
The form of the team right now is pretty good. Just some things to work on and just minimize our mistakes, and I think it can be really good.
So he's basically just going to be nullified, you think, but he actually finds a timing on Prime Tabs as CTR also gets a kill. Demo's looking for the 3rd. A perfect flash from CTR.
I don't think we're exactly where we want to be as a team. We can definitely make some improvements and play better, but I think we are getting there, and so we are just trusting the process, and hopefully we'll get there soon enough.
Wolf still playing with grenades. They're already starting to cross. Oh, 2 headshots off the top rope. A 3rd and 4th. What a nasty way to end it.
Just want to thank NIP for giving me this opportunity and the team to get here and play, and also to WePlay, a huge thank.
I do find it interesting, especially whenever like we speak to ZTR in the interviews or you see him in a lot of these videos. I feel like he has a very level head on his shoulders with even just things like, okay, we have this to work on, we have this to do, we have this. Like, it's not like he sat here like upset or disappointed. Well, I'm sure he's disappointed, but like he seems to know what they need to do to improve him.
For sure, and I think it's impressive, you know, going from playing at a high level, going from getting gifted a chance to play with the main roster in NIP, maybe not delivering as good as he would have hoped for, and then have to go back a level and play this Academy League. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to still be positive about it, to still work hard. But I think he's been impressive throughout Season 1, throughout Season 2, and he's still one of the best in-game leaders in the Academy stage of the league.
Yeah, and I think resilience is the word I would use to describe ZTR, because when you do play at that really high level, you know, Tier 1 tournaments with NIP proper, and then come back here, some players might just shrink away from the responsibility, might not want to IGL. It takes a lot in order to center yourself again and recognize that this is a huge opportunity for him and his team, and that he's still putting up massive numbers in an elimination game when the rest of his team didn't really step up. ZTR did, and so I really do want to just give huge props to ZTR, because there was so much controversy around him when he was on NIP, and to withstand all of that and still show that, you know, he probably deserves to be on a higher level than what he's playing at right now. It's really cool, and you know, his play exemplifies that too.
Well, so I'm sure people won't be too surprised by what we're about to see on our screen, but we're going to have a look at the playoff bracket, and there are only a couple of teams left, so it is going down to the wire. NAVI Junior, they've made that run back through, of course. We saw them take down Big Omen Academy fairly easily, but as we sort of said at the beginning of the day, Pimp, this was the match to watch.
It was the match to watch, and the next game is going to be the match to watch as well. There's no doubt about it. MOUZ
Keep
NXT,
watching.
let's keep watching. Yeah, MOUZ NXT going up against NAVI Junior. We have, you know, the best player in the entire tournament, one of the biggest, if not the biggest talent Counter-Strike have right now in m0NESY, taking on one of the most interesting lineups in the world of Counter-Strike right now as well in MOUZ NXT. I think it's going to be a good game of Counter-Strike. I love the X factor that NAVI Junior brings into this game, because there's no doubt MOUZ are the favorites. They have the stronger map pool, they have the better team play, the better synergy. They've been winning this tournament before. But NAVI Junior, they got m0NESY, and they got his right-hand man in Ankara as well. Those two guys can really mess it up for MOUZ NXT if they don't play some good, solid Counter-Strike.
Of course, Mao, we've sort of talked about this a little bit, and we've had our nice little lower third coming up every once in a while, but if there are some collectibles available at the moment from WePlay, and I believe it actually goes into adding a little bit to the second place team, right, in terms of where the money goes.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of money here for these players. If people actually buy the NFTs, it will fund the second place prize pool. It's never going to pass the first place prize pool. It's structured as such that you can't win more for coming in second, thankfully. That would have been a big oversight. But yeah, you can get one of those on the OpenSea ecosystem. It's on the Ethereum blockchain, and it looks like WePlay, they put some real effort into it, as they do with everything, of course. I mean, some of these look pretty cool, so if you want to put it in your metaverse world, be sure to check it out.
When's a Pimp NFT coming? And what would it be? Would it be you lying on the washing machine?
I'm not gonna lie. Whatever you spoke about right there is completely Russian to me, so I don't know what.
Think of it as artwork.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
what sort of Pimp artwork would we get?
I mean, a picture of my beautiful face, maybe. I don't know.
That's
would you buy that?
No. Probably wouldn't. But I would maybe check out the WePlay collectibles at their website.
They're slightly better.
Yeah,
just slightly.
Some cool animations, actually. You know.
Why would you ask me such a question?
I thought you might come up with something creative, you know?
Just WePlay. It has to be your tricks, you know, your little tricks.
Oh yeah, I could NFT
all the
my
failed
tricks.
tricks. All the failed tricks.
Now we're talking.
Yes,
Yeah.
NFTs.
Okay. You seen the one on Dust 2 where you rush catwalk? It's pretty good.
Yeah, and then you die, get shot right in the face because someone fast catted. Yep.
Cool.
You're good at these tricks, aren't you?
I'm the best.
I kind of want to see, like, maybe you attempt some of the stuff that m0NESY does and see how well all of that goes.
Honestly, it's not that hard.
He's just not fast.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
Fast enough. I'll be real.
I'm not fast enough?
You're not fast enough.
You know what? I'll play a one-on-one versus m0NESY any day, anytime. You just set
Op India.
Op India, yeah.
Maybe that's for the after party.
Yeah, we can do that.
1v1.
AWP Lego, you tried that before? That's a good map.
Yeah. That's not yeah.
Well, I believe before this goes completely down the pot, we are going to be heading over to a break. And I also think we might have something special coming up from WePlay.
CSGO has been a juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. The game never gets old. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the 3rd season of the WePlay Academy League in January. The future of CSGO.
every event is a part of esports history, full of memorable moments every fan wants to be a part of. NFT Item Collection is for people who want to show their appreciation of esports in a new way. But what makes WePlay Collectibles NFTs so cool? Your NFT cards are digitally one of a kind. No two NFTs are the same. You will become an owner of limited edition esports memorabilia. Buy, collect, sell, or swap them the way you want with esports enthusiasts all over the world. Get your own unique piece of esports with WePlay Collectibles.
Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 2. I'm joined by Maui and, of course, fake Ryan Reynolds. Did you come up with that yourself, or did someone else do that?
Twitch chat.
Twitch chat.
Twitch chat.
Okay, we'll take it. But either way, we're going to be getting into our grand final now. I think maybe I'm a little bit biased, but personally, this is the grand final I wanted to see. A rising star of NAVI Junior facing off against, I guess, Pimp, the titan of the Academy League, MOUZ NXT.
I think that's fair to say. They won Season 1 in quite a fashion. They came into Season 2 being the huge favorites, and honestly, they lived up to that, label from start to finish. Now, they got to finish it off. They got to win the final in order to win the trophy, and we have seen these two teams play already once in the tournament, and NAVI Junior so far the only team to take a map off MOUZ NXT. So yes, I agree, Tom. This is the final we all wanted, and this is the final with the most potential as well.
Yeah, and NAVI Junior seem to be peaking at the perfect time. Map 1, they'll forget about that in that earlier series, but 2 and 3, they looked simply dominant. And right now, NAVI Junior, they have a pretty great story behind them. Season 1, they didn't even accomplish making it to the LAN. This time, they're in the grand finals. They have one of the hottest prospects in the entire Academy League in m0NESY, and they have some added backup firepower. The players on that team, no one is looking too shabby there. From IGL in Fear to the tenured veteran in Flamey. There's so much to be excited about when watching NAVI Junior. And if you're an NIP fan, cover your ears really quick, because this is the final I wanted too. The skill is so high for NAVI Junior. You just want to see him duke it out against MOUZ.
I kind of hope they've left the building at this point, otherwise they're listening to this ring true. Now, again, it's been one where in the open season, maybe not as good as they would have wanted, not qualifying directly through, having to fight back through what was a play-in, I believe. Now, on the other side of things, we start looking at MOUZ NXT. Very different story. Did they even drop a map, Maui?
In the previous...
The opening season?
Nope.
I don't think, no.
They didn't. They've lost one map throughout the entire Season 2, and that was against NAVI Junior here at the playoff.
Well, that's a pretty terrifying sign. I will say the Inferno, obviously, that we've seen so far from NAVI Junior is great. And maybe last time they went a little bit deeper into the picks, taking some risks with Ancient. But I think there's a reason that we hype up this MOUZ NXT team so much. And it's because, realistically, that there is not a weak link in that team at all.
No. Strong map pool, first and foremost. Strong lineup. 5 players who all can contribute to the fragging department. When we look at the Young Ninjas, for example, we had a couple of players where we thought, okay, you may be the weak link here, right? That's something that's seems a bit vulnerable. Whereas you look towards MOUZ NXT, it's just a very strong unit of players. You see them right here in front of you. JDC, a player that we praised so much in Season 1, continued here in Season 2 to play well. Torsi, I think we have to talk about him. Fantastic performance yesterday with the AWP, and then Exertion, the rifle player who can do it all. But just look at this man's progress from Season 1 to Season 2. He's right now, and I'm sorry to say, m0NESY, because you're not playing on a good team right now compared to these guys, he's probably the MVP of the tournament thus far. And if they end up winning the tournament, he will also end up as the MVP. So Torsi Torsi against MOUZ right here, that's going to be interesting.
I got a counter to you, Pimp. There's a couple MVP cases on this roster. I think Exertion has been the man to watch for me for this season of MOUZ NXT. I mean, the progress from Season 1 to 2 of Torsi has been incredible, but to do it as a rifler, Exertion has been outstanding, and this is his first legitimate team. He waited, just kind of playing FPLC for a while, waiting for the right opportunity, and he found it. This roster is taking him to the absolute moon, and Exertion has so many great stats, even beyond the ones we just saw right there, because not only is he leading the way in opening kill attempts, but he has the third least deaths per round of any player at this tournament. To be an entry fragger, but to also never die is incredible, and honestly, I have to say that Exertion has stolen the show for me for MOUZ NXT, but like we're saying, there's no weak link. Even Shane, the guy we never talk about, he has the least deaths per round of anybody at the tournament. Like, he basically just doesn't have to do anything. He just sits back and the round's over, and he's like, all right, guys, I mean, we can win like this too. That's fine with me.
Must be nice.
Well, the funny thing as well is I believe in the Ancient that they played yesterday, he did then just start destroying ninjas as well. So it was kind of like they finally went, okay, go on, you can have some fun for a little bit, and he started just going mad. But that is the reason why we've sort of spoken about the future of MOUZ, but also I think Exertion has to go within that bracket. Like, he's only a year older than MOUZ. It is kind of mental how talented some of these young players are, Pimp.
There's no doubt in my mind that if the opportunity presents itself, then Exertion, Torsi, and MOUZ for that matter as well, maybe in Anchor as well, could play Tier 1, Tier 2 Counter-Strike right now. You know, they need, some adjustment time, they need to get some more experience, sure, but they have the skill set, they have the level, and they have the talent to get up there. It is going to be nice to see, though, Torsi, Exertion against MOUZ and Anka. That, duel of duos going up against each other. Whenever Navi used to play Astralis back in the days, we talked about Simple, Electronic going up against Device and Dupree. They're already building up that legacy right now. They're already building up, that tension within the game, and I love that. I can't wait to see them duke it out on the server, because they are going to be win conditions for both their teams.
Yeah, I think another interesting battle goes down the route of the in-game leaders, Maui, because it's like, I think we've seen massive improvements from both.
Yeah, Shuhei definitely has the edge versus Fear on the Navi Junior side, both as an individual and I would say in terms of tactics. Navi Junior did put together some really nice rounds on Inferno, but I don't really expect that from them on every single map. I think that Shuhei has developed more across the 6-map pool at this point. He's looking like he can put together some great mid rounds, early rounds, late round setups. Everything seems to be very much so in control when you're talking about Shuhei as a leader, whereas Fear, I feel like still some of the moments in especially late rounds can get a little bit hairy. Sometimes their 5v4 conversion rate isn't as clean as you would hope it would be on particular maps.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see actually where we end up taking this. Of course, that's something we'll talk a little bit more later down the line. I do wonder, Pimp, especially with already playing a match today, do you think that actually plays into the favor or negatively for Navi Junior?
We can discuss this from now on and until next year and the year after that, and you can never give a clear defined answer. For some teams, I think it's a good thing for them. For other teams, maybe they spend too much energy. If I have to pinpoint something, I think it's very good for Navi Junior that they didn't have to fight that much on map 2 and 3. It was relatively easy for them to win map 2 and especially map 3 as well. There was no fight in Young Ninjas, so they didn't really spend that much mental energy and that much, I guess just energy on winning the game. So coming into this grand final, they should have a lot in the reserves as well. So I don't think it's neither a good thing or a bad thing. It's just, the conditions, and if they didn't want to play the game today, they could have beaten MOUZ the first time around. So that's just the way it is.
I think we caught Flamey earlier actually switching his res midway through the game. So I want to. Do you think that are you that sort of person, Maui? I'm genuinely curious. Do you switch things up? I feel like you're the sort of guy that has not changed anything for like 15 years.
You're pretty accurate there. I've been using the same mouse shape for actually like 10 years now. So I won't say the brand name, but I mean it's basically been the same iteration for a long time. And switching res mid game though, it sometimes can feel pretty good. I have switched reses before, so that's the gear though needs to stay the same for me.
Don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. Like, I know it's a good feeling sometimes, and you're like, oh, now it's new. Now
feels fresh.
It feels fresh, yeah. But it's like a fresh fade. You're happy for a couple of minutes, couple of days, and then your hair grows out and it looks like shit. So please don't do it. It's not gonna create you consistency. And honestly speaking, I've tried it myself. I did it during a major, and that's the biggest mistake I've ever made in my entire career.
That's crazy.
So don't ever do it.
Well, you know what? I felt like this room is feeling a little bit empty at the moment. I think we need to get a few more people in here. So it is going to be our final, kicking off in just a moment. MOUZ NXT facing off against Navi Junior. A team full of superstars looking to try and claim their crown. It is going to be MOUZ NXT. Join me in welcoming to the stage the current champions looking to defend their title. It's MOUZ NXT! With the pressure of their region on their shoulders, the hometown favorites looking to take the crown, it is NAVI Jr. They have been a dark horse this entire tournament, but now they try and take the crown. It is NAVI Jr. Well, we've talked a little bit about the two teams so far, obviously seen how they've performed throughout the tournament and already even had a match between the two of them. Now, I almost want to dive straight in because there's so many players that we can highlight throughout this match. Pimp, the obvious one is going to be
JDC.
Oh my god, let's go with JDC.
Why not?
It definitely looks like MOUZ NXT have a lot of fun within this tournament. Like, they are enjoying themselves. I think they're feeling confident versus any opponent. Realistically, are there going to be opportunities in this series for NAVI Jr.?
There really is going to be opportunities. I think MOUZ NXT, you cannot neglect the fact that they are the favorites. They've also gotten a lot of experience now. They won Season 1. They tried this before. And as you said, when they enter the stage, they're having fun. They seem very calm, collected, etc. So there's not a lot of stuff that you can rattle them out with. But again, when you look at the opponent, there are players who can disturb the way MOUZ NXT want to play. There are quality enough on the side of NAVI Jr. that this is a challenge for MOUZ NXT. Saying that MOUZ are not the favorites would be straight up lying. Saying that NAVI can't win this game if they play a good game of Counter-Strike would be the same. So yes, I do think there's potential for a good game here, but I do still consider MOUZ NXT to be the favorites.
Who's the player you want to look at from MOUZ NXT? Because I know the production guys have been so good at this point, they'll just bring up whoever you say. So who are you focusing
this guy,
on, Maui?
right here. They knew. They literally knew. They heard what I said in the pregame, and he's still there. Exertion. That's right. Yeah, stay right on him. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll take that.
Okay,
I'll take that.
calm down over here. Calm down.
Wow, that just kind of got me a little bit excited, actually. Thanks, Exertion. But either way, yeah, this aggressive rifler for MOUZ has been a standout player for them. And in a Season 1 where I'd say the people that stole the show were more so Torzy and JDC, Exertion is also punching his ticket in for the guy to look out for, a guy that's also hunting a spot on the main roster of MOUZ. Because right now, you look at that team and you think, okay, where can it improve? Probably Bemis, probably Dexter, probably Acor. And right now, this would be a prime replacement for Bemis. An entry fragger that can weave around, can weave around situations, nades, utility. Doesn't matter what you throw at this guy, he's somehow finding ways to not die and to find opening kills.
The great thing is you're talking about how good a player he is, and then it's just cutting to him just dancing.
He's just dancing and kissing the camera. Yeah, I mean, he's super comfortable. Look at him, he's in his zone. He's in his zone.
It's all about the back rubs.
Oh, God. Well, going on to the other side of things, I think I know who you're going to pick, Pimp, but
I don't think you do.
Okay, who are you? Who do you think is going to be the player to watch for NAVI Junior?
Flamey. Flamey is my go-to.
Flame Dog.
Yeah,
Flame
Flame Dogger is going to be the guy that I look to, because I know what I'm going to get from m0NESY. He's fantastic. I think I know what I'm getting from Anka. Sure, he doesn't have the same consistency as m0NESY, but he's showing up more or less every single game. Always finds impact, always having a decent showing. Flamey has been a bit hit or miss from the get-go. I think he's had a couple of good maps here at the playoff. He's had a couple of poor maps as well. The support cast around m0NESY, the support cast around Anka is Flamey, is Fear, and of course is Headtrick. And I'm looking towards Flamey for being the strongest of the three of those. If he can play a good series right here, if he can find some individual level, again, it's a final, maybe the added pressure will elevate him a little bit more, then all of a sudden we have a game where NAVI Junior potentially can match MOUZ NXT firepower-wise.
Flamey isn't who we're looking at to necessarily carry on the torch in terms of CIS talent, but in the context of this match, his role is paramount if NAVI want to succeed.
I almost just want them to bring up the m0NESY stats anyway, just because I thought that's what you were going to say, and I feel like that's what we should do.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the ones from the last matchup.
Ridiculous.
He was 74 and 32.
Over a 2.0 kill death.
That's absurd. Like that's some of the most that is simple level stats.
The thing is, if he did that against Big Omen Academy, would be like, okay, there's a caveat to those numbers.
Yeah.
I think against Young Ninjas, that's a very legit performance. Young Ninjas, sure, they didn't play as good as they did in Season 1, and maybe they weren't good enough to cut it into the final, and I don't think they would have stand a chance against MOUZ NXT in the final either. But to put up a performance like that against Young Ninjas, who are still a very good team when it comes to the Academy League context, is just absolutely absurd.
Yes, yeah, it's unbelievable. There are There's three players from MOUZ that are in the top 4 of the players at this event. The one player that snuck in is m0NESY. I mean, he has been a standout, even though he's been in more competitive matches. But this is going to be an interesting veto, I'll say that. So early on, we're going to get the perma vetoes of both teams out of the way. NAVI take out Nuke, MOUZ take out Overpass, no surprises. And NAVI has a choice here. We haven't seen them play Dust 2. We haven't seen anyone play Dust 2 here, but it's usually their first pick in series such as this one. If they have the option to go for it, they usually go for that D2, and we are finally gonna get it. We will see m0NESY unleash. This is what I've been waiting for.
Yes, me too, and I'm looking very much forward to it. The Torzy versus m0NESY duel on Dust 2, that's gonna be good. I was just about to say the map veto is actually pretty good here for NAVI, because removing Nuke, that's one of the strongest maps of MOUZ sports, and removing Overpass from MOUZ, well, NAVI, they're not looking that good on Overpass, let's be honest, so that's probably good for them. We get a Vertigo pick coming in from MOUZ as well. We have not seen a lot of Vertigo, if any at all, throughout this tournament, so 2 maps we haven't seen at all in the entire tournament is being picked right now between these two teams, and I mean, that's good. I like that. I like that a lot.
What's cool about the decider here too is that NAVI can just take out Ancient if they want, and then they get Mirage or Inferno, 2 maps that they've been exceptionally strong on today. But they take out Mirage? Okay, they're actually maybe testing to see. They surely don't want to run back Ancient against MOUZ after the first time they played it. That was not a pretty look. Oh man, I actually don't agree with the veto there for NAVI. I don't like that actually at all.
I agree. Either Inferno or Mirage, I would say, have been a better choice than Ancient, to be completely honest, right here for NAVI Junior. That's a bit of a bummer, but maybe they know something we don't. And maybe, again, we had the one question mark when it comes to MOUZ NXT. We haven't seen them play on the T side, so
that's true.
A lot is probably banking on them winning the knife round if we get to a third map right there. But initially, Dust 2, a map we haven't seen. I believe we've seen Vertigo once. I can't remember, actually, but top one time.
It was supposed to be in a decider. I don't think it was played, though.
No, there you go. So we have not seen Vertigo just yet. So that's exciting in itself, right? Two teams playing the second time in a match here, and often when you replay a team in a tournament like this, and there's only a couple of days between, you stick somewhat to the same maps. But the fact that we get to change it up a little bit right here is super, super nice.
What I will say, going into that first map, I don't know if you're one of the people, there's a lot of people who are not a fan of Dust 2 being a pick because of how the map kind of goes as somewhat of a 50-50. But in this scenario, I don't think I mind it so much because of how much of an underdog Navi Junior are.
I would say, historically speaking, there's been very few teams who could justify picking Dust 2 as the main map, especially when you take in Tier 1 Counter-Strike to the context. But I will say Dust 2 has also changed a little bit with the update. I feel it's more CT-sided now. I think you have plenty of more options to play the map and dictate the pace on the CT side. Nothing stops you from going into Lower Dark every single round, unless you go in there and die, of course, then you probably wouldn't want to do it, but you can do so much more now that the double doors and the whole aspect of T-spawn has changed, so I don't really mind it. I think teams are still figuring out how to play it, and we have seen NAVI Junior in the season, and we have seen m0NESY on the new version of Dust 2 as well, absolutely killing it.
Yeah, there's nothing short of... I mean, there's so many different superlatives we could throw in the direction of m0NESY when it comes to D2. I think similarly, though, you could throw them at Torzy because he's a guy that can take over that map just as easily. Where this map gets really interesting to me is I think that the B defenses of both of these rosters are very strong, and where right now I think a lot of teams really do love the mid to B, which is not surprising in the history of Dust 2, but I think that the duos that are going to be defending those for both of these rosters are some of their best players, as a matter of fact, in terms of their riflers. So this is going to be a pretty cool series, pretty cool map, but I do expect that the Oppers will probably have a big say in who takes it.
Yeah, it's also scary, again, looking at just those statistics and seeing 100% win rate for MOUZ NXT. Like, I feel like that is the battle that almost Navi Junior are facing here. It's like, although we say, like, okay, this map's not bad for them, they can play this map as well, it just seems like the depth of MOUZ is what's going to make it so difficult to actually take them down.
I fully agree. There is no punish pick right now towards MOUZ, and honestly speaking, if this was a best-of-1 final, let's play with that idea, and the map was Dust 2, I would probably still edge it to MOUZ NXT. Navi Junior are good in Dust 2, but MOUZ are equally good. We've seen that in Season 1, we've seen a bit in Season 2. They played some games in Tier 2 Counter-Strike outside of the Academy League on the map as well, where they do decent. So don't discredit MOUZ when it comes to Dust 2. It's probably the best pick Navi could go for, a comfort pick for themselves, but let's be honest, MOUZ are still the favorites.
What's going to be the important thing for Navi Junior, other than just m0NESY, to actually shut down this MOUZ NXT?
I'd like to see if Navi understand the new meta. There's kind of this back and forth for mid control that a lot of teams are throwing out there. The molly's down the bottom of mid, the smoke towards the top of mid. Both teams are trying to counter each other nowadays, and that fight is really important because CTs actually have a chance to win it now. I want to see if Navi has that extra gear when they're trying to fight for that mid control.
Well, it is time.
Is it time?
We're going to be getting into our grand final. We're kicking things off on Dust 2. Take it away, Connor and Mohan.
Cool. Yes, thank you, gentlemen. It is right. That is right. That is right. It is time. Finally, the grand finals, man. We've had a season of action, an entire season here for the WePlay Academy League, and it all boils down to this one. This bo3 between MOUZ and Navi. In the first season, you could have said, well, maybe these are the two teams we'll get in the finals. And then Navi came up short. And that was the whole tale of the second season, was like, will they be able to pick it up a notch? Will they be able to step it up to this point where they could see themselves denying the back-to-back, the two-time, the returning champions in MOUZ NXT?
Reigning, defending champions, MOUZ Sports.
Exertion's fired up, man. He's the loudest guy in this studio. I can promise you, well, maybe after us. But in terms of the players, man, MOUZ just have an extra swagger to them, don't they? Of all the teams that we see do walkouts and set up, and then when they're winning, also start popping off.
They're always having the most fun.
Yes, they look like the team that is, in fact, the returning champions. And now it's all about Dust 2. Now, Dust 2 is a map that during the regular season, we saw m0NESY adapt quite nicely, I would say, to the meta changes on the map specifically, with obviously the lowering of the suicide roof. But he also adapted very nicely with the fact that this guy's just boosting up in suicide boxes every single round. He's playing it as if nothing had changed, and for that reason, I'm very curious to see if he can take it over. The beauty of this matchup, though, is m0NESY, who has shown us a flash in the pan of what he can do on Mirage versus Young Ninjas versus torzsi, a guy who you could argue has a much more regular performance than somebody like m0NESY.
Just call him regular.
Yeah, he has like a regular, like a.
Call him. We call torzsi regular.
Regular, as in common, as in more, as in often, as in.
He has a more often performance?
It is a regular thing that he does this
Does
well.
what?
Plays well.
Why are you scared to say it?
Stop.
Spit it out.
Stop. What do you think I am, paid to speak? Huh? Think's my job or something?
You like torzsi or not?
I do like torzsi.
Okay.
But I don't want any. But I think m0NESY could be better. But sometimes you don't see that from m0NESY. Sometimes it's just normal. What is this?
Oh my god.
What is this?
The red dots.
Line piece.
No way, man. That's how it happened?
WePlay. You're something special. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
That is the lore.
First round of the big old grand finals. Long's going to be found out to be completely open for the taking. NAVI Jr., no resistance whatsoever. There are a couple of bodies on catwalk at the moment for MOUZ stacking up and looking lower. But nobody's there. Soon they're going to have to double back to site to make sure that this doesn't crumble quickly.
Because some dude was playing Tetris?
Yeah. Line piece. The most OP character in any video game ever. The line piece. Flashbangs over the top of the double smoke. So they've got their feet on the bomb site and an opening kill to go the way of NAVI Jr. This is a decent enough start. Question is, can they hang on? Good headshot versus Shui. That'll put JDC back in front, but man, oh man, he taps right back.
Any regrets?
Into the face of NAVI Jr. That's going to leave Headtrick down in the boxes, just trying to keep himself in cover. He also has Onkir, but now those two long players, they decide to come back and play the ramp. They're not looking to play down long in this strong post. No, they're going to fight right here, right now. Flamey has to be the clutch, but he's not got it. It's torzsi to make the difference. MOUZ with the pistol.
I can't believe they won that. That was an advantage situation for NAVI Jr. every day of the week. They were out in the open fighting for so long. They had to hit some great shots, man. That could have easily tumbled in the favor of NAVI Jr. They were holding on to it. No one was even really in a bad spot either. The reinforcements came through. Thought that was it for sure. God damn. That was nice. That was nice. I don't know if we have attack, sorry. Someone wanted to call one.
Right back to the action. Obviously, bomb plant bodes well. NAVI Jr., AK triple Galil. And enough grenades to piece something together, but it's going to be a slow one because bombs in spawn and we're chilling. It'll be slow, assuming MOUZ don't take an initiative, but they're already starting to peek in through those long doors.
Long doors?
Long doors. There's a G in there.
Talking to me?
If you ain't no G, chump.
Okay.
Okay, that's how you want to. That's how you want to do it.
Oh, JDC's got to hold the cell.
Little headshot through the wall.
Their buy suddenly looks very, very good. Well, it already did, but now it's even more nuts. Shui's got a timing. This helps the rotations. They don't have to worry about him.
Good nade, though.
Oh my god. If Exertion can hold this down from the sight box by himself, then they can't cross Cat and the teammates can come out to play. That is so nasty from Exertion.
Yep. Softens him with the nade, peeks over the smoke, drops two, and then at that perfect moment.
And he lives. He lives.
Flank hits its timing.
Dude, how many people would have just stood on the ramp?
Too many.
Mostly everybody. Or Goose or something.
You know who didn't?
Zerdy.
This guy. Well, not this guy. Not this guy either.
Not this guy.
We're talking about Exertion. Damn.
Some say the best rifler in the league.
Okay, we've got our two finalists. All right. These are the best 2 teams of the season. Who is the best player in the server?
Comes down to m0NESY or torzsi.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Maybe that can be decided in this matchup since it's the 2 best teams of the season in the grand finals on LAN for the first time ever.
And if we tout the 2 oppers as that, where does Exertion fit into the same conversation?
In terms of
being great, being one of the greats of the WePlay Academy.
Right behind him.
Right behind him.
Yeah, third, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, best rifler.
Sorry to put you on the spot like that. I'm just, I value your opinions.
Best rifler.
Yep.
For, I don't know.
This man can take over maps.
Anyone want to fight about that?
Yeah. If you guys didn't see it, if you're only joining us for this spectacular grand finals, NAVI Jr. were destroyed single-handedly by our boy Exertion on Ancient once upon a time. And by once upon a time, I mean not long ago. So with that to come in the series, we look forward to it. But now it's Dust 2, and for the moment, we will jump into the MOUZ TeamSpeak. One of the few TeamSpeaks that we can all understand.
The side one. Side one. Actually, I'm gonna still go. Crouching in. Doesn't see me.
Maybe short.
Lower. Lower. One is tunnel.
It's a
He's
safe
linked.
plant. I'm gonna push long a bit.
He's lower still.
Oh, fuck you, Bino.
Two lower.
One. Dead long.
Nice.
Long player dead. I'm already lower. Flashing
Two
above
lower.
mid.
26 bucks.
Out middle dead. Flashing mid. I have long. Outside long one.
One more is close lower.
I'm staying short.
One is lower.
Stock fire, they can be now. One needed short.
Flash me to...
I can't. I don't have.
One dead mid.
One was outside now.
More dead mid.
Nice. I know last.
I think top mid. Could be top mid. Yeah, top mid. Urvanya, mid.
I'm going
Sorry.
mid. I'm leaving short. I have short.
He's half. He has no Kevlar.
There
are weapons down
I'm
in lower
rotating
tunnel in
Cabino.
the middle. He will try to get a weapon.
I have it from window.
Nice.
Adam,
Sorry.
I love it.
Sorry for it.
How are these guys always having such a good time? Well,
Sorry.
that's usually when you're winning.
It's funny.
They don't lose much, man.
Nope.
They played against a string of tier 2 teams before WePlay and beat almost every one of them.
They beat Dignitas. And Dignitas is the type of team to show up to a Blast showdown in terms of comparative events.
And beat Liquid.
Yep.
Therefore, we should have MOUZ NXT stickers, is what you're saying.
Maybe if they change the logo.
Yeah.
torzsi, maybe get a little ambitious for that last kill, but it's okay. He apologized right away.
Sorry.
He's not Mickey Mouse, dude.
Well, they have the Mickey Mouse logo.
That's true. Yeah, fair point. torzsi going to tuck behind this lower box. We got a couple players to challenge, and they'll prevail. We've got 2 frags in from NAVI Jr. to equalize in the 3v3. Low HP on a couple of the men still standing. And that bomb, though, that's the curious one. Because Shui has possession of it in the lower tunnels. He could technically go fight in upper tuns for the 1v1. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Headtrick was swapping weapons. He had no reason to do that.
That was pretty brave by Shui, and Hetrick didn't think that his opponent was brave. That was his first mistake. And then Shui finds a way out of the whole tunnel. That was a heads-up play by Shui right there, man. He's really good. When you leave him alone, he's always doing something smart, honestly. Takes the risks, but he never seems like he's in danger. I'm in danger. Why'd you make that impression of something like that?
Don't throw me under the bus. m0NESY headhunting here. 30 seconds left over. Is in possession of the bomb. Could technically just kill Shui right here. Oh, he hit that.
Oh,
he hit that.
He hit it.
He hit it.
But it kind of missed.
But he got hit himself.
Right in the legs.
3 kills the other direction. CT player locks in the round. And MOUZ good to go. 4-0 here on Dust 2.
Exertion said that Cyclone has stood in for them in a couple of maps in place of Shuhi as well as torzsi. And he said he owned.
Makes sense, man. Cyclone is no...
I mean, look at him.
No stranger to the server. Played on a collection of Danish teams.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I want to say North Academy.
That's awesome. He's too jacked for those guys anyways.
I definitely know I've cast a Cyclone clutch or 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cast this. Oh, cool.
Yeah, she moves a body like a Cyclone.
Okay.
Let's go on the internet. For now, we'll watch these pistols try to push their way into the B site. If there was only one defender, that'd be one thing, but there's two. Shane and JDC with a quick rotation over. It's a slaughter.
Oh my god.
Wrap it up, pack it up, send it home.
I kind of like that, not peeking until after your car player takes contact. They're all looking sideways. You forget about K-Sharp completely. I was like, man, is he going to take too long to peek here? He was really holding down crouch, but in hindsight,
yeah,
that was genius.
Let's see. Yeah, the typical list of Danish teams you'd expect. Cyclone has played for Tricked Esport in 2020. Was on the Copenhagen Flames lineup from 2018 to 2019.
Whoa.
Also a Sprout player, North Academy, Fragsters.
Oh my, he gets around.
He was on MTW in 2015.
Oh my god, he's about to pull a Seb. You know what that is?
Nope.
It's when you go from player to coach, back to player, and then you win TI.
Oh!
Back to back.
Then you start an org?
Call it OG.
Damn. And he's only 25 years old. All that I just listed. 25.
He looks like a coach.
Looks like a coach.
It's great. Huge.
You want your coach to be...
But no back rubs at Valve-sponsored events.
No.
So...
Might be, you know...
Oh! Still fast as hell. They keep testing him.
That's
they
what he
keep
does.
testing him.
That's what he does.
They said we lowered... we put the Tetris block down so you can cross mid safely, CTs. You don't have to waste utility. What happened? People are using more utility than ever now at mid. Literally, people are mollying top mid and smoking it. And the Ts are doing the same thing.
I don't know.
It got worse.
CSGO thinks they have solutions. So we just cause more problems. CSGO players, man. A bunch of rubble rousers. Head Trick watching the upper tunnels, about to get challenged by two, but Torzi's going to drop the shot. That could have been a great way to equalize in a 4v4. Wouldn't be surprised if Navi Junior start to activate on their cat play, seeing as that was just pushed. Chewy, almost catches Modesty, but will find Head Trick, and nearly the second. Fades away with the flash in hand, and Torzi's quickly out of CT spawn, but he does not feel comfortable enough to come all the way up ramp. So they will concede the elbow control.
Cat flank.
Mm-hmm. That's a big one, though. Right here. Exertion. If he gets this long kill, they're tucked on top of one another. They're stuck. What's going to happen? Exertion picks up the kill. And a 3v1 is where we're left. Fear plants bomb and has a player coming in from every direction. Already a CT breathing down his neck, and Torzi. Patience pays off. MOUZ 6-round streak.
Dude, the protocols are so good right there. I mean, they even come up with a 2-player cat flank, but one goes ahead right away. They kill him. There's like 2-second pause. There's no one there, so they think, oh, they would have grouped that they came in. Another player comes, and then Exertion the entire time never left long. Didn't panic about the site whatsoever. Torzi just dropped a molly on the bomb plan zone, let the flank come in that 7 seconds, so they all curdle up around elbow, and boom, everything works out beautifully. Modesty is fast as hell to hit that shot, and he can do it so consistently as well. And the crazy part is, I mean, he's got to drop down, aim, focus, and they've got to cross a certain way for that to happen. The circumstances are a little bit more, a little bit different than they used to be. But it's the same result with Modesty on the other side of it.
Poor Flamey, dude. Just fed to the dogs. Gets ripped to shreds inside of the doorway. MOUZ established dominant long control right out of the gate. And as they shuffle their feet back towards the A site, Navi Junior a little timid here towards mid. So the timing will bode well for the CTs. Torzi currently tucked in, waiting for this cat play to unfold. Off that flash, he'll go for his peek. Perfect, man. MOUZ NXT with the perfect internal timer.
Damn, that patience is really good. They got the audible at mid, and yeah, they'll just...
Oh, dude. But then you get flooded in middle towards JDC, and guess what? He's just as sharp as anybody else on this MOUZ roster. He nails the 3K, and everything they do is perfect.
This guy is X-Acto knife sharp. He's Japanese steel, JDC. Hey, I'm walking here.
And they're having fun.
That's the dream.
They're acting like they're already the back-to-back champions.
And that's how you got to do it, man. You got to see yourself raising the trophy. Let's listen in to the Navi team speak.
Физик, мы будем с Егором разводить их. Я буду тушиться в банке и... Егор, ты по смок идешь?
Да.
Дал одну флеш.
Ну.
Ключевую. Мы под смоком. Найс.
Хорош. Мы не можем пройти.
Мид упор.
Дал флешку ему въебало.
Тоже на смоку, они мид фокус делали, скорее всего. Мы можем дальше толкать зиг, если хотите.
Можем.
Два вместе. У
Вместе.
нас пока спор зиг. Найс.
Еще. Хорош.
Найс. Да, давай. Их и живи просто, брат.
У нас есть Дина, надо выйти.
Гендальф, осторожно.
Это.
Я дал дальний дым еще.
Продаем зиг.
Все, а у нас.
Ставлю на платформу.
Я дал флеш кота.
Смог зиг дам.
Я тачку буду крысить стеком.
Меня взорвали.
Я крышу тачку стеком.
Не знаю.
Неизвестно. Шейн, да, есть на... Не, неизвестно, забей. Крышу тачку.
Окей. Смог или флешка в труп? Там флеш. Катиги.
Зик. Прыгай, Зик.
Упор. Красный.
Бомба на платформу.
Да, что мы отдаем?
No way! And he gets the kill! And he gets the kill at the end!
Oh my god. Oh! What's with MOUZ Sports and these defusing? They just be defusing.
They just don't respect their opponents. That's it, man.
I mean, that
not
was,
when you had to.
No,
Not when you had to. But even then.
There was the one defuse on Ancient, yeah.
Yeah, but let me spin a narrative.
That was.
Let me spin a web of lies.
Let's not tell lies.
Yeah, let
There's
me
enough good
manipulate.
stuff here already. 8-0. Of course, he didn't have an option there. He almost got off the bomb 3 times. Then he's just like, I'm literally
Just
flashing.
rapid
I know
tapping
this
that
flash
E
is not
button.
blinding anybody.
Yeah, he's like, I don't have to manually put in these buttons. Just sticks it, dude.
Bonkers.
The
but
flash.
That's Shane, dude. That's Shane.
Yeah, oh man.
That's Shane.
Yeah. Let's talk about the real play that makes that happen.
Shane,
oh, my.
baby.
Shane blows away the guy up close. Fear can't finish off the kill with the Tech 9 from Carr.
Fear more like scared.
Damn. But that was one of those moments. It's like, this is why we can't sleep on Navi Jr. in any given... Oh. Bad Molotov. It bounced in front of box. But they will still find an opening. That was a mid-kill ×2. Sight is still held by MOUZ NXT inside of B, but yeah, good call by Navi Jr. You kind of split them down the middle, start to emphasize your focus onto A. m0NESY should just stay locked in and get that kill easily. Nicely done from him, but there's also the follow-up that he will, of course, pin to the backboard. Head trick, headshot, and that's Navi Jr. with an immediate 5-man sweep. Everybody standing at the end. It's a Navi Jr. round win.
Now, m0NESY knows what he's doing, man. That's the jam right there. When you get that, you know it's going to be rotators only. Just literally camp that Xbox, hold it down. Strongest line almost any map.
You enjoying the view?
You're going to get a sunburn before a tan, pimp.
Man, what?
Put some sunscreen on.
Is this guy ever working? I mean, he's either in a hammock on Ancient, in his lawn chair here on Dust 2.
Saunders.
What's this guy up to? He says the grind never stops, but I never see it start. JDC gonna catch the jump up. That's Onkiered. Fear gonna stand inside of the fire, and that's gonna allow for Shane to sweep him away. Man advantage obtained. Not to mention a deep tunnels angle from Torzy, but he's gotta be cautious. There's a player not far off, and the other members of Navi Jr. are down here at the bottom of mid. They're starting to double back towards this B site. Oh, Torzy gets the kill, though. That's the big one. Meanwhile, Flamey's able to answer, but it still leaves Navi Jr. stranded here in mid. But the trade frag's back and forth. It's going to leave m0NESY in the clutch. And he fades away from the mid peak.
Oof. With a bomb, it makes it interesting. And split. CTs just say, who wants to come to my dance? m0NESY's not going to get the free fight on site, but he'll confirm it clear. And we're just trying to delay. Listen, they both press tab. They see it's m0NESY. They're worried. He's a great clutcher. Insane shots. And, oh, there's a chance. Oh, it's a tough one. Woo. Exertion's not scared, actually.
Yeah, he's not.
He'll just come back up.
He doesn't have that.
He believes in himself. Best part about this half so far is him not leaving long almost every single time. He's never been caught off.
It's true, dude. Just locks himself into that. Holds it off. Doesn't panic. Doesn't pre-rotate.
He's the same mouse pad
as you.
He plays on native too.
That's okay.
That's great.
Yeah, that's okay.
What's better?
That's okay.
1440p. No, you're supposed to say
1440 by 2560.
Uh-oh. Dude.
m0NESY got the mid pick.
I can't, dude. That's crazy. That's even happening on New Dust too.
Yeah.
First of all, you just got to use
Twice.
some utility. Yeah. Poor Shane. They said, you're not allowed to use this utility. We need it later. He said, please, sir.
More like Slain.
Whoa. Someone gonna die. Had to be close. He said, no utility for you, Shane.
Sit down. And so Shane does. Flash around the cat play. CT is not actually opting to play inside a site, but going 2 down into their spawn.
Boosting.
Boosting 1 up, okay. Hoping that maybe NAVI Jr. doesn't
maybe
hit the
they
site
drop.
before they come back. NAVI Jr. doing a good job of scaling this play up the catwalk before Shui can really get back into his position. But that flash, dude, he just turns his back and runs. And because of the flash, he's actually allowed to take up this ramp position. Now it's a matter of what can he do from here. Torzy's still very much committed down long. And Shui's going to play close sight. Oh, Exertion not able to get the best of that chance to unravel the setup. JDC will challenge, but he doesn't shoot at Flamey, who's the only player looking back at him. A 5v2 situation, and NAVI Jr. looking to secure their second round win.
Okay, they pull it up. They get off cat. They get the bomb down. They get all their entries without an issue. Where'd that first kill happen? Was that inside? Was that at mid?
First one was the mid pick.
Yeah, it was the mid. Oh, yeah, it was Shane.
Yep. m0NESY killed mid pick.
Poor Shane, man.
It died so long ago.
Let him use a nade and drop him a nade.
No.
Come on.
No.
Let him smoke mid and drop him a smoke now.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe m0NESY just going to keep killing you.
Are you trying to say that Shane's better off dead than alive?
Nope. Didn't say that whatsoever. Just saying sometimes it's not his choice.
About what you're saying?
Sometimes I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying things. Bada boom.
You like this? This what you like? Seeing Shane dead?
That's the saving grace, man. Flamey kind of bailed him out there. Could have been a 2K. MOUZ NXT up 9-2, and they're going to take a pause. Going to talk about their feelings, maybe.
Killed the poor guy twice.
Yeah.
On New Dust, too.
He's going to have some choice words for the CSGO devs.
Lower mid even more, he says.
Or raise the floor.
Or raise the floor.
Nobody ever thinks of that.
Wow. That's a
Torzy's like, you're going to leave my friends alone.
You're going to kill Shane? My boy Shane? No.
Oh, but this is dangerous. Now Torzy's he's a bit of a pickle.
Oh,
Ay. Oh, he's not ready for Onkir's spot. Ah, dude. Onkir calls out the push, ready and then some. Nades go down just preemptively in case there is another CT down here, but that's not the case. Next point of contact could be Shui towards catwalk, or potential for Shane to do damage in mid, but a missed hinge smoke. Oh, Shane's got you back.
That's what happens when Shane lives.
He lands that shot. Unreal. Man advantage stripped away, and now Shui's going to be at bat. Eats the flash. Smoke begins to fade. Fear does great damage through it. And yeah, understandably, Shui doesn't really want to stick around. They'll replenish the smoke.
This is a risky one. You play here if you think they aren't going to molly close doors, of course, because you can't escape otherwise. But later into the round, it's more unlikely they do it. Oh, and
nice flash.
Yeah. It's another one. Good tactic to get out mid. Shane eats that. There's no real dodge in that flash, honestly.
Push
through. Ooh, good for 2v2 now. Flanking mid off cat. One in the sight.
JDC.
JDC comes down to you, son.
Always good for one.
Damn!
And how about both? JDC just locks it in. All the while, all those moving pieces in middle, all those moving pieces in tunnels. He doesn't push, he doesn't fall back. Dude. He just locks him to spot on plat, and he gets a crucial 2K to close.
We saw JDC was the reason that they absolutely raffle-stomped NIP on Ancient the other day with his unbelievable mid plays, the audacity from JDC.
The stompeth.
Renowned for his good attitude and streamer lights.
Ay, ay, ay. Dude, Shane hit him with the... Shane was still mid-transmission. He's just sliding across mid. Oh, this is fast! This is the next round. This is live action. No replays. No time for that, Jazz. We got action. At a 4v3 situation. Off of the back of an initial tunnels push. They lose 2 bodies to it.
They're waiting for this one-round exertion push. He just never does it, dude. And they have waited for it.
And the beauty of it, too, is like he teases them. Because he peeks the door. Sometimes he leaves back.
Yeah,
you know, like
that's true.
He doesn't go through, but
that's a good point.
He's showing them something. They're worried about it.
Flamesy is also a long anchor, an Israeli long anchor. And he kind of does the same thing. Oh my god.
That was a nice shot. Good damage versus Shui.
He's lucky.
Yo, B site so clear for the taking.
Yeah, they're still crossing towards A. Does it seem like a kind of a ruse? I don't know. Exertion's still literally here in long. This ain't the right side to go to unless they're running back.
Could still fake it, but this looks like a commitment. Still 40 seconds. You can leave.
Uh-oh.
You don't have to die like this, Navi. You can leave.
Oh,
still. Here they come. Closer and closer. Torzy. Gonna go
they're
for the
jumping
fight.
up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
With the flash.
Shui's gonna jump onto the bomb planter perhaps, but m0NESY covers it very nicely. Ooh, nearly a lineup for Torzy, but he's not able to get himself the multi-kill, so it's gonna have to be Exertion 1 versus 3. He knows that Onkir's locked into this right side. He knows that m0NESY's opping towards Catwalk. It's only Fear's position that's not known, and even then, he could just assume it's a double cat post plant. Trying to spam away, gets the one that's in the open. That's not m0NESY, so we should still have this figured out. But Onkir, yeah, he's not going to hide behind boxes for the entire round. He swings out for the close, and we've got Navi Jr. with another win.
Always wants to make it scary. And yeah, that was 4v3 coming up Cat, but like you mentioned, they saw the cross at mid. Now they could say, all right, we hit the op shot, but he crossed back on when the op was on cycle. So maybe they also could have looked at it like a bait, 1 and B, plus they faked the mid cross. Maybe they're running to the open site. But no matter what, they group and explode. They still have the numbers advantage. So this is what happened at the beginning of the round with the upper push. And you can see there is MOUZ NXT trying to find a way to get into the tunnels in the beginning of the round one way or another.
Look at this, Navi Jr. with just a straight-up economic edge. Scout, MP9, and some Deagles for MOUZ NXT. And this is all they've got, so they're very much forcing for the rest of this, hoping that they can stop it and steal back this little bit of a buffer towards the end. A 12-3 would be amazing for MOUZ. Navi Jr. can smell it. That's going to be Shui caught out. Had the top mid play, but Headtrick's patience pays off. Now Navi Jr. just have to work their way down long. There are speed bumps ahead.
m0NESY is so good from long plat. Punishing all these peaks.
Scout's not going to be able to get into this. Exertion does have a spot on the other side of this smoke and a player inside the site, but yeah, nicely done. Fear and Flamey just rip up the defense, and that's going to be the 4th one secured for Navi Jr. Very nice finish there from Fear.
Clean one. Immaculate.
Nice. Now they should have a 5th as well, because it's just going to be a similar situation, and seeing as MOUZ couldn't offer us any real defense in that, let's go for it. But first, a technical issue. Did you spill something?
Oh, a little spillage?
Or you got sweaty hands?
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you spilled something on my favorite mouse pad. Oh. Back of the mouse. It's not perforated, though.
That's a good thing. That's why I will never buy perforated mice.
You said you were worried about
the ones with little holes in it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop little things in there.
Yeah?
Little Gretchnicks, little crumbs and whatnot.
What on earth is a Gretchnick?
You know, little pieces of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like toast crumbs, granola bar crumbs. But it's all in common. Anything else of that size.
Yeah, I get it. It sounds so right.
Gretchnicks. Oh, man, why'd you eat that granola bar in my car?
You got Gretchnicks everywhere.
There you go.
It fits. Like a Gretchnick in a perforated hole.
the point is you don't want it to be there. That is the final point. That's an important part. It's going to be a B hit, folks. That's where we're going to end this T side. Head trick at the front of it. Shane on the box. Ooh, Torzy's going to make him nervous, dude. Insta scout kill. Oh, this spot from Shane. They're going to try to clear car, and they'll kill him. They'll kill him, but I respect the effort. Fast flank. Ooh, JDC caught by Flamey, dude. Flamey's good at always watching the back, whether it's Cat or in this case, Tunnels. This is going to be a very difficult retake attempt, but a necessary one, as this is the closing fight of the half. So decent enough from Navi Jr. to at least win a couple towards the close. However, MOUZ NXT is still the champions of the first 15.
This retake is going to be really hard. Really, really, really hard.
Yeah, it's just the tunnel shutdown that needs to come through, and as we'd expect, it does. So 10-5, but look at that scoreboard. Look at that spree of victories that came out of MOUZ at the gate.
It was an insane run. They had such good rounds. And the big thing for Navi was figuring out Cat. I think they figured out Cat, and m0NESY got a little activated. They figured out Cat. They got the openings, got some punish kills around mid. Didn't lose mid, basically, and also, I mean, quite simply, just killed Shane for free in 2 of those rounds when they really just couldn't get anything going, and that helped leverage some momentum back in their favor, some economy back in their favor. Pistols for MOUZ. It got them back in the game, so the game remains competitive, and the map is CT-sided when you've got money, and that's how you can streak so well. Navi Jr. will have the chance to do the same as we swap over.
Just look like this MOUZ map pool is it's just strong, man. Like Navi and
the fact that this veto is so different from last time. Every map is different. That's so cool.
And the veto is so difficult as well. So it seems, right? Let's live in a moment in a world where MOUZ just 2-0 this series.
Yeah.
They can win basically everything.
Right.
Teams are trying to take them all over the place, pick different maps against them, ban different maps against them.
They didn't even have to play Inferno this time too if you're MOUZ.
Yep. Yep. So, you know, on top of all this individual level that we can sit here and praise for days at a time, it's also just a stellar... And this is why they are the better team. You know, that's why they are the reigning champions. But there's also a current challenger, and that's the Navi team, the team speak of which we're just about to jump into.
Где первый люк? Темно не видел.
Суицида нет.
Длина.
Тихо. Я не слышу длину. Shift нажали, походу. Хуй его знает.
Или shift, да.
Разъединиться.
Взял буст нижний.
Ты нижнюю смотришь или я пальму смотрю? Да. Нижний один. Даю флеш под X? Да. Задержать дал. Пальма и нижняя.
Вид фокус какой. Я пока стрейфлю.
Окей. В окне. Я в двери пошел.
Пострейфишь, ты на флешу?
Да.
Смесился. Тайминг побери хороший, чтобы примитивно не был.
Два смока на сплит.
Дым ташку выбили.
Дай
мне. Я ушел. Есть снайпер, я ради. Молли заднейся.
Мид вышли, не надо вышли.
Б вышли. Ворота смотри, ворота. Ворота.
Флешку могу дать в смог.
Давай.
Дал или аккурат.
Дыма нет. Еще флеш над окном есть, ребят. Хотите сорать?
Не надо, подожди.
Хае плант, у меня будет флеш над окном.
Я буду ворота взрывать, пацаны. Буду ворота взрывать.
Дефузак держек. Смог тачку.
На тачке.
И ушел на флеш над очком. Два ворота гол. Я реди.
Флеш.
Пошла флеш. Бум.
Икс и тэшка.
Икс.
Под смоком.
Ребят.
Oh, we could hear the MOUZ boys through Navi's mics.
Yes. That energy is wild.
That's a pop-off because that pistol, yeah,
That's a big
after
one.
a 10-5 half, a pistol like that definitely helps.
It's 10-5 and it's dust too these days. And it's so undetermined how important the CT side is, you know, these different matchups and stuff like that. Navi with a pistol, you could even argue that Navi with a pistol these days are just instantly favored if they get that 10-8 scoreline. So this feels nice for MOUZ Sports. Very nice. And it was a great pistol, too. It wasn't just a lucky one. They got that full split off right under the noses of Navi. They got into the B site. They threw the mid-control smoke, so left and right, so it doesn't look like an exec right away. And then they just transitioned into the split. But,
Ooh, 2 though. 2.
Not bad.
And Onkir's still up.
Could be worse.
Oh, he hit that.
Little no-scope.
Oh, no, m0NESY from the window did. That makes much more sense.
He still tagged him, though.
Oh, that's right. You got this. Okay. They both hit him. Both the bullets land. CT's going to be right inside of the window. Flamey good for another one. This falls only onto Shui. 2 kills already in the round. He needs another double. He's got the bomb. There's AKs to be taken, and sure enough, he'll grab one. An additional smoke as well if he wants to put that back up on door. Opts not to.
Oh my.
Instead, throws it towards tunnels.
Tunnel smoke. Interesting.
Obviously, we know everything, and that's not going to have any factor in this 1 versus 2 attempt. But the longer he waits, the further m0NESY seems to get. They're worried that he's going to come looking for a fight, which could very well be his decision. Be a little dangerous to just plant and assume that no one's going to rush you. So he's going to walk right into the scope of that scout unless...
They know. He knows that they're holding this.
Yeah. And he's still worried about the tunnels, but they start to move up. He sees them. Oh, m0NESY! He hits that headshot while being attacked. And Navi Jr. with the force bring it back.
Literally had him unscoped. He turns around, joins the FaZe clan, turns back, scopes, and hits that shot.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the m0NESY
It's just not
factor.
It's just not a one-off with him, dude. It's every round.
Oh, I love...
That was such a nice attempt.
I love how that was played, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is an insane headshot, man. He had full HP.
If it was his own desk, he would have smashed it.
Playing with fire. Okay. They just want the bomb back?
Nope. Not allowed. Now you've got m0NESY on an op. Now you've got problems.
What a talent, this kid.
I'm pretty sure that was just a blind shot as well that hit Shane.
Yeah.
Shooting through smoke.
Don't let him get comfortable.
They already did. He's got an op. He's got an op, and he hit that crazy scout shot. That's what he needed to power up. Exertion going to try to take one with him. Not going to happen. 5 players up from Navi Jr. as they continue to crawl back on this CT side. Off of the back of that crazy scout shot.
Got to think about that scout shot for a minute because it was worth 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Definitely now that they've just forced, made sure that MOUZ weren't able to force buy back. That's so fast.
Just think you're safe, but you're not.
You're not.
Pistols again.
Yeah, that's it, right? This is the real reward. Oof, m0NESY's already got 2 more kills in mid.
Go anywhere else. I know he only gets $100 per kill.
Right. Also gets 2 assists, so he has literally hit everybody so far this round.
Go power someone else up.
Oh, man. Nope. So, slowly this game is getting closer. Navi Jr.
And off a win like that, too, a save round in the CT side, they're going to buy again. Then they follow into eco, so they get their money. They just get so much money. They keep the op, all the rifles, build a huge bank off this last round. This is how you start a CT side off right. And we'll see if they use the drop grenades properly here, because they have the money to do so.
Ooh.
Always
Slit.
clean with it.
Yeah, man's got movement. m0NESY's money movement.
Man, the bravery here. It's got a teammate watching lower. Actively, it's a little dangerous. They'll actually transition to the boost while being very active on the aggressive plays. You'd love to see that, m0NESY.
And, ooh, a little jump baits out the shot. They're going to go right back into the boost.
Wow.
He saw Shui's head, so he knows he's already past the point that he can pluck him.
Is he actually going to go again? No.
Wow. They tried to nade him down, but off the mark. So they know very much so that mid is compromised, especially since the CTs don't have a player down there. And Shane, well, he just opened up on long. Oh, this is big because the mid player can just cut off rotates. Onkir just saw Shui trying to extend around, so he's very much timid at the moment. And Navi Jr., well, they could do this. They could throw bodies over towards long and try to get ahead of this push. It feels like the only play they can make because their rotates are cut off. m0NESY, easy pickup on the first one. It's a FAMAS ahead of it.
There's a Cat player, yeah.
That's the difference maker. Exertion comes wide from Cat, but Fear still standing with a double of his own, and he swaps out weapons, trying to dive back into the cover. Shui gives chase with the AK, takes his head off, and now needs to get that bomb over towards the site. Eventually, the B rotators will get in, but it's not through CT spawn like he's currently worried about. It's Catwalk, but hugging the wall was Exertion!
Oh my god! Oh, look at that angle, man. He's tucked in the side waiting for this play, but instead of just going to the site, he says, I know you're coming. I'm not scared of you.
I haven't seen somebody play.
He's picked 2 spots, and I'm like, I've never seen someone hold from there. And I was like, potent. Crazy.
Remember when there was that little like half a wall that would stick out and you could crouch at your feet and look down at? I haven't seen
you still can do it. It's just not as good anymore.
I haven't seen a human being standing there ever since.
Yeah.
It's been years.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's been years since that play's worked.
That's wild.
Oh, wow.
They just forgot about it. They're like, oh,
Damn.
just went back to site.
Because Navi Jr. and particularly Fear, like pushing forward with the FAMAS there into what could have been 3 players. Such a great attempt at trying to take it back, but we also saw Exertion come up catwalk and deal with m0NESY. That helped. That helped big time. Early long control yet again here in the back pocket of MOUZ, but they're going to head elsewhere, it seems.
That's basically the split that never stopped. They just had an extra player come out long late.
Yep, easy pickup. m0NESY was scoped up. Shane was already locked into the position. Shane peeks out and he sees a player scoped. Completely unbeknownst to m0NESY was Shane. And that's a big scalp to drop at the start of this one. Looking for their 13th round win. MOUZ NXT knocking on this A site and Flamey's home. But he gets taken to the street. 5 versus 2. Onkir's going to make something of it. An attempt here on the catwalk with his teammate nowhere to be found. He wants to save the op, but he, will be found, you think. Instead, he turns it upside down on Shui.
Kill everyone so fast.
And they're going to keep on fighting. This is a lot of damage, actually.
I mean, they're allowing for the retake to be possible at this point. But they've already made their bed. They've gone all the way back. The confidence is really good for MOUZ. You like this? I mean, the last round we saw m0NESY hanging out on Cat, looking into lower, coming back, boosting, looking top mid, really, really like trying to get that extra edge any way he possibly can to get those early kills. Doesn't want to get caught just in a spot where he rotates constantly. Dust 2 is going to give you lots of opportunities though. And if, of course, the main danger of playing like that is exactly what happened to him with Shane, playing from the green box. There's a lot of positions that you can get approached from that you're not holding, or you're looking at something else and you're getting spotted all the while. So could trust your game sense to go for those kills, but I guess because in that previous round they didn't see him reboost and stay out there for so long, felt like, all right, I'll try it this time around. But I do like the new energy from him. He's been very proactive.
Wow, starting to break through here. Look at the buy from Navi Jr. It's going to have to be a little m0NESY magic.
It's horse meat.
Or something fantastic from Fear. What are these academy positions?
Holy.
That's both.
They're hugging the whole perimeter of this wall, both sides.
It's working.
The pressure
they dropped
there.
the bomb. They've got a second. I said it had to be either or. Looks like it could be a bit of both.
That is cool. Was there one weakness there from suicide, maybe? Late suicide?
Or just not mid in any way. Nothing but pistols on the extremity of the map at the start of the round, but now those weapons are going to move.
Trying to do their due diligence. Go ahead, clear out mid. The guns aren't actually recoverable here for the CT side, so that is one thing that helps out MOUZ, even though it is 3-on-5.
Heading towards B would be the easier job, but A looks like the intended target.
Torzy and m0NESY both have ops in this round.
Flamey's going to try to dive into the site. Fear dropped into the CT spawn and got that headshot towards ramp. Fear's going to play his M4 close. 2 players still up to try and hold in this post plant, but unfortunately for Torzy, he's so incredibly low on HP, so it's going to really have to fall onto Shane. He's got nobody coming at him from long, but a boost up from the CT side. Could Torzy actually catch this? They kind of flubbed the moment, but luckily they are still able to kill Shane. So now Torzy's in a desperate spot with 3 players coming at him up close and personal. Cuts one away, and he's just dropping too many shots to make that wonderful moment happen. A 9th round win from NAVI Jr. off of the back of a minimal setup. 2 guns. They had 2 at the start. They put them both in mid, and they find a 5v3 straight out the gate.
Wow, they found a really cool way to do it. I haven't seen anyone try to layer cat like that in 3 different positions. Watching lower, they've got the blue bin push, and they also have an extra player in case things go wrong. And you see the top mid push is met by Shuhei saying, all right, well, now I've got to peek off lower, make up for this. m0NESY punishes, everything collapses, and they play their advantage down perfectly. After the long attack comes, still a 4-round difference here for MOUZ NXT, but they're going to allow 10, it looks like. No nades to use. Jeez, that's one between the eyes.
Shut down. Real quick, lickety split. We're going to have our game on our hands.
You say gamer hands?
Gamer hands, yeah.
That's when your hands hurt.
Yeah. It's when you've got carpal tunnel at age 24.
Yes.
That's why all of you listening, if you're playing video games, stretch your freaking hands, man. You know it's going to be a problem. Get ahead of it. It takes very little effort. You don't even have to be really in shape to stretch. Stretching's the first step.
Yes.
Stretching is the first step. Onkir. Is this, he's gonna fall. He's not gonna fall for this. They're gonna. Of course, he pops back up and nails it.
Damn, he's faster than m0NESY. See that flick?
Woo! There's another one. Come on, knock them all down. Nothing but bowling pins.
Okay.
Wrecked through the tunnel entrance.
Stretching is just mini working out.
It is. Takes no equipment. Takes little time. Do it.
And drink water.
Yes, no. And sleep a lot.
And sleep. Read books.
Yep.
Go to school. Eat your vegetables.
Fast play. Flash for the lower tunnel. Oh, they're so blind. Ooh, but Exertion doesn't win the duel.
Yeah. He seems caught off by the information he was looking for right there.
I think he would have been ready for Onkir behind boxes, but maybe not both.
Yeah. And now still lower tunnel control here for the CT side. This is very powerful. That Xbox smoke is huge for just weakening this setup a touch, right? Makes the CTs in lower feel very alone. And now they've got to fend for themselves a little bit. So it does. Wow, they're just going right to B. This might actually be the best move for them. Holy, they got the sight.
What?
I mean,
Headtrick gave him so much space, and then the moment Headtrick's about to make his play, Torzy catching him right before he can pull the trigger.
They didn't plant.
m0NESY's inside of the window.
Everyone was just tied up in lower and mid.
Ooh, I feel like MOUZ NXT have just bailed themselves out, but the boat could still be taking on water soon.
I don't know.
Did the CTs go for this?
I don't even know. I mean, it's close. They got tunnels control. I think they might try. I think they got 2 ops, dude.
Oh, this is awkward, dude.
Oh my God. Are they leaving?
Ops back up. M4's still close. They're going to try desperately to get in the window. JDC alleviating some pressure, and sure enough, he's got himself 2 kills. Flamey still smoked off this entire time, but still able to get 1. But that's it.
What a call.
To just go.
What a call.
Just go.
Well,
a caged animal.
Double push into lower. Exertion dies in the 4v5. They have m0NESY on cat, 2 in lower, 1 on the A site. Solo men in B. said, why do we have to take back map control?
Yeah. So be it. If they're going to corral us into the B site, they better be ready to hold us back. And that pack of bulls just ran right through the fence.
They got the best calls in the league.
Damn. Oh, that was such a great chance for Navi Jr. as well. Opening kill,
And they also,
total
they
information.
threw the Xbox smoke as well.
Ooh, but it's not over yet.
Oh, okay.
And don't think for a moment that it is. That double op setup from Navi Jr., we've seen this do great things. Normally in the hands of Head Trick, but he's got an AUG, so that kind of counts. Oh, Ankir burned out, but it's still smoked, so he will find safety in the end. Sketchy, sketchy.
Whoa, hold on a second. They don't know about Shui at all. Oh, if he goes too quickly here, they'll see him, but...
He catches him falling at least.
Oh, this is awkward. It's 3-on-4. They're worried about long now for a second, but there's not really any counterplay on the B side. There's still 2 players over here. Man, this is so weird, the fact that they're so far apart. JDC surely gets caught, and...
Yeah. And another smoke.
Yeah. That was strange.
Now, barring that instant push into the B site that actually gets them a round win, I would have expected the previous round to look something like this. You know, trying to go elsewhere, just fumbling kills here and there, and then a little fizzle out from MOUZ NXT. They have no right winning another one like this, especially not in this 4v2 situation. Fear doing an excellent job this round. 3 kills to his name, just, you know, shaving them off one at a time. Smooth. m0NESY headshot to close it. Navi Jr. not done fighting yet.
Lovely op kills from Ankir early on.
Yes.
Looking like a primary hybrid.
14-11. Easy pickup, too.
His hit rate's been crazy.
Fear gets 2 players with their heads turned. I feel like Dust 2 is very, very important. I mean, it's just Ancient as the decider.
It's
I'm
more,
Navi, I'm almost like...
It's more important for Navi, yeah. Yeah, it's just more important for Navi.
Yeah.
Hard to spin it otherwise. Vertigo up next. Again, I think the first 2 times we've seen Dust 2 and Vertigo so far at the LAN.
Feels it.
So, that's pretty cool.
It's like very cool.
Like very, very cool.
Yes, modern.
VV cool.
Ops up, pistols out. Economic edge for the Navi Jr. camp. I love this little rebound from Navi Jr. here. This fighting of tooth and nail to keep themselves in it. Please don't die out to just pistols. He's so blind. Oh. And now it's an off inside of the site. Ankir good for 2. He's got a player already up close. And if that had been some sort of no scope, then go.
There's only 2 left.
What a thing.
They've got an op in sight. They have tunnels control.
Yes, they do.
This might be too hard. But they can't let this one slip. It's versus pistols.
Come on.
Damage has been done.
A CT side that's been on the edge of success.
Oh, they don't want to walk away from this.
MOUZ NXT with the robbery if they can close it. Now picking up the op and AUG. 1 player at least kept at bay inside of the tunnels, but they've given Torzi his favorite gun, and yet he still dies empty-handed. Fear with the double kill. It's on to Exertion with just the Tech 9, but the bomb's not planted for him. Fear gets on top of this. He does have the kit, and he's gonna get the... No, he's not! There is no stick! There is no win for Navi!
He finds him in the clutch. That comes close as hell. That's the perfect opportunity to stick. But Exertion wastes no time. Knows the play's coming. Runs out wide. It looks like he's going to be a minute too late, but no, not in his mind.
Only
doesn't
MOUZ.
even react.
Only MOUZ is allowed to stick the defuse.
Ice cold. Yeah, right.
This one from Ankir, I thought maybe right here. Oh, what could have been.
Oh, he did great. That explode caught him off so bad. Wild.
Wow. Oh, wait, hold on. Right back to the action. Don't blink. You'll miss it. m0NESY dead. Shui's gotten more damage in. It's going to be Flamey trying to fight around the side of the smoke. Oh, but he dies out to Shui. And a 4 versus 2 is what separates MOUZ from securing map 1.
Instantly, and they have cover out in the back of spawn to make sure they don't get flanked. They have options open with all the kills. It couldn't be a better situation here for MOUZ NXT. And the great part about leaving long, you leave all these guns. So the CTs would love for it to be a long play so that they can go ahead and check and then maybe go and collect them. Go to the other side of the map doesn't give you enough time to both collect them and defend. And right now, they have to.
Onkir going to be the only line of defense, and what a game he has had alongside Fear. 23 and 26 kills apiece. But a 4-man cohort from MOUZ NXT about to knock down the doors of this B site. Onkir's got the cross held, but dies instantly empty-handed. Head trick, as wonderful as it has been to watch him across the season. 9 kills on this map at a 1v4. MOUZ NXT, they've got it. Hook, line, and sinker, and a single map away from a back-to-back champion trophy lift. No matter what map you choose against them, no matter what map they seem to pick, this is the best team in this league. And Navi will have 2 chances to turn that upside down, but so incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, we don't know if we'll get there. That Vertigo's coming up. We love it if we're Navi Junior, but at the same time, it's always such a good map for MOUZ NXT. What a show that map was, dude. I mean, Navi just took down NIP and had some unbelievable performances. I mean, that Mirage game was one to remember. They're definitely in form.
Yes.
But you can be in form and still not be close to good enough, and that's what it feels like when you're going against MOUZ NXT right now. It's important to have them in the league because it makes everyone else better.
100%. Yep, that's the thing, right? They're the top dog, they are the champs, and Navi have shown us to be capable challengers. But I suppose the beauty of this is we don't know about Vertigo so much. You know, there is still a level of uncertainty as to what's about to unfold here. So for all we know, we're in for a treat, a twist, and maybe a little tempted fate. Back over to Tom Biz and the analysts to unpack Dust 2.
Yeah, I feel like we've just witnessed like 2 different games almost rolled into one. First 8 rounds, I was like, okay, we can wrap this one up. Grand final going to be over in a few minutes. And then it was almost like something just clicked in Navi that brought them back into the game, Pim, because it looked over quite early on.
It did. I think in first half, there's no doubt that MOUZ were the better team. Navi managed to scrape by a couple of rounds, and we discussed it in the green room short, you know, 5 rounds on a strong T side, or sorry, on a hard C side, and you go over to the CT side where it's usually have become slightly easier to get more rounds. I thought that they could make a comeback. Monacy, of course, starting very well on that CT side as well, was a big part of the win condition for Navi Junior to even make it close, but I mean, yes, it was a close game. There was some nerve in it, but MOUZ were 1 step ahead throughout the entire game. I was never really in doubt that they were going to win it, but it was good to see Navi Junior, you know, at least put up a fight on their own map pick.
Yeah, and we have to respect the fact that Navi, despite the slow start, were able to really get in this one because honestly, it did feel like MOUZ were the vastly superior team. But the thing is that Navi and Fear, for one, played quite well. It's kind of we were asking who that 3rd star would be for Navi, and they found it. But it's just that the lows for some of the other players were pretty far down there, and I hate to just pick on players, but Headtrick, for example, at B had a very tough time holding back some of those MOUZ plays, and that's not necessarily to discredit him. You know, some of those hits were very hard to stop, and when MOUZ are against you, you know, there's only so much you can do because their firepower, their flashes, everything is so on point with them. But at the end of the day, it was MOUZ who closed it out, and you know, that's probably a little bit of a surprise to fans that just watched the last series, but it's just that MOUZ, they seem to do so many things right. Their pushes on CT side are always so suffocating. They're even as soon as you're getting in that bomb site, they are right behind you.
Well, that was the thing, Pim, especially with those early rounds, is the fact that it almost looked like it took some time for Navi Junior just to shut them down from doing what seemed like some pretty ridiculous plays with how aggressive they were being.
But that's what you can do now on Dust 2, and I agree. It's tough, though, for a lot of different teams right now, and even if you're playing in matchmaking or face it, you'd probably realize as well that all of a sudden the CT side have access to lower dark, they have access to top middle within the span of 5 to 10 seconds. So you gotta be aware, you gotta be ready for these fast flanks, you gotta be ready that it's like Dust 2 used to be a map where I would always say it's the T side who solely controls the pace of the game. As a CT-sided player, there's not a lot of stuff you can do in order to disturb the T side or in order to control the pace of the game, but just this small update on Dust 2 have completely changed that around. I don't feel it's the T side anymore who controls the pace of the game, it's the CT side. So if you're facing someone like MOUZ NXT who want to play extremely aggressive in the beginning of the round, who want to get a man in towards lower dark, who want to push a guy up top middle, then you gotta deal with it and you gotta find a way to have, I guess, certain protocols and certain rotations in order to deal with it. So it's not as easy as it looks, but it's definitely changed the dynamic of Dust 2.
Yeah, considering, as I said, the poor start, it wasn't all doom and gloom for Navi Junior, Maui. That like they had 3 players performing well. They had a pretty decent comeback from such a deficit, and towards the end of the game, it was a real competition. So it's not like they've been just out of this map from the get-go and it ended pretty quickly. Like they were fighting themselves back into the match.
Yes, yeah, and they were even willing to take a lot of risks on the retakes. Some of the ways that they were playing out those late round situations. You know, you'd see a lot of pro teams today probably in a 4-on-4 if the opposing team has control of the B site, bomb planet, you wouldn't even go for it. But Navi made those rounds really close. Like they really tried, and they barely didn't win them. Like that is really impressive how close they were. And also, I mean, even though m0NESY didn't have the best game, he had some impactful rounds, just multi-frags, the pushes up mid that he did with Fear, where m0NESY's holding lower, Fear's holding the top of mid. Those little setups, like Pimp was referring to, are something that Navi was absolutely implementing, and they gave themselves a fighting chance. This wasn't the Navi I was used to in the group stage. They weren't just sitting back, waiting for the action to come to them, and then just hoping that people get multi-frags. They were actually taking some fights to their opponents, and it made Shuhei, it made MOUZ Sports sweat a little bit, which is everything I could have wanted from a Grand Finals opener.
For sure, and I think towards the end especially, it took some of those sort of crazy plays, those ridiculous rounds, even just some bold calls, because you talk about that B site push that came in with the pistols right towards the end of the game that I think actually might have taken them to either 14 or 15 rounds. Like those are the sort of things that actually seem to be the difference maker, because Navi were getting comfortable.
If you want to go into the specific of rounds like that, I think you saw it pretty well. You said Hetrick didn't have a good time at the B bomb side. It felt like he was afraid to make the kill that was actually needed in order to win the round, whereas for MOUZ, as you said, they didn't have any problem playing to win the game, right? They were willing to risk a lot in order to win a lot. And when you're in a situation where you have a player like Hetrick who, he was doing the right thing by hiding, by waiting, maybe waiting for a flash for a teammate, but you'd see confident players that just go out, find a duel, and then hide afterwards, and then wait for the flash.
That's true.
And that's not what he did right here. So it felt like more like Hetrick and Navi as a team right here played in order not to lose, whereas MOUZ, they weren't afraid to gamble and actually put on something on the board in order to win the game. And that's the difference sometimes when you have two teams who are relatively close. Another thing we got to point out, it was not about the m0NESY and Torsi show. It was actually about the two teams and the rifles in this game. m0NESY was decent, Torsi was decent, but outside of that, nothing really came from the two.
Now, moving on to the next map, we're going to head into Vertigo. Now, from what we set up in the pre-game, this could be a very different story, because I feel like it was almost necessary for Navi Junior to win this first map, Maui.
Yes, we haven't actually even seen this 5 play Vertigo for Navi Junior. During the regular season, they were able to implement a 6-man lineup where they were using Cynics as their B anchor, and now we're going to see for the first time ever how this 5-man lineup for Navi wants to play the CT side. There were a handful of changes that Navi have gone through from Season 1 to Season 2 in terms of positions, how they use their 6-man lineup, and right now, they're in for another surprise. We're in for one, that is. We're not sure who's going to be playing where. Things we can assume, m0NESY probably going to play that A ramp. Onkar hopefully is going to help him, because once they made that switch, they made their CT side look incredibly competitive. It's just that it's taken them a long time to find those proper adjustments. And Flamey, for one, I don't think he's ever played the B bomb site yet. I think that's where he's going to have to go, unfortunately.
I think as well, looking at this map in general, Pimp, it's one that favors MOUZ NXT so inherently. In fact, the last 2 maps within the series both favor this MOUZ roster. So, like, realistically, what are the hopes here for Navi Junior to actually take this one home? Is it just the surprise factor?
At the very least, make it competitive. At the very least, push MOUZ into a situation where it maybe is 13-13, where you just need 1 or 2 rounds. You just need a m0NESY moment, so to speak, in the game in order to get over the finish line. That would be step number 1, of course, but that's a big step to take if you're Navi Junior. I feel right now the way you play Vertigo, it's sort of like playing Inferno on steroids. If you're on the T side, you can stand in T-spawn and do absolutely nothing for a minute every single round without getting punished for it. Like, you don't have to take map control. You don't have to go towards the B hole. You don't have to go up A ramp and take A ramp. You can literally just stand and do absolutely nothing, wait for your opponents to use the grenades, and then start to take map control, then start to go into execute. So for my money, it's a very simplified map, but it's a map that is tough to master, I would say, on the T side, which also makes the CT side super, super rough to play, because you got to find a balance of not using utility too soon, because if you don't have anything to hold back or to retake the bomb side switch, you're done.
So you've already mentioned that this map is kind of a relative unknown when it comes to the Navi Junior side. Maui, what are you expecting from the MOUZ NXT side?
The MOUZ NXT side is pretty much everything you would probably want to see. They have great nade protocols for multiple sides of the map. They even go B pretty frequently on top of that. Like, they know how to push and pull defenses, and even sometimes when they take that ramp space, they're very willing to peel off of it. And wait, this is it. Okay, that's one way to warm up for the next map, Flamey. But I hope he's not too checked out of the game, and hopefully he's gonna be able to bring it back into the server. But maybe that's just what he's been doing at every tournament ever, and we just never saw it. You know, that's what happens when you give Flamey internet. You know, you just go.
For a second, I thought he was playing himself.
I was hoping
he's got pedals. Yeah. He's got pedals under the table.
I literally, you can't ignore that. What's going on there? That's so unique. Okay, for MOUZ though, I think some of the hallmarks in their play is exertion. I think exertion. We saw him lock down long A on Dust 2, and he's responsible for their T side kind of controlling the pace of their A ramp take. And it's up to him to discover what sort of nade utility is going to be coming in his direction. But for me, what's going to be exciting is the head-to-head between exertion and m0NESY. It's not a fight we always talk about in terms of their head-to-head, but they will literally clash every single round at that ramp. And whoever gets the better of the other probably is going to give their team a huge leg up.
Fully agree, because it goes the other way around. Exertion is also the guy on the CT side who tries to shut down ramp and disturb their opponents as much as absolutely possible. That's the one area you can control if you're the CT side. If you take A ramp, if you're not afraid of maybe pushing through the smokes or spamming through the smokes, you see Akinda constantly moving around when he's playing for Virtus Pro. Exertion is sort of doing the same thing. Another player that's going to be vital for MOUZ NXT is JDC, because he's going to be left alone a lot on that B bomb side, and if he can lock that down, and if Navi can't open up the B bomb side, I think they're going to struggle big time on the T side. So I'm looking very much forward to those two, and again, if JDC is playing as he's been throughout the tournament, if Exertion is playing the same way he's been doing throughout the tournament, Navi Junior will probably have to play some of their best Counter-Strike in order to make the surprise and win this map.
As a surprise factor, Maui, like, is there something that Navi Junior can do? Like, is there levels of aggression that they could try to pull in that might make the difference here, or is it just not going to work too well versus this MOUZ NXT?
Well, Flamey, I mean, he was just watching some race car driving, so hopefully, I want to see him race car down to B. I want to see if he pushes down. I want to see him get aggressive. I want to see Flamey take a little bit of initiative here, because it feels like right now, you know, it doesn't always seem like he's completely, like, sometimes you'll see these brief glimpses of him just popping off in a defensive situation, but I want to see him take the fight a little bit more to his opponents, and so that's one player I would love to see. Then again, I'm kind of speculating that he's going to play B. We haven't seen him play with this 5-man lineup, so it's going to be interesting, and I hope he takes the fight to them. Take some space. Take some of that space away from them. Flamey?
Well, you know what? We're going to get to find out almost immediately. We are heading into Vertigo. MOUZ just one map away from being crowned champions. Navi Junior trying to deny them.
That's right. We're almost ready, but now it's our turn to talk. Okay, we get to talk a little. We get to flap our gums in excitement because it is MOUZ on the cusp of something great. The back-to-back, baby. The back-to-back. But they're not there yet. Okay, I agree entirely with Maui. You know what? You've been kind of trudging along all season here for a guy like Flamey. It is time to show us why you are the third most paid all-time Russian player. It is time to show us your years of experience. Like, if nothing else is working,
you didn't play Vertigo.
Just do it. That's true, you didn't play Vertigo. Okay, just like, come on. Like, you know, if we're supposed to put any level of respect still on that name, take it. Take it away.
Take it away.
No? Maybe. I hope. Something, man.
He was watching F1 or something.
He was watching Booster. The Russian streamer.
Booster. I love that guy.
Yeah, he was watching Booster play some racing games. You know, listen, some people like to meditate, some people like to watch Booster.
It's the opposite, really.
Yeah, it is the opposite of peace and quiet. Yeah.
But great streamer. We casted him playing Valorant. In the
casting what?
Twitch show match.
Casting what?
The other thing.
Yeah.
The other dude.
Yeah. How can I help you? Hello.
It was hilarious. I recommend you go, guys. After this broadcast is over.
I mean, clearly he's live right now. If you got two monitors.
No.
We know he's live. Flamey showed us.
You're saying things you shouldn't say.
That's half of the job. Okay, MOUZ NXT.
All right, predict the predictions, or predict the positions. Where are the...
Flamey's got to be the B. Oh, who's... Oh, yeah, look at this
Mousy.
guy. Yo, Maui's got speed.
Make sure you have a parachute in there.
Is that Maui Snake or Dwayne The Rock Johnson?
Oh, my God.
Vertigo.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
51 floors up.
Time to party. Or maybe the party comes after this map, assuming MOUZ can take it away. It is their map choice after all. Navi Jr., CT side, the question was, where is Flamey? And for the pistol?
Pistols aren't real CS.
Okay, we'll wait. But at least for the pistol, he is the front line on the B site. It's a very tense round. You can hear the building creaking.
Yeah, it's leaning.
The sirens down beneath.
Can you believe the planet's spinning at thousands of miles per hour?
Right now.
On vertigo.
And yet nobody moves.
Nobody moves at all.
Finally, MOUZ going to start working their way up this staircase. In terms of utility, they've got Shane with the double flash in the back, but he's actually throwing his nades over towards middle, so this is just a dry run from 4 players into a 3-person stack. Flamey gets his head taken off. It's only m0NESY in the feed for the side of Navi Jr. He's got 2 kills, and he's looking for more. Oh, a third for m0NESY. A one-man army on this B site. They tore up his teammates, but Fear arrives in time. It's going to have to be Shane, and Shane alone, 1v2. Ah, he's got the first one in Fear in the open. Now it's m0NESY, and of course he sticks the landing.
Dude, he gets 17 health, man. And he still did that. Had to be a headshot as well. Man, you can't understate this kid. He's everywhere. He's Freddy Krueger. He's in your nightmares. That's wild. With the pistol. Every single kill, man. He could have died at every single kill. It would have been fine. It wouldn't have looked weird. You know? He didn't whiff. He had to do something nuts. On every different peak, and he delivered.
Yeah, that's why his BPM just peaked over 140.
Sure.
Like, ah. But look at it already reset, man. That's how cool he is. That's why you got to take a big deep breath after a crazy round of Counter-Strike. Pretend as if nothing just happened. Fear tagged up ever so slightly, but T-side instead going to play beyond this smoke. Spam damage is decent enough, but no kills off the back.
And they, yeah, he really just ran away. They clear out the short shelf with this Tech 9. That Chewy's actually doing a lot here to attract the attention of the CTs, and they're pressing up against both sites. So it's got to be a little bit confusing here for Navi, but they have fine spots in the site.
Gonna boost a body up and over. Excellent call. But there's a terrorist chasing them in the exact same spot. Shane causing a hell of a ruckus, a great distraction, tons of damage. 3 players all low for the T side, but if they can get their bomb plant, then that'll be a decent enough accomplishment. A Galil also in the hands of one of them.
He really should have put that down.
But look at this flank. Oh, he lines up 2. He's got the double, but not the third.
Oh, he didn't
because
plant.
It was already cleared by m0NESY.
Oh my God, Torres didn't plant. They're trying to play for the round. He could have got that plant and played for the round. And that's playing for next round, man. They invested too. I don't know, those early game plants are so important. Actually kind of surprised. I think he's expecting to get naded, but he doesn't actually move from default.
Yeah.
Anyways, round 3. Let's listen into the MOUZ team speak.
Good calmness right now, guys.
Yeah, it's fine. If that's how they win rounds, individual life plays, we don't give a flying fuck, alright? We're gonna win this. Yeah, let's go.
Crane. Out, second ramp, second ramp out, and crane.
Holding yellow, they're double picking.
Push B. Come first. Mid close. Probably still top left angle.
Alright, right now, we fucking own them, alright?
Let's go.
Fucking
You have a
round.
flying what?
A flying duck. Migrating towards the south for the winter.
JDC speaking his mind to get the team hyped up. Telling them, Navi, you're going to make moves like this. We got nothing to worry about.
I would like to note that he came into that saying like, okay, nothing but good comms now. Yeah. Which, when you're thinking about the way that they lost that previous round where there was no bomb plant, they kind of came off of it, on it, and off again, like that is just further evidence that, like, yeah, that was probably a sloppy moment where they had the flank through CT spawn and the guys didn't get the plant. Must have been some kind of miscommunication in the middle of all that to ruffle the feathers.
Something interesting. Uh-oh. Oh, man.
Yoy, yoy.
That
Chewy can't get
hit
away.
someone with a grenade. It's just so much information in this game.
Like nailing him with a shot put.
If you're so fortunate.
Oh, he looked away. I thought he was going to die out to head trick, peeking over construction here. It's an immediate 5 versus 3. This CT side's going swimmingly for Navi Jr.
No, it's good. It's good.
JDC will answer with a single kill. Torres, going to try to chase the bomb, and with his frag, he can just split right into this B site. It's there for the taking.
Wow, they actually have this open. With the plant, it'll go down. CTs will have to retake. We have 2 incendiaries to work with. Sorry, 2 and a Molotov. So, don't have to worry about the semantics. That's pretty good. But the T's are actually playing these forward aggressive angles, which might actually be a nice counter. As they get set up, they could get peeked. And the op is so deep.
Ooh, that's a big one. Oh, that's even bigger. Torzy, 3 kills on the round. Fear going to try to rake this retake. He sees them both, but JDC's got the angle.
That's beautiful.
A 2v4?
That's beautiful.
Damn.
Yeah, the 1 kill to get into the site, 2v3.
Yeah.
And then they don't lose a player.
Torzy, huh?
They talk about him.
He said it himself.
Look how good he is when he puts the bomb down. Now they get the cake and eat it too, as they say.
Delicious.
I never get the cake and don't eat it, so I don't even know what that means.
I don't know. It's from before our time. From the before.
What's the point of getting the cake?
What? Okay, okay.
Well,
JDC, immediate double kill on B.
Yeah, this is kind of a rifle round. I mean, they invested.
What was that? Double face on the front of the B site. Does not go well for Navi. And looks like we've got MOUZ NXT busting through this CT side. Their second round win about to be gobbled up.
If it wasn't for exertion, this JDC kid, you know?
Yeah, he would be the star.
He came up through FPLC as well. And just played a lot of star player positions in these pugs, basically, as he was climbing up. We saw him play on cams in the online portion of the season. He had the best streamer setup.
Yes, he did.
Purple
Yeah,
glowy lights and everything like that. He's taking the content part very seriously.
That RGB jazz.
Also just taking the... and he's also talked about his attitude. He said when he's playing these pugs, when FPLC, one of the most toxic places in the whole universe, he says he always tries to keep the energy and mood positive. And honestly, MOUZ NXT have better comms than most pro teams that I've listened into, period. So, period, straight up. So, very impressed with them so far. Every time we've listened in for a round, some of the great calls from Shuhei, the guys talking to each other. And they're not fake about their mood either. They've got, a few guys who are all, generally pretty positive, which you're just kind of lucky to find. Right? You're just kind of lucky to find that.
Yeah, you can find great players with bad attitudes.
You won't always find teammates you like. Because sometimes...
it's such a sad reality, but it's also so true.
Sometimes teammates that are going to help you win are not teammates you like, but you can be very lucky and find teammates you like, and I think they found some.
It feels that way. Watching the way they strut around the studio. Again, I'm telling you, they act, feel, and speak like they've already won the back-to-backs. Oh my goodness. Navi got all the crazy boosts.
What in the world?
All the crazy boosts.
Just to expose how unfinished this map is.
Not even the ceilings are finished.
Oh, I can't wait to watch what happens here.
Yeah, they got to give it up. Oh, of course. Shane's like, what the hell are you doing? Excuse you.
Tell your team they all had auto snipers.
That's 4. 4 pickups from Shane here. Easy anti-eco and a tied game. Pretty quick. 3-3. What was once the Navi show.
JDC was the jackknife. Those 2 rounds, man.
Cranked open that can of beans.
With a pencil.
With a jackknife.
I know, but it's even how could you do it with a pencil, you know?
You can't.
Exactly. But JDC can.
Okay. I see where you're going. I see where you're going. Boom. Bomb pops. MOUZ, as I said, tied 3 rounds each.
Booby?
That is what he is chanting.
Huh.
Which, I mean, okay, I can get behind that.
Yeah, maybe it means something different in English.
Maybe. Replay from Shane. I'm very excited to see what this looked like from his perspective. Just mow down the pack. Like a bunch of weeds. He whips them around. Oh, Torzy is...
Okay.
He's good, man.
That was good. That was just a deagle, I think.
Yep.
That Fear had.
Speaking of deagles, what's Flamey up to?
You know he's always got a couple in the back pocket.
He does a little wallbang headshot as well on top of it, just to really make that kill feed look all the more impressive. Meanwhile, of course, MOUZ NXT not going to be too afraid of fighting these pistols, so they're just going to keep their numbers going strong towards this A site. Manator, make sure you clear it. Yeah. Exertion had a shadow advantage on that one. Peek over top of the jump up. Smokes within this site. Onkir giving the tracers that the T side will need to see. And a bomb plant because they can do nothing to stop it. Torzy smoke spam kill with the op. And MOUZ NXT officially in the lead as they lock in this post plant.
No problem whatsoever. Haven't looked back after that one kill into heaven. 2K Torzy. Next round double entry JDC. Next round anti-eco. And a following anti-eco after that.
It's been getting easier as time goes on. That'll no longer be the case here. Navi Jr. going to take a timeout prior to their rebuy. Oh,
For
that's
the
where it was.
CTs,
That's
you
a
can't
nice
really talk about what spot Monacy plays because he's going to take spawns. I've seen him play both, either do the crane peak or work down the A ramp or fight the A ramp a number of ways. I've seen him hold mid. I've seen him also take B stairs control and stay there for most of the round. So as the opper on Vertigo, you don't really have a home. You've just got to choose from the number of different picks that you have available open to you. A lot of them are good, and almost none of them are gimmicky. And for those of you who understand, you can listen to the NAVI Junior TeamSpeak and see what the plan is going to be.
Have fun.
Чё, пацаны? Дал дым.
С рампы начинает. Дым желтый.
Стал на флешках.
Дал себе флеш.
Дал сейчас АВП-на. Окей. Какой они смог положить? Флеш направо есть? Я скинул вниз. Скинул вниз.
Давай. Я реady. Дал флеш направо.
Я за ним тройку
Окей.
Так может делать. Молик дает.
Пересмокаю рампу. Найс.
Это не я.
Это буст сделать.
На флеш, на флеш.
Я реady.
Флеш.
Дал флеш направо.
Флеш на Б.
Я под смок попираюсь.
Инфол. Я на Ника. Упор. Осторожно, мид. Я в окно пошел.
Я на бандике, Илья.
Мидл есть?
Ниже никого.
Флеш.
Фокус у вас. Илья, я на бандике остался.
Побил Жирка.
На Б заходит.
Есть на Б?
Сьюши, мутишь, чел.
Очень крас Навик.
Есть заход?
Упор внешка. Упор стоит, под электриком ушел. К бомбе ушел, да? Бомба стоит, это другой авик.
Молик дает дефолт, Илья. Должен уходить, АВП красный. Отпрыгал вроде.
Под электриком авик. Так красный. И другой 50 хп. Тут же под электриком крот. Смог есть.
Я упа.
Хорош!
Ника.
Oh, that's close, huh?
You don't really want to plant like proper defaults for stairs as much because of that reason. The way that it was diffused is perfect. Of course, Shui still could have killed him, but there was a nice 1v1, and as soon as that smoke went down, he did have kind of a little bit of an advantage there. Shui can't run up on him. He can get off. He still had enough time. Torzy makes a small mistake. Face first into the generator. So, yes, if the swing is a little bit too wide, he's dead. But from that position, he's going to be spotted way earlier, of course, than his opponent coming in front of him. But that round should not have been close, man.
No, I had no business.
Torzy should have got that last kill. Shui should have got the one before that. They're always fighting. There's a chance with MOUZ Sports.
I believe you mean MOUZ NXT. Oh. Screw what you mean. Make them real MOUZ Sports. If they're going to keep up that. But tons of damage done. Head trick had softened up Torzy, so it makes it very easy for Onk here. This one should be comfortable, but Shui, dude, he's a pretty slippery dude.
He is so slippery. Oh!
Slides beyond.
Slippery pull.
Almost gets a second. Flamey barely left standing here on 13 HP. JDC's got a good piece of cover. Flamey would be very easy to knock over right now.
This is interesting. Oh, he found
just
the
like
timing, man. That was just click-clack, free haircut. Unwanted as well. And Exertion, wow, they're tethering off each other.
And he's going to come in.
Yeah, he's going to get a free kill off this. Hunting down his opponent. Oh, another kill. m0NESY 1v1 with JDC.
And he thinks that maybe he's heading elsewhere. No, he's just going to reroute. Make sure he doesn't peek it from the same side. JDC going to play close green. m0NESY drops down. That's information.
Oh my God, dude.
What?
Oh my God. The Kodak moment again. Big money m0NESY. How fast can you be? Lightning bolts with this kid.
Damn. Damn. I don't think JDC did anything wrong.
That was like the Max Holloway look away punch.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, jab in the mouth. Oh my God.
I'm the best striker in this division.
That's so nuts. But he's going to miss the following chance to get the 5v4 out the gate. NAVI Jr. back in the lead on this CT side by a slight margin. Oof.
Oh.
It's a ton of damage, but Torsi just no-scopes him through a smoke.
He said, give me a reason.
Oh, you're blind as a bat. Torsi, still a smoke between him and them. m0NESY will take the boost. Oh, and he wins the op duel. That's what you were saying, right? m0NESY, he's just everywhere. Whether it's playing off of spawns or just his own decisions, he rotates all over. It's just about putting m0NESY where he needs to be to win rounds.
Speaking of rotates, man, the fact that they can constantly open up B over and over again, such a nuisance for NAVI Jr.
Onkir here to the right side of the green. He's got a teammate with him. JDC down empty-handed, and then Exertion plays up close and gets the headshot. Look at the health that's left, though. Shui and Xerxin on death's door, and Shane not far from it.
mousesports hate planting the bomb.
m0NESY comes out wide. m0NESY looking to peek around from every certain angle, looking for some kind of a way to crack open this retake, these bodies, but there's a boost. There's a boost back behind the Tetris. They gave it up and decided instead to play just different spots. Onkir traded immediately, and m0NESY not able to land this bomb at the halfway, and he swaps over to the AK. Ooh, it's labored, and it's not pretty. And this year, MOUZ NXT tied at 5 off of the back of another A to B rotation.
Insane. They somehow have a way to get into B at different timings in every single round. And this is even in 2vx situations. And the craziest part is when they use mid to get into B. Sometimes they're coming up full into the ramp, but Exertion with late lurks out mid into the heavens. That's happened a couple of times. JDC's done it once as well. There's just too many things to cover. There's not enough CTs to go around. They need to do a round of hires if they want to cover all these MOUZ NXT boys.
Back to just the pistols here, so this is a very real chance for MOUZ to pull ahead in some sort of a lead.
Oh, so expensive.
Ooh, nice deeg from Flamey, at least good for just the one.
After that 1v1.
Head trick quickly into spot, but falls back with this barrage of utility coming forward. Ooh, keeping it crisp. JDC with the jab. Bomb plant and inevitable round win. Oh my God. Poor m0NESY just backs up into the spray down, and sure enough, it closes with only one loss. So very comfortable round for MOUZ to make a little bit of money.
The 5 rounds that have been won, m0NESY won the pistol on a 1v1 clutch as well as that last one. They've won 3 1v1s out of the 5, actually. So clutches are catching up with mousesports in a half that they looked pretty damn good in overall. And this is not a map that we're giving to Navi, right? We're saying Dust, they needed to win Dust 2, and that's because
as Maui said, they haven't played with this 5 on Vertigo. We didn't even know where Flamey was going to play on this map in the first place on CT side. It doesn't mean they don't have the pieces. We know m0NESY's great at Vertigo, and the team, at least some of them, have gotten many reps on it in the first season of the Academy League, but it's also a map that didn't come up the last time they pulled off this veto. And the first time we've seen it here at the LAN Finals.
Yeah.
Questions.
Another one, dude. They've got all the boosts.
They're trying to get to that 52nd floor.
If Valve won't build it, they'll do it themselves. Interesting to note as well, while we talk about the fact that these 5 haven't played it, I believe it was always Headtrick who was getting, or not always, but occasionally swapped out for when they were playing the 6-man roster. You know, so also somebody, I think, alongside Flamey who has, like, you know, more or less experience with the rest of the core. And he's not having the hottest of games just yet, as the A site is opened upon. Double headshot from Exertion. Just rifling his way through this defense and forward with the lead. A 7-5 looking likely, because NAVI Jr., as this half starts to fizzle out, they've got to contemplate the save.
He found the gap again. This time it's up the short shelf, wide open. They take a dry duel from the jump up, and Exertion just keeps walking forward.
Simple as that, huh? That's a jump scare.
It's just terrifying. The map's open to lurks, you know?
Yeah.
Different timings on mid. It can happen no matter how good you are.
Especially that T-spawn spot.
Yeah.
There's so many things to hide behind in between.
Yeah.
This is great, though. Head trick, double pick. Swings, kills him, lets the CTs keep their guns. And NAVI Jr. could just, I mean, genuinely walk away with the lead at the end of this. But we'll see. 3 up, can easily rebuy the 2. No problem for the economy of NAVI Jr.
Be a comfy spot here for MOUZ Sports, depending on how this round goes, really. Be 8 overall. You know, their CT side's impressive. Impressive and impressive. Torzi also goes crazy. One of his strongest halves is CT side Vertigo. By virtue of stats, at least. Honestly, looking for this different look on the crane peak.
That's horrifying to consider as well if you're Navi Jr. Like, Torzi's not even at his best yet? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, God. Exertion gonna be jump up. Ooh, good trade frag from m0NESY. He still has support towards short.
Wow.
Flamey tested over on the B site.
Honestly, that could have been a key disengage. If he loses right there, the site is
spot.
Yeah, precarious. But look, now they're looking for Flamey coming over mid.
Ooh, exchange of shots here.
Man.
Yeah, he'll find Torzi just kind of stranded there behind the tarp.
I think m0NESY hit him through the grate. Such a vulnerable moment. You're just crouched under a grate looking up. Someone comes elephant footing at you.
Feels like for once the mid-round B play didn't pan out perfectly for MOUZ NXT. Flamey was able to shut them down and fall back a bit. Head trick looks to take the place. JDC, oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
Damn, bro.
Initially, it didn't go too well, but right now it seems all right. 30 seconds to spare as bomb is planted.
2 on 4 once again in the B site. Only 5 HP for JDC.
Very, very low.
Health bars are an illusion for MOUZ Sports. So they don't give a damn about what kind of disadvantage they have. It's another 2v4-1.
And it felt like they had just stopped that B site hit. They dealt with the player coming over top mid, who I believe was Shui or Shane. They dealt with the initial peek up that B ramp, and Flamey fell back alive. But it's the second attempt at the B site that goes perfectly for MOUZ. A 2v4 with such little HP on one of their players, and neither of them died. It's not like bomb popped off and they just, burned down the clock or something. They just continued to duel. They faced on green. They took the most forward position they could. They said, screw this post plant. We're going to knock them down a peg. And they did. MOUZ NXT, an 8-5 T side. But a man advantage secured as Fear swings the Mag 7.
It's not as if m0NESY's not playing well. It's just the Navi moment, really. You can play well, but it's sometimes not enough. MOUZ is just overwhelming with the amount of support they have between the 5 of them. We're getting different cameos from different players in different 2vx's, and they're all having impactful moments to bring these rounds close or
to overtake it. But look, it looks like Navi Jr. have some power in them as well.
That they do. Can never forget it. Head trick kills Torzy. That's a big one. It's going to push Shane into the clutch. Head trick's going to go grab the gun and sit atop the bomb. Shane looking like he wants to wait out this flank before anything else, okay? He'd need the ace to win this round for his team. He's got 12 bullets in the gun at the moment, so a reload is needed at some point. If the CTs all swarm him at the exact same chance, then that'll be tough. His best bet, kill this player down on bomb. But he jumps up and is found by Head Trick midair. Looks like Navi Jr. are also able to win rounds that they shouldn't. They come back with this one, just having some of those pistols, and that Mag 7 kicks it off at the base of A.
Yeah, that's great, actually. I thought there was, okay, this is going to be like a freebie after a tough round. But no, the Deagles come through, the Mag 7s come through, and Navi show signs of life.
It's still a good chance to grab a 7th.
Yeah, it's just tough looking to this next half. But why should you give up? Just the other day, you were down like 14-8 to G2 in a major final.
Okay.
So.
You see that? That says Junior. It's a different team, Launders.
Is that their sponsor, or?
Yeah, yeah. Children's clothes. Ooh, smooth transition. Okay.
Sound like Dobby.
Master's giving us a sulky ass.
Oh, no, oh, no, not like this. Come on, Navi. You've got a little bit of momentum, and you lose out the first fight. Exertion came back for that A ramp. He wanted revenge, but now you're going to have to deal with m0NESY. He's not rotating over. He's already here, and he's already shooting hot. Oh, but he misses the second chance, so Shui will find his head. Man advantage held onto here from MOUZ, and Onkir looking to take to the top of boxes, caught out by JDC. And the bomb plant looks to be secured. Smokes ahead of it, very awkward retake, but especially now, a blind shot from Torzy, just pummeling bullets through these smokes, pummeling with pressure as Navi Jr., they're gonna finish off this CT side with 6 rounds to their name, a 3-point lead for MOUZ NXT.
6 away from back-to-back championships. 7.
Think about the fact that half of those rounds from Navi Jr. were out the gate, Mohan. Yeah. Pistol and the conversions. It tells you just how lopsided this half really was, when in reality, some of the rounds that MOUZ were winning weren't in their favor. Tons of man disadvantages being drawn back from. 2vXs and clutches all over the place.
They would have won the Academy League with 2 different logos.
Versus 2 different teams. Yeah, quick m0NESY, check their Steam profiles. You always got to check their Steam profiles when you're losing.
See if they got gold medals.
Yeah. How many hours played? Private profile?
Anime profile pic?
That's the worst. That's how you know.
That's the indictment.
That's how you know. Guilty. Guilty as charged. The only thing MOUZ are guilty of are being a bunch of badasses who dominate this league and make themselves look like a team of a different caliber. And I really want to emphasize the team of a different caliber. This is somebody that we praise, from top to bottom, calls. Everybody plays their role well.
Shui, Cyclone, best leaders in the league. That's it.
Really injecting an extra level into it. Torzy, crazy op skills, but there's also an opper on Navi by the name of m0NESY that we have to highlight from time to time. So let's listen in to him and his squad as second pistol unfolds.
Squad.
По дальним буду пик.
+1 нужен, чтобы Б помочь занять. Похуй, похуй уже, похуй.
Ready.
Я ready.
Go.
Go. Кан. Ножки. Спотил. Он задетектил. Я ему настучал по яйцам.
Кран, дальше, краш.
Контролю. Надо его согнать аккуратно.
Подхожу ближе.
Б1. Вроде съебал.
Подхожу ближе.
По Пойдем масс сыграем. Пойдем масс сыграем. Я дам левый дым, молик мешки, окей?
Я буду в рукаве.
Да, я дам
Будете
правый.
рукав танчить.
Я буду обновлять, да.
Да, обновляй. Дал левый дым. Даю молик сент.
Как
И иду желтый тоже.
Давай.
Куда?
Иду желтый.
Горит тебе?
Вместе желтый разменяемся, Лех, я выпрыгну. Ready?
Бежненько.
Прыгаю.
Отдали.
Флэш по бомбе дайте.
Давай.
Все, дали. Тыкнул.
Дал дым, и я обновляю.
Пробовал 7.
Я поставил, бомба дефолт. 2-7.
Девятка.
Давят, Илья. 2-7.
5. Еще рукав. 1-5.
Один дернул.
Дефайт опять. Дефайт.
Дефет.
Well timed.
Oh,
man. What can
man.
you say? Stuck the bomb to the point, isn't expecting the second defuse.
Yep.
Pop 2 through the smoke. One guy's got his hands busy.
Not as soon as they plant, but like 3 seconds into it.
Yeah.
Just when you have that little bit of like sigh of relief. Like,
I was
oh,
looking.
post-plant.
I was literally looking at their grenades. I was like, do they have their double nades lined up? Do they have anything? And I didn't even see a nade because they just used their flash.
And sprint right through those
They're
smokes.
making something happen.
You can hear the excitement as well starting to spill out of this MOUZ camp. They know what they're on the brink of doing.
They don't make many mistakes. Even when they do, they got layers to fall back on.
NAVI Jr. Reality of the situation starting to sink in. They're going to have to hit into a 6th gear. Two T's down at the base of the ramp, flashed for the fight. Of course, off of that bomb plant, just to reiterate, not everybody has an AK here for NAVI Jr. Fears.
No one's playing B.
Oh, dude.
Or, excuse me, everyone's playing B.
They're not on the site, so technically, the JDC deep stairs. Oh, dude, if they think they can walk through that, they are wrong.
Oh my god! I didn't even.
Resets the spray down. Body bags the second.
What? Onkir just give up? I mean, I get it. It is John doing clutches.
Oh, JDC. I like that. I like it a lot. Oof, Modesty got a little left in him. 2, almost able to transition the spray, but that's 3 up for MOUZ NXT as they force poor NAVI back into the economic dumps. If you thought they had little to work with that round, reality check, they're about to have even less.
Damn, that trophy looks delicious.
Mm-hmm. MOUZ NXT can picture their hands all over it. We're going to jump into the MOUZ team speak here as they continue to trek their way towards the back-to-back season wins.
So good right now. 5 keys for you. Just nice. Give me sun now, please. Give me sun. 1A. A1.
B peek. Dead.
I'm blind.
Yeah, wait, I'm gonna smoke it off.
1 mid. Mid.
1A. And I'm leaving. I'm 1 HP.
I have mid. Mid dead 1. Deagle. Rushing to the right arm. Mid full clear.
1 is
1A,
DB.
1 HP.
Fine, 1 is DB. 1 was in front of B.
He's 1 HP. Can
Mid
you
full
follow
clear.
that?
I'm rotating towards A right now.
Guys, I pushed. A dead 1.
Rush. So keep
One
going.
more outside A.
I'm holding the right side. It is a big gap.
One is under stairs. I think I saw him.
Okay, actually, I'm just gonna go back B.
I don't see. He's backing 5.
Nice.
On that.
Last one.
He's
Right,
right
check
side. Right side.
B is clear.
Breach.
Nice.
Behind you, come in.
Well done,
M4
keep it up.
behind you.
Of course.
And it keeps on rolling, as it should. This is obviously just versus the Pistols, but you can tell MOUZ Sports keeping it clean, keeping it professional, not getting ahead of themselves.
I wish they looked
focused.
I wish they looked nervous, you know, but
You
they
do?
don't.
No, they don't.
They don't. I heard
Done,
that
dude.
tale of the tape was they looked nervous in the beginning of the first land.
Yes.
And then they
when they lost to Ninjas
and then just
last
didn't,
season.
and then they just didn't lose.
No.
And they just stopped that. They're like, wait, why would we want to lose?
Yeah.
Wait, nervousness doesn't help us win?
Nope.
Oh, then we stop being nervous.
And rumor has it they've been strutting their stuff all over Ukraine ever since.
What, signing autographs?
Signing autographs, rocking out, just like this guy,
Oh.
Pimp. Man, this guy, jack of all trades. Oh, and Maui. We get the duo.
Please don't race, guys.
And Banks.
Are they going to drive off into the sunset? Oh, be careful, James. He's a bodybuilder. He's not that flexible. No!
I hope they stopped before they got to the edge of the building. Were they just driving James off the building? I don't know about that.
That ripped my pants.
Banks makes me a little nervous with how much he enjoyed that. That was a big grin. Not as big as what MOUZ will have on their faces if they can close out this map. Double the round count of Navi Jr. and a deadly duo peeking down in the depths of B. Flamey just gets erased from existence. The coach has to laugh it off.
This is what we have to beat.
Wow.
Gotta love that.
Is what it is, but you know what? Look towards Monacy's screen instead, and you'll see a success story unfolding somewhat. Takes a player off of the A site. Ugh. Two of his teammates stuck inside of the smoke, and Exertion jumps over the box. A double kill from inside the boxes. And as the smoke fades and Monacy gains vision, the counter-terrorists have disappeared.
Here's where you're going to need the ingenuity. Monacy and Headtricked. They've been so impressive, but 12-6 down. We haven't seen, you know, a mid-round from them together. That would compel us to believe that they could win this, and Torzy will take out half the battle. Monacy left in the clutch. He can't win that. He's close to it. Torzy probably would have been tumbling over that top box if he had hit the shot anyways, but now MOUZ Sports up to 14.
MOUZ just doing a great job of just kind of clawing them down one at a time. Yeah, you know, Monacy has a really fast trigger finger, very quick when the op's on cycle. Flamey there, could he not have been tucked just to have made sure that he didn't die at the bottom of B? I don't know. Just a little bit of him showing and gets wrecked. I suppose if JDC was a little less sharp. Very fast round through the flashbangs. They're going to find that revenge. AK picked up in the hands of Fear. Comes over the top, but the inaccuracy of the fall down's not going to do him any good. Shui double kill towards middle. Head Trick also dead, and Flamey's the last to fall from first to final frag. It's MOUZ NXT just moving this show along.
JDC said it. He likes playing against teams who play fast. That explosive mid hit, that's the fallen exec, right? That's just the smoke flash from mid. Continuation flashes to turn the corner. Get into heaven. Once you're in heaven, you got some nice fights coming into the site. But he also has an AK coming into his sights, and when he lands, he doesn't have time to get his wits about him. So that's the end of that round. Let's listen to MOUZ team speak for what could be match point for them.
Keep it up. I'm the flash, Adam. I didn't see. I'm blind. He can be through the smoke. I'm going A, he'll be.
Orbs on A? Okay.
He's stuck. I can flash.
No. Right. Flash now.
Flashing. I'm just missing A.
I'm jiggle picking long. Understand that.
Nice. That's all the B player.
It's mid player. It's mid player. This guy must be pop or some shit.
Let's do Cloud9.
I'm stuck in B now.
I
I'll go Ivy.
Should I stay B?
No.
Okay. I'm in heaven. Under heaven.
Can be under set zombie.
We do Cloud9.
I'm playing
you hold
sandbags,
device.
but I'm shifting towards
Ivy.
irritation.
I'm holding device.
The flash below me?
No.
He can.
Ramp. He just peeked.
He's maybe out. I'm just holding device.
I'm stuck Ivy.
Run.
He's one sandbags. Device dead.
Nice.
That's all.
One left side. Sandbags or left side long.
Sandbags and
one ramp.
Flash top left.
Can molly sandbag. Boom. I'm blind.
Ramp and
One
sandbag.
ramp,
Out
swinging.
ramp long.
I'm running side. Maybe on sandbag still inside. Sandbag.
Brief. 2v2.
Maybe Ivy close.
Behind connector.
Sandbag. Or ramp.
Ramp and behind connector.
That's
Try. Unlucky.
He finds a bit of impact in this one, flanking around middle, kind of disrupting that retake attempt. MOUZ getting a little hot and bothered by the prospect of this victory. Torzy taking to the top as the players flood into the site. He dies before his teammates can trade anything because the smoke wall.
Yeah, it's ice.
You know, it ain't over yet.
Most of the time, jumping up like that is not a good play because they got the headshot ramp, which means innumerable angles. Plus, you have the players at sandbags. Both those players can hide from any flashes that you throw.
You could still find a time, you could still hit a crazy shot. It's just an incredibly hard flick. And
of course.
They do have rounds to play with, and they're playing with confidence, and that's his brand, so you don't want him to see him steer too far away from it. My God, he's seen too much.
No,
or did he? Or did they see too much?
Talk
just with
about
his
the
face.
confidence. Oh, but Shui caught throwing a grenade. His gun wasn't right back
just
out.
Kept it coming. Oh, this is awkward. Exertion. Are they going to be? Oh, they're not even going to. Oh, okay, Jesus, man. Flash saves the day from m0NESY.
Felt like that aggression was great out of Torzy, but then maybe like it spilled over to the other players. Continued to fight down ramp, but I assume they also thought it was smoked. Player on the jump up caught them. Regardless of their decisions, it's Navi Jr. with a good chance at another one.
Only a deagle for JDC.
Mm-hmm. Torzy is still a threat.
Oh my God, he's still peeking.
Oh! And Onkir's gonna punish him for exactly that. JDC with the deagle. He's got a smoke on top of him. And he's just looking to dig in and try to hide as the T's continue to push closer. Shane doing a great job of giving cover. Shane got it all!
This was the guy talking about how his team was playing 4v5 on 2 out of 3 maps in their series versus NIP. And now, taking it over in the 4th quarter. Don't put that negativity out there.
For your own sake. Wow, 3 kills immediately. From a multitude of angles. 8 map and match points. MOUZ NXT on the brink of it. Navi was the biggest challenge they had. The first matchup, Navi Jr. did the unthinkable and just took a map off them at the very least. There was a blowout within that series, and the pool completely changed coming into this second BO3. But that's the thing with MOUZ.
Oh, Jesus.
They're not specialists of a map or two. They're all over this board.
I heard JDC leave his post. Oh, CT running in. Wow, Exertion lucky to even get one.
I'm shocked. A quick smoke pops inside a connector.
You got a lot
CT starting to scramble. Oh no, Torzy through the smoke. That's huge. That opens up Shui's play, but Onkir will catch him with a double headshot off of the mid peak. And now Torzy, they know where he last was because he spammed this smoke. So they've got him locked into this position. Onkir can't go one better. And that's close, but no cigar. Head trick still stands. A 2 versus 1. Shane pulled the rabbit out of the hat in the last one. And you saw how excited his team were about his 3K. Well, what if he clutches in a 1v2 to give them this Season 2 trophy lift? He's got a smoke and a kit to work with, worried about a player towards CT. That is not the case. But he's going to clear it just in case. Has the kit to play off of, and Shane's been having an incredible game. 22 kills already. Only the flashbangs left up. He tried to cause panic last time by tapping that bomb, and he's going to do it. But this time it's a stick, and it's an execution. Head trick puts his hopes to an end, and at least keeps Navi fighting for now.
Brings him up to 8 rounds in total off that mid play. There's a moment, JDC. He's chilling on sandbags, but it seems like someone makes a calm. They need his assistance. Exertion refreshes his position a little late. They hear him running away, and that's all they need. That small audio cue for them to be able to get out mid and get in their faces. We have seen crazier comebacks in the Academy League.
That we have. And we've seen them happen on Vertigo. Let's go, Navi. This is what you're working for. The easy rounds are the ones you're supposed to just put in the bag and keep on going. Easy first pickup. JDC succeeds elsewhere. Counter-terrorists just continuing to peek into these fights. Oh,
JDC has the bomb?
Yeah, that's what happened. He dropped the bomb down beneath, so now m0NESY's going to have a hard job of coming back. Oh, but he just shoots through smoke and finds him. That's a nice little way to close it.
Takes the edge off.
Yeah, that's a sigh of relief.
He didn't have any armor to work with either, so very unlikely win, but that smoke down, you're just scaring him. Like, this is your smoke, I'm using your AK, I have your bomb, I'm in your spawn. Good luck.
I am one of you.
And I got teammates, and you don't know where they are. Good luck.
They survived the test. Just a scary test to have to take when these are supposed to be the easy ones. What's that happen if that's a gun round? JDC's got armor, more grenades to throw on top of that cutoff. But those are the what ifs and the what could be's. This is what is. Another tough one for MOUZ NXT. Navi Jr. on the doorstep of double digits. Poor Flamey, man. Poor Flamey. He just keeps getting bullied, and as he reloads, 5 players walk through his smoke. He's obviously, everybody's going to go running at the A site for their bomb plant, but of course it has to be poor Flamey.
He's just trying to reload. Give him a break. Oh my god. Okay, we laughing. One round at a time with a round win into the dignified territory of 25 rounds. JDC coming through with some ideas. Flamey doesn't even know what's on the other side of this wall. All the bullets, the whole damn department.
I'm happy for his sake that he at least took one. Right back at the action, folks. Don't forget where we are. On the brink of a MOUZ victory. Last two have been relatively easy, but now we're right back into the full-fledged guns. Another walk-up. This has been very good for Navi Jr. They've been able to succeed in playing this A ramp with, like, not a straight-up rush, but just this jump-up spot. So many crucial kills coming up from jump-up. Shui not afraid to stick around.
The fallback just to clear out that ramp, actually. That's the risk they're taking this round. Do you really want to go over to Shane is the question. Oh my god, no way. You get caught switching your guns. That's not how you want to go out. Shane will take that any day of the week. And he clears it.
Oh my.
Just about to sit there and chill.
Shane goes back towards middle.
Oh man, Shane's awareness is really good right now.
But it's still going to be the B split, so this stack over on the A side is not the appropriate call. MOUZ so cut off from the reality of the situation, but Shane...
comes down to Shane. Oh, another kill. Plus, spotted, one in mid.
Irregardless, it's all theirs. B site, easy take. But at least Shane has done enough to prime them for a retake attempt.
They're so low on nades, actually. No smoke to work with here on this retake.
T-side comfortably throwing out the utilities. Oh, boosting on the edge of the building. A dangerous game to play, but they're just hoping to make contact versus green. Onkir is there, but not running the risk. Not at this point. Not on match point. And so they need to walk away. They're going to pay the price of overstacking that A site, thinking maybe it was only Flamey at the bottom of B. Navi Jr. within 4 of forcing overtime. Step by step.
Yeah, another good call. They have a strong T side still. They have to work hard for these rounds, but they stay focused. I mean, they play it slowly. They know how to work these opening duels. Flamey's had a long career, but that still might be the last time he quick switches for no reason.
Oh, he quick switched. He was holding that angle and everything.
The amount of players that do that.
Watch this.
The amount of players that just quick switch just because.
Also, what a dirty way to, you know, kill him. As he quick switches for a second in that position from that peak.
Yeah, a lot of people walk down the stairs, don't even look there. So, yeah,
Yep.
Shane's been really, really good in that regard.
He could smell a rat. Metaphorically. Flash and a smoke. Oh, no. Flamey's able to trade that one quickly back. Many bodies here on this A ramp. Torzi's going to get aggressive. Flamey, he's spamming the wall again with a grenade in hand. This could be the one. It's all on m0NESY. He's done so much for them this season, but this is such a huge ask of him. And as he doubles back for bomb, he makes sound. He's being flanked. He's being flanked by Shane. And that's it. MOUZ NXT back-to-back WePlay Academy Grand Champions.
Let's hear that roar, baby.
And they are
Congratulations.
so stoked.
so excited to be again the prime example of what this league can do for you. The experience you can gain, the achievements and accolades. And more importantly than anything, man, it's the confidence that comes with it. They are the best academy team in the world.
They've turned the arena red, and they're used to it. Soak it up. There's layers to their game.
An entire season previously with just one series dropped on land. They got the revenge, and they got the confidence, the swagger that came with it. Here, not even a series dropped. They look like champs from the get-go. Yes, Inferno fell to Navi's favor, but MOUZ NXT are next level.
This team has it all. And they've transcended the league already. They're already exploring options for who to beat in the Tier 2. This is just one more notch in the belt.
As they continue to rise up, as they continue to play better and better challenges, they can just continue to use this WePlay Academy League as their stomping grounds. This is where they get their LAN experience as they continue to take down Scalps Online. 2 seasons with their names on top.
Well, they've been here before. They've done it once, a second time for MOUZ NXT. Come down and claim your trophy. It is yours to keep for another season. It's all yours, guys. Take it whenever you fancy. Shane, you want to skip it? Skip over to the captain, Shui. So it's now back-to-back championships for you guys. Is the third one coming? Should we just expect you here again?
I mean, yeah, probably, but our goal is not to work on our rankings or anything. We're here to work on ourselves, and that's our main goal. We work on ourselves every day through training, hard work. We're just trying to progress as a team and as individuals.
For sure. Excursion, I'm going to grab you for a sec as well. Just 17 years of age. Started off in FPL. I heard you were waiting for a team just like this. Yeah. Is it as good as you imagined?
100%, even better. Amazing team. I have the best team in the world. I love them so much. And I wake up every morning really happy to play with them. And that's all.
Cyclone, I know that you and JDC worked to build this team. Did you expect this much success this quickly?
I mean, we put together the team, so sure.
Sure, as good as you imagine. JDC, it honestly has been incredible to see you guys do this back-to-back. What is next for you guys, or were you just focused on this?
Well, I mean, yeah, we focus on this, right? But we want to reach top 30. We'll keep grinding, we'll keep improving. And yeah, you have to practice like you didn't win anything, even though you win. Then we will do that, and we'll come out stronger after this tournament as well, and it will be great.
So Torzi, I know that you played in a couple of teams before this one. I remember you in the Hungarian scene. What is it like switching it up? You're now international champions again.
Yeah, it's really nice to be here and win it again. Incredible feeling. Yeah, I'm really happy that we could close it, and yeah.
Well, it's time for the guys to celebrate, I think. We're going to chuck this back over to the commentators for the moment, and then we'll be back with the desk.
There it is, man. There it is. You heard it first. The words
of both, you know, I'd say like respect, but also a very humbled stance from a lot of these guys. The mentality, the mantra, the attitude, it's, I think, a key part of their success, you know, waking up every day being happy and playing this not to be the champions, not to gain an ego, but rather just to gain the experience and to improve as both people and players, man. That's why they're champs, because they've got the mentality before they got the results.
And the result is getting to stand in the arena where the confetti doesn't stop ever. They have unlimited confetti for you if you win, guys.
Look, it's still going, man.
It literally never ends.
Yo, that WePlay confetti budget. Look at it pile on the ground, man. That's like a Canadian snowstorm.
It's all money too.
Yeah, dude. Money green, baby. Money green. So nice to see for these guys to be able to do the back-to-back. You know, as they mentioned themselves, right? Like, the goal is to just crack top 30. The goal is to continue winning in the WePlay environment. The goal is to just improve.
They said the goal is
team.
not to climb the rankings. They said the goal is to improve themselves. They made that very clear that, you know, if they were the only team left in the world, they would still try to get better. That's how they do it.
Attitude.
Not many can honestly say it, and it's easy to say it if you lose. Sure. But when you win, it helps validate this thought that you really are playing for those reasons. For some reason, when Shui says it, I believe him.
Yeah, I do. I do indeed, right? Great in-game leader. And I would say just like great gang of guys. It truly seems like they act and feel and perform like teammates, like friends, and like brothers. And it's that brotherhood that brings them the win here. So I gotta say, congrats, you know, as we pass this one back over to Tom Biz, congratulations to MOUZ for the back-to-back, and thank you, WePlay, for putting on a hell of a show, as you do every single time. Tom Biz, Pimp, and Maui to close out the show.
I'm sweating after that one from being on that stage. I don't know how it feels for those guys, but again, an incredible performance, a lights-out start once more for MOUZ NXT. Still some fight back. I'm always impressed with the fact that NAVI Junior, for such a young team, first time on LAN, they're still able to really bring these games into contention towards the end pin.
I would definitely agree with that. It was good that the game had a bit of a nerve in it. No doubt, but that you will look back on map number 1, map number 2, MOUZ NXT is the best team in this tournament. It can't be doubted, it can't be neglected, it can't be said anything otherwise. MOUZ right now is the best academy team there is in the world, I guess, of Counter-Strike, and they prove it once more. But we gotta give commiserations to NAVI Junior, of course, as well. Getting to the final in itself was a bit surprising, I would say, and being able to at least pressure MOUZ actually on both maps, I would say, was also fairly surprising. So good job on NAVI. Unfortunately, no one can touch MOUZ NXT as of right now.
Absolutely. Great job for MOUZ NXT. Huge props to Cyclone and JDC once again, putting that roster together, and it feels like JDC with just any singular other player can make magic happen. I mean, the amount of 2v4s that guy was winning, if they have JDC alive, you can't count them out. But once again, NAVI Junior, great job for getting to the grand finals. Huge improvement from the previous season, where they didn't even make it to the LAN. And m0NESY, I mean, I'm sure that's a name we're not going to stop saying anytime soon.
No, we were saying it before this event, so it would be a bit weird if we stopped saying it now. But yeah, again, like performances from the NAVI Junior players, I am excited to see next season how they are going to perform, because no doubt they'll be back. I also really like almost the confidence of talking to Cyclone, because it's like, I think building a team like this, especially where you're plucking players from completely different states in their career, like some from FPL, some who've been in teams before, some who've even like maybe moved down from certain places, and then to just be like, I knew it'd be good. Like, do you believe him, or is there a little bit of a porcupine there?
I mean, you have to say, right? You have to believe, but I feel like they've found success pretty much from the get-go. Coming into Season 1, we didn't really know what to expect out of MOUZ NXT, and they were shaky, I would say, in the first group stage. They showed progress, and at the end of the group stage, we knew, okay, these guys are legit. These guys are a contender to win the entire thing. But the progress they made from Season 1 to Season 2, again, let me rephrase it. We came into Season 1 knowing that MOUZ could be good, come into Season 2, and we feel like they are like undoubtedly the best team out there, right? Not even a close contention. So the progress they've made so far from Season 1 to Season 2 is pretty more impressive, I would say, than any other team actually at the tournament. NAVI, yeah, they get to the final, but MOUZ, they're just on another level right now.
Absolutely. MOUZ are just playing in so many other tournaments right now. They're constantly trying to up their game. Every player has improved. I mean, it feels like JDC was the guy we were talking about in the first season, and this time around, I mean, there's pretty much praises that we can sing for every single player. Torzy absolutely stepped up from what we saw in the first season. He's developed his game, and Shuhei as a leader on top of that, so good. I mean, really, there's so many things we can say about MOUZ, but huge props to them, because these were games they had to earn. They didn't just walk over everybody. They were clearly the best team, but it's not like these teams just bowed down to them. It was some seriously hard-fought battles, even losing one map to NAVI Junior and still being able to fight back on top of that. And seriously, some of the rounds that m0NESY is able to take away from you, it's easy to get in your own head about that. You think about, what did I do wrong? How can I do better next time? But no, they just kept on going with their game plan. They just kept on fighting, and MOUZ not only the best team, but in ways the most resilient one too.
Yeah, I think it's fitting that they win, even just based off looking at their map pool throughout this event. The fact that people have tried and failed to punish pick them all the way through is just a testament to how good this team actually is.
Yeah, listen, there's no weakness when it comes to MOUZ NXT. Sure, there's some maps where they may be slightly better than others, right? They have a map pool that is very deep. There's one map they don't play, they don't need to, right? Coming in with a 7-map pool didn't work out for Big Omen Academy. Coming in with a strong 6-man map pool definitely works out for MOUZ NXT. So again, there's no doubt that they are the best team right now in this league. There's no doubt that they deserve to win, but I do want to give credit one more time to NAVI Junior. Coming into the final, you know, over exceeding expectations, I would say, and then m0NESY. I mean, I can't stop talking about him. Yes, the players you see on the screen right here, they're the best as a unit, but m0NESY right now, probably the hottest prospect we have in the entirety of Counter-Strike. One of the greatest talents that we probably have ever seen. The fact that he's only 16 years of age and could turn into, maybe he goes out on a loan to a tier 2, tier 3 CS professional team, or whatever happens for him in the future, that's a guy we need to look out for, because yes, he didn't win this tournament, but he's going to win many tournaments in the future, I have no doubt.
Yeah, I can't imagine what sort of contract he's currently under with NAVI, but I imagine it is as watertight as any contract we've ever seen in esports, because there are going to be plenty of teams that are going to go, well, this is what he can do with a team that actually like switches players in and out, like has like even more experienced players sub in sometimes, and he's just this consistent factor of just ludicrous plays. It is truly impressive. And I want to give a shout out to Onker as well, because I feel like he's another young prospect that is still there with him. Like, it's always going to be hard to compare realistically with how he plays, but I think that there are some other talented players within this team for sure.
It's easy to get overshadowed by a player like m0NESY, just like Simple overshadows Electronic most of the time, despite Electronic being one of the best players in the world. OnCare was one of the best players at this tournament, at the entire season, and yet, yeah, we don't talk about him enough, but his rifle work, I mean, coming into Season 1, he was a guy I was looking out for, and he proved with his decision-making, his aim, that he can hang in some of these chaotic rounds. He's the one that's piecing things together, sometimes being that bailout player for NAVI, even when a plan isn't working. Like, when they're man down and it's m0NESY or OnCare, you can never really count them out.
Well, of course, there was a sort of extra bonus prize that we want to mention a little bit, the WePlay NFTs, which any purchases that were made, some of the money has, of course, gone to NAVI Junior. So they'll have a slightly increased price, but obviously the bulk, don't worry, the bulk still goes to MOUZ NXT. They won the tournament. So that's at least something of a bonus. It's a nice little touch as well. And again, we've spoken about it earlier, but it was something that you've had a look through. We've all had a look at some of the cool images and the videos that have come up. Things that I would assume people can still purchase. I don't know if it shuts at this point, but I assume you can. Well, you can check it out on the website currently on your screen.
Yeah, you should just get a purchase in if you're really interested in the NFT space. You know, it's on the ETH blockchain. If you guys are really into that kind of stuff, there's a lot of cool little designs that they have, and you're supporting WePlay, you're supporting NAVI Junior now that we know who the runner-up team is. So, you know, if you got some money to spare and you are really into the metaverse, check out the WePlay Collectibles website.
I genuinely just love that we could just watch the team just having fun, taking pictures with the trophy.
It's a lot better than
another... I wonder if Torzy knows he's on camera right now on the stream.
Probably not.
Yeah. It's better than another trophy I've seen recently. Not going to say any names, but it's a really good trophy.
No, go on, say the name. Name him, shame him.
Name him, shame him? You know,
he already did.
Can't quite do that. It's a good trophy, though. It's got some heft to it. It's clearly got some weight.
Yeah, I had to carry that down the stairs earlier, and
how are your arms
I was very worried. Shaky.
A little shaky? Yeah.
You didn't drop it?
He didn't drop it.
I don't know. It looks pretty.
Shouts out to Shane. We don't say his name enough, but honestly, this guy is a really solid anchor player for them, and just really.
That final map,
Yes.
Nuts.
It's just a unit. You know, MOUZ Sports as a unit, or MOUZ, or whatever they want to be called nowadays, as a unit is just a very strong team. There's no weak link, there's no weak player within this squad, and the guy kissing the trophy right here is just as big as a part of this win as everyone else.
Yes.
I am really, really, really impressed with the progress they made, and now JDC said it. They want to break into top 30. Why don't you aim a little bit higher? I know there's some limitations in the matter of what you can do, because you can't play the same tournaments as your main squad, and there's a lot of points to be collected if they were ever to qualify for one of the big ones. But what they have showcased so far in this tournament has been absolutely outstanding, and especially the guy standing right there kissing to us right now, Exertion. It's just a matter of time before he moves on in his career as well.
Well, that's the. I genuinely want to see a battle at this point between the MOUZ main roster and MOUZ
I know they
NXT.
practice against each other. I
want it streamed.
Yeah.
I want.
You know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? You and I, Maui, we get access to one of the practice games, and we can shoutcast that.
Yeah, let's just cast it.
Yeah.
I like I've just been uninvited from the party. That's cool.
I don't care.
You're working on some other things, Tom. Some big things, some huge things, some major things.
You know. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm involved heavily with Big Omen, of course. That's what you're actually
Big Omen
playing.
Best of luck, Mount Everest.
Yeah, shouts out to Big Omen Academy too. Props to them for making it to the land.
They qualified, right?
They qualified, and even though they came in last place here, I think
They still qualified.
their group stage performance was impressive, and Process in particular, that's got to look out for, German fans.
Do you think he's going back to Fnatic Rising?
Ooh, I don't know about that. That's something only
We
time
got any
will tell.
Maui leaks?
Time will tell about that one, yeah.
Academy leaks. Yeah.
How about for next season? Who do you want to see improve, Pimp? Who didn't make it here that you want to see make it?
Fnatic
feel like
Rising,
there's-
definitely. I gotta say Fnatic Rising.
yeah.
Astralis Talent, obviously.
There you go.
I will say though, Astralis Talent, they've made a couple of moves. They've actually had, got some decent Danish players now. Beforehand, it was players I didn't really know of. Fessa is a guy I think you've seen playing.
Yeah, Fesser's pretty good.
He's pretty goddamn good, and he's now contracted now.
That is going to be a scary prospect.
It is.
People are going to get worried about that one.
Yeah.
Astralis Talent have upgraded their roster. There might have been a couple of changes in other rosters.
Maybe we'll get more teams inside the league right now. We have 8, maybe.
Yeah.
We're looking at a league with 12. Who knows?
You already teased it, Pimp. It's
I
coming
don't
in
know.
January. It's coming in January,
yeah,
though. It's
hopefully.
coming up. It's going to be
Hopefully.
good. Tom,
Hopefully.
hope to see you there.
We'll see. Who knows? Who knows?
Hope to see myself there.
Yeah, you're inviting me before you invite yourself. No, I think it's definitely going to be cool to see. I think a league like this in general is so important for the space.
Totally.
And the fact that it hasn't happened sooner is almost the most surprising thing, because it's so good for someone to finally come in and actually look for the talent that is going to be there in the future. Because, as said, for players like m0NESY, who we've highlighted so many times, these are sort of tournaments where he's actually going to get to practice, to play, to be on a stage. Because that was one of the things he tweeted. I was like, oh, we weren't really up to the standard we wanted to be because it's our first time playing on the stage.
Listen, I 100% agree with that, Thomas, and a big shout out to WePlay for putting this all together.
Totally.
A big shout out to all the teams for investing into this as well with the Academy Leagues. I remember when I was 16 years of age, 17 years of age, Western Wolves, we were a top 3 team in the world. We played Copenhagen games sitting with Bayek tournaments. You know, we didn't even have gaming chairs, and you all know you can't play Counter-Strike at a high level if you don't have a solid gaming chair. Today's Academy League teams, right, they get treated as pro players. They get the full experience. You're riding back and forth to the arena with a shuttle, you're staying at a hotel, you have practice rooms, all sorts of stuff that I never got to experience when I was only 16, 17 and 18 years of age. So I hope the players appreciate it as well, and I sincerely hope that all the people watching will come in next season, watch again. Tell a friend about it, make sure that we get more and more viewers in here, because this is a genius thing from WePlay right here.
Seriously, I hope the fans appreciated this too, because the WePlay production is incredible. Like, what, dude, these little AR graphics are just blowing my mind every single time. They're so creative, they're funny.
Our talent videos making us look that good.
I know, seriously, I shouldn't look that good.
Imagine making that look good. That is
exactly.
Yeah,
it's impressive.
Even the makeup ladies are doing a good job, you know.
Oh, they're incredible. Yeah. I'm here like 4 hours before everyone else, so you know. But either way, we have to unfortunately end the show. That is it. It's been great working with you, Maui. Pimp, nice to see you. Either way, that is it for Season 2. We already know that there's been a few teasers here and there for Season 3, so make sure you check that one out. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. And, of course, a big shout-out to these guys on the stage. MOUZ NXT, our champions, back-to-back. We will see you again next season. Please don't hit me with the ball.